Chapter 1406. What? The quality is too poor. Take a closer look. Li Qingshan held a brass lot as he said indignantly to Spirit Venerable Guihai. After putting in so much effort, he only obtained this much. This was very different from what he imagined. Spirit Venerable Guihai swept his gaze at the jade slip again and actually took back a mystic wood lot from Li Qingshan's hand. Li Qingshan was enraged. These bookmarks added up were not even enough for a single green jade lot. This old bastard was not pockmarked but a scam. Spirit Venerable Guihai suddenly asked, "Where did you get these books from?" Li Qingshan rolled his eyes. It was meaningless to lie in front of this old bastard, so he decided not to answer. Spirit Venerable Guihai said earnestly, "Don't be indignant. The quality of the books you brought this time is much worse compared to the previous time. I have never misjudged the value of books. Yes, I was wrong." Li Qingshan thought about it and had no choice but to admit it. The books that he had brought last time were all exquisite works that had been washed over thousands of years. This time, however, they were the creations of a group of money-seeking people in just a few short years. Although they had been carefully selected, the quality of the books was naturally not the same as before. This shortcut was indeed not that easy to take. "Forget it, I'll find another way." Just as he was about to bid farewell and leave, never to return again, Spirit Venerable Guihai took out another green jade lot and handed it to Li Qingshan. What was this? Giving a carrot after a stick? Li Qingshan asked curiously, "Is this a consolation prize?" Spirit Venerable Guihai said, "This is the deposit." Li Qingshan said, "Didn't you find the books bad?" Spirit Venerable Guihai said with a faint smile, "Just because it's bad this time doesn't mean it'll be bad next time. I left some comments in the jade slip. Study them well. I believe it will be better in the future." Li Qingshan's heart palpitated. These books were not written by him, so what was there to study? He suddenly realized that there was a huge flaw in this matter from the beginning. Novels were indeed fictional, but they were definitely based on reality. Spirit Venerable Guihai was an existence that could infer a lot of information with just one or two sentences. Looking at his half-smiling expression, it was as if he had seen through all causes and effects. These novels may be inadvertently. Many things had already been exposed. The so-called shortcuts were mostly dangerous. A single misstep would cause one to fall into the abyss. His body would be smashed to pieces. What a blunder! Li Qingshan decisively returned the azure jade lot to Spirit Sovereign Guihai. "Sorry, I don't have any more." Spirit Sovereign Guihai had already turned to leave. What's done cannot be undone. If you can't bring more and better books, you'll be deceiving your superiors and will be punished severely. Li Qingshan felt a headache coming on. Spirit Venerable Guihai's meaning was, "It's too late for regrets now. Punk, you have already entered a den of thieves. If you don't satisfy me, don't even think of leaving unscathed." Spirit Venerable Guihai suddenly stopped. "Do you want to know the secret to longevity?" Yes. "Mind your own business." Li Qingshan frowned and walked out of the sky. He took a deep breath of the cold air and his brows relaxed. He did not regret it. This was because he had no other choice. From the moment he refused to leave the Myriad Phenomenon sect, he was taking a risk. He had to take this dangerous path. It was not necessarily a bad thing to let Spirit Venerable Guihai understand the situation. At the very least, it could reduce his suspicions. Humans were always friendlier to things they could understand and control. Through Spirit Venerable Guihai's attitude today, one could see a thing or two. Furthermore, he did not have any ill intentions towards the Myriad Phenomenon sect. He came here to cultivate. Everything he did was beneficial to the Myriad Phenomenon sect's development. He believed that Spirit Venerable Guihai would only mind your own business if he saw all of this, even if it was the worst outcome. In the future, his battle with Chuolong would be exposed before he joined the Myriad Phenomenon sect. It would not be considered a fratricide. Furthermore, he did not kill Chuolong in the end. It was just a personal grudge over benefits. He believed that when that day came, he would be an inherited teachings disciple. There was no need for the Myriad Phenomenon sect to deal with an existing inherited teachings disciple for the sake of an inherited teachings disciple who had fallen into the fiend domain. All in all, his luck was pretty good. Just as Spirit Venerable Guihai said, just because it wasn't good this time doesn't mean the next time won't be good. Cloud Void City had just been built, and everything was still in its infancy. Since an experienced reader, like Spirit Venerable Guihai, was willing to believe that the next time would be better, he had no reason to doubt it. This shortcut could still be taken. Standing on the high platform and looking out, Myriad Phenomenon City was covered in white snow. It was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, giving off a festive atmosphere. There was a faint fragrance of wine in the cold wind, whetting his appetite. Following the fragrance, he found a restaurant. He first tasted a cup of every kind of wine and chose the best one. He poured all the bookmarks he had obtained from the book offering into the metal gourd. After taking a few mouthfuls, he felt a surge of heat rolling in his stomach. He immediately felt happy. Recalling the myriad phenomenon list that the female cultivator had mentioned, he went over out of curiosity. The square was packed with people and carriages. The sounds of chatter, laughter, and hawkers rose and fell, filling the sky. Amidst the surging crowd, Li Qingshan stood motionlessly in front of the myriad phenomenon list. He turned a deaf ear to the hustle and bustle as he looked straight at the top of the list. The heat in his stomach turned cold as he felt a sense of danger. The first on the myriad phenomenon list, Lin Xian. Or rather Chu Tian. So he was the eldest senior brother of the myriad phenomenon sect. In that instant, the past flashed past and many questions were answered. Chu Tian was the reincarnation of the eldest senior brother of the myriad phenomenon sect, Lin Xian. His unparalleled talent came from this. After all, he had been a human sovereign in his previous life. Although he was not a true reincarnation of a deva, there were not many deva who could be compared to him even in the heavenly Tao. Qian Rongji's sky-climbing vine must have come from him as well. Back then he was still the stupid Chu Tian. The reason why she was able to gain Chuolong's trust and successfully counterattack was probably because she had impersonated Lin Xian. Only after coming to the myriad phenomenon sect did he understand how precious a heavenly book was. It was a peerless cultivation technique that could help one become a human immortal. Lin Xian was able to casually take out a heavenly book of cloud furnace to thank Ruexan. How generous was that? However, he had even more questions. Why did Lin Xian reincarnate? First of all, it was definitely not to cooperate with Chuolong's plan. He also found Chuolong's name on the myriad phenomenon ranking, and it happened to be the last among the direct disciples. How could the strongest cooperate with the weakest, let alone make such a huge sacrifice? The 9 states was not worth Lin Xian giving up everything. Moreover, Chuolong was determined to have the 9 states as his territory. Lin Xian could not monopolize it. To the myriad phenomenon sect, it was not worth it to trade a direct disciple for a grotto heaven. Moreover, it was the eldest senior brother of the myriad phenomenon sect. Then there was only one explanation. Lin Xian's lifespan was almost up, and he had to reincarnate. If Lutian could make a bet with Oxhead Abien, then with Lin Xian's identity and cultivation, he could naturally do something. Thus, he successfully reincarnated into the 9 states and brought a sky-climbing vine with him. Even if he reincarnated as a dog, he could quickly become a spirit. As for why he did not reincarnate into the mortal realm, there were probably a few reasons. The mortal realm was too vast and it was not easy to find. If it could be easily found, the myriad phenomenon sect was probably not without enemies. Moreover, in the mortal realm low-level cultivators were too weak, and there was no guarantee of their safety. It was different in the 9 states. With Chu Tian's talent and the help of the sky-climbing vine, he could quickly make a name for himself and protect himself. Moreover, the system of the 100 schools of thought seemed to be tailor-made for him. Lin Xian had a close relationship with Chuolong. Chuolong must have received a lot of help from this eldest senior brother, for him to be able to reach the level of human sovereign so quickly. Lin Xian must have been preparing since then. With this relationship, Chuolong could be his guide and help him recover his memory and cultivation as soon as possible so that he could return to the myriad phenomenon sect. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. Before he recovered his memory and cultivation, he was bitten by the poisonous snake, Qian Rongji, and almost lost his life. Although it was a blessing in disguise and he recovered some of his memory, he knew from the incident with the Banyan Tree King that his memory must be incomplete. The spirit of a severely injured foundation-building cultivator could not bear all the memories of a human sovereign. A random scroll of the heavenly book contained a vast amount of information. In order to reincarnate and cultivate again, he probably prepared more than one scroll of the heavenly book. In addition to the large amount of experience in cultivation, the memories left behind in other areas were even more limited. Chapter 1407. This was not good news to Li Qingshan. It meant there were even more unpredictable variables. If it was just a Huilong, as long as his life lamp was not extinguished, no one would find it strange even if he did not appear for 8 to 10 years. This was the lifestyle of cultivators. However, if it involved a reincarnated senior brother of the myriad phenomenon sect, then things would be hard to say. Who knew how many friends and enemies he had in the myriad phenomenon sect? Countless people were eyeing the true dragon abode. Perhaps even the two sect masters of the myriad phenomenon sect would pay special attention. Little Ann and the others have been staying in the true dragon abode. Although it is beneficial for cultivation, it is too unsafe. I have to change places as soon as possible, even if it is just a little bit worse. Li Qingshan made up his mind. However, Deep Blue Little Fatty still needed some time to devour the new world. If he pulled out the sky-climbing vine now, who knew how many people would die? Nothing happened after so long, it can't be such a coincidence. Li Qingshan suppressed the trace of unease in his heart and continued to head to the Spirit Beast Garden to collect his mount. However, a Mahist master once said, if you are worried about something happening, then it is very likely to happen. North of Myriad Phenomenon City, 18,000 li. The wind howled and the waves raged, slamming against the black cliff again and again. The snowstorm danced and rumbled as it swept past the cliff. A black stone tablet stood on the cliff, overlooking the raging sea. For large words were carved on it, Xianming Cave Abode. If Li Qingshan was here, he would definitely be able to tell that these words were written by the same person as the true dragon abode. Behind the stone tablet was a mountain. The mountain was tens of thousands of li tall, piercing through the clouds as if it was connected to the sky. There was no peak at the top, only a deep abyss that spanned dozens of li. It was like a black eye embedded in the sea of clouds, staring at the endless sky. The abyss was so deep that even light could not illuminate it. A lucky snowflake was swept up by the storm and sent above the clouds, but unfortunately fell into the abyss. It had a crystalline color and a hexagonal shape. Like a stray spirit, it wandered around hesitantly, drifting lightly. After drifting for an unknown period of time, he finally reached the bottom of the abyss. Without a sound, a faint ripple appeared on the black and transparent surface of the lake, melting away its sparkling color and hexagonal shape. The ripple should have quickly calmed down, but the surface of the lake gradually surged. It's about time. Lin Shen, have you failed? A deep and powerful voice muttered to itself. A pair of dragon eyes suddenly opened in the black lake. The dark body at the bottom of the lake suddenly moved. Its black scales rippled like flowing water. Its 5 claws stretched out and dug into the craggy rocks. It propped up its huge body, raised its head and roared towards the sky. Boom. It was as if a 1,000-year-old volcano had been resurrected in the blink of an eye. What gushed out wasn't lava or fire, but a raging wave that weighed tens of millions of tons. An angry dragon emerged from the surging waves. At this moment, the majestic roar of the dragon could be heard, scattering the layers of clouds for thousands of miles. The surging waves turned into clouds that surrounded a gold-eyed profound dragon and soared into the sky. The dragon head was headed in the direction of the true dragon cave, separated by a transparent crystal wall. Li Qingshan focused all of his attention on a strange fish egg with wings. All he saw was it fly around in the water, kicking up a series of splashes. It seemed to possess some kind of strange power. The description on the sign on the side was as follows: Glory Fish Egg, Adult Glory Fish. Fish body, bird wings, sound like mandarin ducks, can fly and swim and is good at water. Legend has it that it is related to the Kuan Peng by blood, but it hasn't been proven. It's worth 7 brass sticks, buy 2 get 1 free. I can give it to Yenying to play with. Li Qingshan clicked his tongue in wonder. He continued forward and arrived in front of another iron cage. Inside was a big brown bear. Its eyes were closed as if it was sleeping, and it was hugging a wooden stake in its arms. The sign beside it showed that this was a bear cub. Rather than saying it was sleeping, it was more accurate to say that it hadn't even opened its eyes. Its price was much more expensive than those glory fish eggs. The bear cub rolled around in its sleep, and the wooden stake in its arms shattered with a crack. Even a cub is so fierce. I wonder how fierce it will be when it matures. No wonder it needs such a thick iron cage. Li Qingshan continued forward. Iron-eating beasts are also known as black and white bears. They can eat iron and bamboo and are intelligent. This is good, this is good. Li Qingshan was like a little kid visiting a zoo for the first time. He was so excited that he wanted to clap his hands. This spiritual beast garden was really too fun. It was somewhat similar to the herb garden. They were both grotto heavens and the inside was like a natural park. There were all kinds of strange and rare beasts for people to choose from. Whether they flew in the sky, ran on the ground, or swam in the water, there was everything. Some spiritual beasts could fly in the sky, run on the ground, and even swim in the water. Many of them had only been heard of in legends and some were even unheard of. Senior Marshal Brother, have you chosen? This iron-eating beast was caught by our senior martial brother Sima from the spiritual beast garden with great difficulty. It's very easy to raise. All you need is bamboo and iron. If you want to raise a bear cub, you'll have to buy at least a few thousand kilograms of meat a month. That's not a small amount. The iron-eating beast is also a bear, and when it gets fierce, it's not much worse than a bear cub. It's even more human-like, and it's said that it can control one's mind. Look at its eyes. The female attendant in charge of reception introduced it very enthusiastically. She had already followed Li Qingshan all the way and had almost walked through the entire spiritual beast garden. She didn't reveal the slightest bit of impatience. Li Qingshan followed her finger and looked at the two dark circles under its eyes. The iron-eating beast also looked back at him. Perhaps because of the Qilance bloodline, it seemed to be very close to him. It made him inexplicably have a strong urge to buy one to raise. However, this was choosing a mount, not a pet, so it was better not to waste a bookmark. Thus he shook his head. Forget it, I'd better convert it into a bookmark. I like to walk by myself. The female attendant said, Senior martial brother, you're wrong. The so-called mount is just a saying. Which one of us doesn't know how to ride the clouds and the wind? Why must we ride on a beast? However, a mount is not only related to a cultivator's life, it's a lifelong companion that shares weal and woe. There's only one benefit that I can't not mention. It can greatly extend a cultivator's lifespan. What do you mean? Humans are the most intelligent of all creatures. It's a pity that their lifespan is too short, unlike the demon race who can easily live for tens of thousands of years. Thus, they have to learn from each other's strengths to make up for their shortcomings. They raise demonic beasts and sign a contract of alliance to extend their lifespan. Do you know senior martial brother Lu Tian from the Chaotic Life Mill? Li Qingshan said, sigh. However, I heard that he made a bet with Oxhead Abien on the Yellow Springs Road. The female attendant smiled mysteriously. That's just a legend. Oxhead Abien isn't that easy to fool. Have you seen that three-legged golden toad? Li Qingshan nodded. Three-legged golden toad is the best at extending one's lifespan. I'm afraid senior martial brother Lu Tian only managed to stall for some time. It was the three-legged golden toad that helped him hang on to his last breath. Li Qingshan had all kinds of god-fiend bloodlines, so his lifespan was very long. He had never considered this problem before. Furthermore, lifespan actually didn't mean much to him. If he couldn't reach the 9 heavens in time, Brother Ox's enemies probably wouldn't let him off. However, through Lin Shen's matter, he could feel how important lifespan was to human cultivators. Normal nascent soul cultivators only had a lifespan of 1,000 years. It was far from being comparable to demon kings of the same cultivation level. He looked at the adorable iron-eating beast. Sigh, these demonic beasts are really pitiful to be used like this. The female attendant glared at him. Senior martial brother, you can't say that. The people in our spirit beast garden are all very caring. No matter how intelligent demonic beasts are, they are still demonic beasts. In the end, they were just demonic beasts and could not be compared to humans. In the demonic beast path, only 1% of 10,000 glory fish eggs can become glory fish. Only one can grow and lay eggs. This adult fish will go through all kinds of elimination and escape from hunters. The chances of it cultivating into a demonic beast are even lower. What's the use of having a long lifespan? Humans are the most intelligent of all creatures. Not only do we give them a better environment, we take care of their food in daily life. We can also inspire their intelligence and teach them to cultivate, allowing them to step onto the path of cultivation. Only by cultivating will they have such a long lifespan. We treat them even better than our own fathers. They just take care of us and give us a portion of their lifespan. Isn't that fair? Li Qingshan could not help but laugh. This female attendant was rather interesting. Thinking of spirit sovereign Guihai and the 9-colored deer's grandeur, he who was inferior to a deer and a tortoise, probably did not have the right to pity these demonic beasts. Even if one lived in this world, it was inevitable to be ridden. Furthermore, it was riding on a white mount. Just a few people would dare to make one work for them. It was better to live a carefree life with these mounts. Thinking back to when that bastard Chuolong wanted him to be a mount, it had truly infuriated him. Now, from the looks of it, it was not entirely an insult. Instead, it had the intention of promoting him. However, he had no interest in such a good thing where he was second to none. It was Ruan Yaozhu. Ahem. Oh, I'm sorry. I understand. However, I think it's best to change it to a bookmark. I already have a mount. The female attendant was flattered. She did not expect him to apologize to her. She could not help but blush as she asked shyly, Senior martial brother, what is your mount? Our spirit beast garden also provides all kinds of exquisite food. It's not expensive either. There's a set meal here. Raising a mount is a great knowledge. If there's anything you don't understand, I can help you take a look. The main business of the spirit beast garden was not selling spirit beasts. Instead, it was providing all kinds of related services. She was not afraid that Li Qingshan would not buy a mount. She was only afraid that Li Qingshan would not raise a mount. Oh, it's a phoenix? Li Qingshan used Li Fengyuan as an excuse again. He was considering when to bring him to the human realm to play. He did not allow others to ascend because he did not trust them. As the weakest of the 4 heavenly kings, Li Fengyuan was obviously not included in this list. He was not far from the 4th heavenly tribulation. He would definitely be a great help. Pretending to be a mount was not a bad idea. It was not worthwhile for him to ride him. It was only right for a son to carry his father once in a while. Phoenix? Phoenix? The female attendant was stunned. If the 3-legged golden toad was only good at prolonging one's life, the phoenix was good at nirvana rebirth. It was immortal and would be of great help to cultivators. Not to mention other benefits. However, the phoenix had a reserved and arrogant nature. How could it be a mount for someone? Senior Marshal Brother, you are not joking, right? Li Qingshan said, No. Is there anything to feed the phoenix here? Forget it, he likes to drink wine and eat meat. Drink wine and eat meat. The female attendant was already sure that Li Qingshan was bragging. However, she did not want to expose him. She smiled and said, Senior Marshal Brother, bring it to our spirit beast garden in the future. I have seen Senior Marshal Brother Lin Xian's golden-eyed profound dragon once. However, I have never seen a phoenix before. Sigh, this Senior Marshal Brother was so amiable. It was a pity that he liked to brag. Well said, well said. Li Qingshan's heart stirred. That trace of uneasiness that was suppressed suddenly became clear. Chapter 1408. Chuolong, Chuolong, come out. Along with the dragon roars, a cloud descended from the sky and shrouded the sky above the dragon pool cave. Dragon scales and dragon body flew in the air, dragon claws and dragon horns appeared and disappeared. Suddenly, a huge dragon head appeared. Little and suddenly opened his eyes, which were clear and calm. He looked at Luo Ho Xiaoming and Gu Yenying quietly. Gu Yenying sighed, we still can't avoid this. Qingshan has just retracted the sky-climbing vine. What a coincidence. Is it because of him? Little and said lightly, impossible. Luo Ho Xiaoming said, there is no such thing as dodging. Whether it is because of Qingshan or not, this is our problem. He closed his eyes and sensed, a true dragon that has gone through 6 heavenly tribulations is not easy to deal with. Gu Yenying stood up, I'll try. The true dragon's arrival was like a mountain pressing down on them, cutting off their path of retreat and putting their lives on the line. Yet, the 3 of them did not panic at all, let alone fear or worry. The golden-eyed dragon roared, if you don't come out, I'll break your cave immediately. Rumble. Thunder and lightning interweaved in the clouds, flickering indefinitely. Senior, please calm down. Gu Yenying walked out of the cave and came to the peak of the mountain. She bowed and asked, may I ask why you are looking for my emperor? Who are you? The golden-eyed dragon lowered his head and stared at Gu Yenying. Gu Yenying answered calmly, I am the subordinate of my emperor, Chuolong. I am here to guard the dragon pool cave. The golden-eyed dragon thought to himself, if she is not a disciple of the nature sect, then she must have come from the underworld. This means that the sky-climbing vine has been successfully reattached. The dragon was slightly relieved. Initially he could sense Lin Xian's safety clearly. However, after he reincarnated, even the life lamp he had left in the sect had been extinguished. All connections were severed and he could no longer sense Lin Xian anymore. Where's Chuolong? Gu Yenying hesitated. Is he still in the 9 states? Gu Yenying didn't know the identity of the Golden Eyes profound dragon, but since she knew Chuolong and didn't attack the cave abode directly, she could talk to him. Then I'll be straightforward. My emperor is indeed still in the 9 regions. When will he return? I'm not sure about that. Sigh. Gu Yenying looked worried. He sighed. Why are you sighing? The 9 states are unfortunate. First, they were invaded by the demonic domain, then by the hungry ghost realm. I wonder how they are doing now. You're lying, the gold-eyed profound dragon roared. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts shot out at the same time, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Gu Yenying was shocked even though she was separated by the magic circle. She folded her hands and bowed deeply. Everything I said is true. I dare not deceive you. Senior, please understand. His courage was not bad. Go find Sui Long for me. Tell him to come see me immediately. The golden-eyed profound dragon had only made a feint, but his opponent's reaction was surprisingly calm, causing him to feel a little embarrassed. He even felt a little worried. Could it be that the cultivators of the Jojo world were all of such high quality? That was too shocking. This was not normal. Gu Yenying said awkwardly, but my emperor asked me to guard the cave abode and cultivate. No buts. I'll give you 3 days. If he doesn't come in 3 days, I'll break into the cave abode and kill all of you. The gold-eyed profound dragon was full of killing intent. If Lin Xian had already met Chuolong, but Chuolong didn't dare to see him, then the problem must be with Chuolong. He had to find out the truth. Yes. Gu Yenying returned to the dragon pool abode. Prepare for battle or flee. If we fight, we'll die. If we flee, we won't be able to. This is a familiar feeling. Luo Ho Xiaoming smiled. I've been wondering if there's something wrong with the world. There's only one way left. The three of them looked at each other. They said in unison, Tribulation Transcendence. The three of them were on the verge of the fourth heavenly tribulation. Unlike Li Qingshan, they didn't have to think too much. It was only because they were in danger that they didn't want to cause too much of a commotion. That was why they had been enduring. After this period of cultivation, they had already gotten used to the laws of the human realm. They could go through the tribulation anytime. Gu Yenying said, Together? Little Lin said, Together. The moment the heavenly tribulation started, the dragon outside would definitely be alerted. It might start attacking the cave abode immediately. There was no need to hide anymore. The gold-eyed profound dragon was in deep thought when he suddenly heard a special thunder. It was very weak, but it was different from the thunder he caused. It contained a trace of heavenly might. Looking over, tribulation clouds gathered in all directions. It was like an ambush had been set up on all sides. The heavenly might was vast. Tribulation lightning? The gold-eyed profound dragon instantly realized that something was wrong. Why did Lin Xian have to go through the tribulation the moment he arrived? Chuolong only needed to come out and explain. There must be a huge change. He shouted angrily, Aunt, how dare you bully me? Originally, it would take some effort to break through this dragon pool cave abode. Now, I can make use of this heavenly tribulation to raise this place to the ground. In a split second, the giant dragon danced in the sky. Wind and thunder surged, shaking the world. Li Qingshan left the spirit beast garden. He still felt uneasy. In this world, the person who had the closest relationship with Lin Xian was undoubtedly that gold-eyed profound dragon. It was impossible for him to return to the dragon pool cave abode immediately. He could work hard to be a pioneer, but that was all. Luckily, they could all take charge. I hope it will be fine. Li Qingshan picked up the metal gourd and gulped down a few mouthfuls of wine. Suddenly he felt that he was being watched. He turned around. There was no one around, but the feeling of being watched did not disappear. Instead, it became stronger. Shen Yushu held his breath and hid behind a tree. Did he notice me? Impossible, how did he notice me? Why should I hide? He followed Li Qingshan all the way to Wanxiang City. While secretly monitoring Li Qingshan's whereabouts, he thought of a way to deal with him until he was outside the spirit beast garden. If I directly go out and provoke him, if he dares to make a move on me, I will purposely not hide. He will not be able to escape punishment. No, if this spreads out, it will be too embarrassing. Right at this moment, he heard Li Qingshan's footsteps approaching. His heart suddenly jumped, and he felt an indescribable panic. Li Qingshan raised his head and widened his eyes. He saw a rabbit squatting quietly on the tree. It had black fur, long pointed ears, and fiery red eyes. It was staring at him, or rather, staring at the wine gourd in his hand. A rabbit climbing a tree? This kind of thing was originally worth being surprised. But after strolling around the spirit beast garden, he wouldn't be surprised even if a sow could climb a tree. He rubbed his chin and pondered, it probably escaped from the spirit beast garden. No matter how comfortable it is to be a mount, it still yearns for freedom. The black rabbit actually nodded its head. Hey, it can understand human language. As expected, it escaped from the spirit beast garden. Li Qingshan noticed its gaze. He raised the iron gourd in his hand and asked with a smile, Do you want to drink? Did rabbits drink wine? Of course, after going around the 100-herb garden, this kind of thing wasn't strange at all. With a whoosh, the black rabbit jumped down from the tree at an astonishing speed. It hugged the iron gourd and drank. Li Qingshan noticed that its 4 limbs had sharp claws. Of course, this wasn't strange at all. However, it was quite interesting to watch rabbits drink wine. TSK, you haven't drunk enough yet. This little stomach is quite good at holding. But soon he couldn't laugh anymore. When he picked up the iron gourd he felt that it was empty. It didn't seem strange that a rabbit could drink so much wine. Not strange, my ass. Li Qingshan grabbed the rabbit's ears and lifted it up. Bastard, give me back my wine. The black rabbit stared at him with a pair of fiery red eyes. It rubbed its stomach with its two front paws and lazily burped. Li Qingshan was furious and waved his fist fiercely. At this moment, the waitress who led the way for him came out of the door and wanted to send Li Qingshan off. She felt that this senior brother who loved to brag was quite interesting. He had a high cultivation base and a good character. Especially he was also good-looking. Suddenly seeing this scene she couldn't help but be stunned. I was just scaring it, Li Qingshan said embarrassedly. A big man bullying a little rabbit was too degrading. In the words of the spirit beast garden, it was no love. The waitress didn't say anything and immediately returned to the spirit beast garden. Li Qingshan looked up to the sky and sighed. Was it easy for him to earn some bookmarks? It wasn't easy to collect some books for the old tortoise, but it was all gone in an instant. It was equivalent to all the accumulated harvest of these days falling into the stomach of this damn rabbit. He said fiercely, "You drank my wine. I will never let you go. Say, do you like fried or steamed?" The black rabbit didn't seem to understand human words and pretended to comb its fur. The waitress hid back into the spirit beast garden and covered her mouth. That can't be big senior sister's black fur roar, right? Chapter 1409. Li Qingshan shuddered and suddenly looked back in the direction of the Dragon Pool cave abode. He frowned and thought, did something really happen? It can't be so coincidental, right? He had an urge to pull the sky-climbing vine back, but he endured it in the end. He was not so callous to disregard the lives of billions of living beings just because of a slight sense of danger. Otherwise, he would never have cultivated the Qilin longevity policy. He was only thinking and did not notice that the eyes of the black rabbit in his hand were turning redder and redder. Its originally minuscule aura was withdrawn as though it had fallen into a huge whirlpool. When it was withdrawn to the extreme, it would explode at a terrifying speed. My rabbit has a very bad temper, especially after drinking. Looks like I don't have to do anything. Somewhere in Wanxiang City, a certain senior sister's eyes shone with blood and fire as she muttered, "Hey rabbit, don't cause too much damage to Wanxiang City. Otherwise I'll deduct it from your wine bill." Li Qingshan shook his head. What was lost was already lost. There was no need to get angry at a rabbit. It would only make him look petty. Look at you. You don't even have any meat on you. It's not even enough for me to eat. Since I'm the one treating you, you can only blame it on your bad luck. Go. Just as he threw the black rabbit on the ground, it leaped back with a swoosh. Furthermore, it squatted on top of his head and the redness in its eyes faded a little. You're asking for a yard after being given an inch. Get down here. Li Qingshan reached out to grab it. The black rabbit jumped on top of his head and landed steadily on top of his head every time he missed. As expected of a spirit beast. Li Qingshan was shocked. Although the rabbit was not serious, it was quite extraordinary for it to be able to dodge his grabs consecutively. Li Qingshan was even more impressed. Forget it, since we drank the same gourd of wine we can be considered drinking buddies. If you stay in Wanxiang City and get captured back to the spirit beast garden, you will inevitably become someone's mount. What bullshit, love. Beasts without a control is the greatest joy. Even if you are hunted and eaten, your life will not be in vain. Since you want to be free, I'll be a good person to the end. Let's get you out of here. He reached out to grab it again and sure enough, it stopped jumping and obediently let him grab it. It blinked its red eyes. It regained its original luster. Li Qingshan put it in his wide sleeve pocket and strode forward. He didn't know that he was on the edge of an extremely dangerous situation. Facing a demon emperor-level black-furred sky-gazing roar was no easier than facing a gold-eyed dragon. The woman said indignantly, "Humph! What kind of temper is this? You want to die just because I touched your ear? A single drinking buddy has bought you over." He took out a red gourd that was 10 times larger than Li Qingshan's metal gourd from his back. He gulped down a mouthful of alcohol and wiped his mouth. However, it's not good to use a drinking buddy as a meal. Not long after Li Qingshan left, Qin Yushu slowly came out from behind the tree and said with a sneer, "Sure enough, you have a lot of guts to actually dare to steal the spiritual beast garden's spiritual beasts. You just entered and you already learned to be a thief. Senior Sister Ruan must be blind to appoint such a person." Using the heavenly book of nature, he blended his aura with the surrounding environment and followed Li Qingshan from afar to the spiritual treasure square. Seeing him disappear from the spiritual treasure square, he already understood that he was going to receive the various benefits of becoming a disciple. First receive a mount in the spiritual beast garden, then go to the spiritual treasure square to receive a talisman. Then, next, it would definitely be the Heaven Mansion department. He immediately came up with a plan. There was no need for him to appear personally. He didn't have to personally come out and make this Li Qingshan stumble. If he also stole the spiritual beasts in the spiritual beast garden, he could forget about staying in the 100 herb garden. Even Yuan Yaozhu would have nothing to say. Li Qingshan came to the spiritual treasure square not only to receive the benefits. As usual, he first took a look around. The spiritual treasure square was like a museum. All kinds of talismans and weapons were displayed on the exhibition stand. There was also a simple introduction written on the side. There was no lack of powerful talismans, but as a disciple, the benefits he could receive were only at the level of ordinary talismans in the 9 regions. It was even inferior to those powerful talismans in the 9 regions. However, it was free anyway, so there was nothing to be picky about. He didn't even care about those powerful talismans. He, who cultivated the 9 transformations of demons and gods, never relied on external objects. He directly exchanged the benefits for bookmarks and kept them in his pocket. Can you repair weapons? The attendant smiled and said, of course. May I ask what kind of weapon you want to repair? Li Qingshan casually took out the last Madflower saber. A sharp and cold aura filled the hall, making the attendant's hair stand on end. However, he took a step forward. His eyes were shining and he looked like he had seen a prey. It's a Shura divine weapon. Is there a weapon soul? The blade was full of cracks and damage, but it revealed a fierce aura of surviving hundreds of battles. It immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. Shura divine weapons didn't have as many changes as human talismans, but they were known for their sturdiness and sharpness. What kind of fierce battle did it go through to be so damaged? Li Qingshan asked with concern, can it be repaired? Could this be the last Madflower saber? A male cultivator with a square face, wide ears and a loud voice walked over. The badge on his chest showed that he was an inner disciple. Li Qingshan said, yes, how did Senior Martial Brother know? I can recite the weapon manuals of the Path of Azura's weapons of war, like the back of my hand. Although I know the answer, I still have to ask, are you selling this saber? No. Li Qingshan shook his head. As expected, you are just a nascent soul cultivator, yet you were able to gain the recognition of the Shura weapon soul. You are really something. It's damaged so badly that we must use the Shura sacrificial altar. It won't be cheap to repair it. How many bookmarks do you want? I'll erase the rest for you. 8 green jade bookmarks. Without hesitation, Li Qingshan said, I'll repair it. The Shura sacrificial altar was indeed amazing. Li Qingshan only waited for half a day and he returned with a brand new last Madflower saber. The saber's blade hummed and the soul said, Kid, you finally entered the 6 paths of reincarnation. Why didn't you go to the Path of Azura? What a loser. I will definitely go there in the future. Keep your word, don't go back on it. And, thank you. Li Qingshan smiled and said, you're welcome. One of the Grand Senior Martial Sisters laughed and said, interesting to be able to gain the recognition of the Shura weapon soul, no wonder Shin Yushu was no match for him. With this saber in hand, he can challenge most of the inner disciples. She touched her waist and there was also a blood-red saber there. She was very sure that a person who could gain the recognition of the Shura weapon soul was not a coward. Then why did he stay in the herb garden? With such a powerful weapon, wouldn't it be better for him to go out and fight? Could it be that he has ulterior motives towards Maijuzi? Alright, for the sake of the Shura weapon soul, I have one more reason not to kill you. 998 more. Chapter 1410. A mystical dragon was rolling in the vast pool of lightning, its body covered in tens of thousands of lightning bolts. It was so dazzling that one could not look at it directly. How can the fourth heaven's tribulation be so powerful? How can the fourth heaven's tribulation be so powerful? The golden-eyed mystical dragon was also shocked. With his help, the tribulation lightning became even more violent and turbulent. Occasionally, 1 or 2 lightning bolts would hit the dragon's scales. It actually felt a little painful, so it gradually retreated from the center of the pool of lightning. Ignorant bastards. How dare you go through the tribulation in front of me? You really don't know what's good for you. It's a pity that they'll definitely turn into ashes in the tribulation lightning. I won't be able to ask what's going on down there. Little and wore the 3 burial robe, which danced in the lightning bolts and gradually became tattered. He put his palms together and wrapped them around the skull prayer beads. He chanted scriptures. His flesh was torn apart by the lightning, revealing his white bones. Gu Yenying spread her wings and hugged herself like a bird in winter, silently enduring the harsh cold. Only Luo Ho Xiaoming was the calmest. He opened his chest and let the lightning strike him. Relying on the Azura immortal body and the Rahu clan's bloodline and physique, he stood in the rumbling lightning bolts with his head held high. He laughed and said, "How satisfying." They were not ordinary demon kings or nascent soul cultivators. They had accumulated a lot of experience and were so powerful that they were not afraid of the lightning bolts. Suddenly, a lightning sword condensed in the void, dragging a string of lightning behind it. It slashed toward the weakest among the three, Gu Yenying. Gu Yenying's heart skipped a beat. She felt that the power contained in this lightning sword was stronger than thousands of tribulation lightning bolts. However, she had never heard of a fourth heaven's tribulation encountering such a situation. Was it really exciting to go through the tribulation with these two monsters? The heaven's tribulation was the supreme law. It was locked by the heavenly secrets and could not be dodged. The only thing she could do was to be prepared to take it head-on. A white shadow flashed in front of her. Little An stood in front of her, his bony hands holding the Buddha-slaying sword tightly. He met the lightning sword. Boom! The lightning sword flew backward, and the three burial robe almost turned into ashes. Little An took a step back and half knelt on the ground. The Buddha-slaying sword was full of cracks and his white of bones were trembling. Even the samadhi flames of white bone in his eye sockets had become much dimmer. Why? Gu Yenying was surprised. She never thought that Little An would block this attack for her. Little An said, "Conserve your strength." Gu Yenying nodded solemnly. What they had to face was not only this lightning tribulation, but also a true dragon that was eyeing them covetously. It was true that their cultivation had improved greatly when they had just overcome the heavenly tribulation, but it was also when they were at their weakest. They could not afford to get tangled up in battle. Luo Ho Xiaoming's expression turned solemn as well. The tribulation thunder has condensed into a weapon. What a great honor. Tribulation lightning condensed into weapons? It would usually only appear after the sixth heavenly tribulation, specifically preventing people from becoming immortals. Using tens of thousands of tribulation lightning to condense a heavenly weapon, it could kill anyone who defied the heavens. Now, it was only the fourth heavenly tribulation and yet it had appeared. Even if it was only a single one, it was still too terrifying. After the lightning sword was blocked by Little An, its radiance only dimmed slightly. When it returned to the surging lightning pool, it immediately regained its original radiance. In fact, it was even more intense. Luo Ho Xiaoming said, "Let me do it." Little An said, "Conserve your strength too." Luo Ho Xiaoming immediately understood what she meant. He smiled and said, "As expected of the white bone inheritor. You can still be so calm at such a time. You are not the slightest bit affected by emotions. However, can you block it?" "If I can't block it, I will die." The chaotic soul bell rang rapidly. The sound of the bell was like a real substance, creating a whistling thunder. She swung her sword and faced the tribulation lightning sword. Boom! Thousands of lightning bolts shot out from the mountain peak, reflected in the pair of golden dragon eyes, and a hint of surprise flashed through them. Could it be that she could really survive this heavenly tribulation? But that would be for the best. He could just capture her and ask her about it. If he had known this would happen, he would not have expanded the heavenly tribulation. He had slept for too long this time. He still had not woken up and his brain was not working well. Lightning bolts shot out again and thunder roared. Unknowingly, the lightning gradually dimmed, and the thunder became softer, but it still continued. I didn't think that she would really survive it. The golden-eyed dragon flew through the air and stared at the dragon pool cave abode below. Now, a strange bird cry suddenly sounded in the mountain. It sounded like an eagle's cry and it also sounded like a phoenix's cry. The sound shook the 9 heavens and echoed through the layers of clouds. The great peng spread its green wings like clouds in the sky. It flapped with all its strength and soared thousands of miles into the sky. Kunpeng. The golden-eyed dragon was shocked. If there was a natural enemy of a true dragon, it would be the Kunpeng. When the Kun roamed the sea, it could eat dragons. When it transformed into a peng, it was like an eagle hunting for a snake. Once it was targeted, it would most likely die. Therefore, the dragon race had an unwritten rule that if they encountered a young Kunpeng, they must kill it. But it was also because of this rule that the dragon race had a terrifying nightmare. There was a Kunpeng that reached the peak of the demon race and became a great sage. It was called Chaotic Heaven, and specialized in patrolling the seas and hunting true dragons. Until the group of true dragons dove deep into the abyss. None of them dared to roam the sea or soar in the sky. Just now he gave up and said, "If a dragon kills a Kuan Peng, then I will kill 500 true dragons." Even if the dragon race was good at reproduction and had a large population, they were still greatly weakened. Although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it was said that the great sage of Chaotic Heaven's wings were this green color. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but hesitate. However, he changed his mind. That great sage of Chaotic Heaven had long been arrogant. She might be his successor, so he couldn't let her go. Want to leave? With a loud roar, the dragon soared thousands of miles and pounced on the Kuan Peng. Little and sat on the back of the Kuan Peng. The three-burial robe was in tatters, revealing the broken white bones underneath. However, on the white bones, there was an unprecedented luster. Although the samadhi flame of white bone in his eye sockets was weak, it became more and more condensed. A huge dragon head pounced on him. "It's my turn." Luo Ho Xiaoming took a step forward and stared at the golden-eyed dragon with his blood-red eyes. If the Kuan Peng wanted to fly away, someone had to block the golden-eyed dragon from behind. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to fly for long before it ran out of energy. He was the most suitable candidate, so Little and asked him to preserve his strength. Although this was the best choice, it was also cruel and merciless. This was almost a fatal situation. Even if he was the divine son of Azura, he had no chance of winning against a demon emperor true dragon in this state. He didn't have any complaints about this. She had blocked the thunder sword of heavenly tribulation and almost died. What really annoyed him was that he had to hide behind a woman. Now that it was finally time for him to attack, he couldn't help but be eager. As for the consequences, there was no need to think too much. Just as she said, "If you can't block it, you die." It was just that simple. "If I die, ask him to help me kill this stinky earthworm." Okay. Luo Ho Xiaoming jumped with the wind and pounced on the golden-eyed dragon. "Bastard, you're courting death." The golden-eyed dragon spat out a dragon's breath, which was so cold that the air froze. Luo Ho Xiaoming was frozen in the air. In the golden-eyed dragon's eyes, he was already a dead man. It didn't even look at him and rammed into him. "Who did you say is a bastard?" The sky darkened. Luo Ho Xiaoming shattered the ice, and a terrifying black giant appeared in the endless darkness. He punched the dragon's head. The golden-eyed dragon was caught off guard. Its charge was stopped, and it rolled a few times in the air before it stopped. It looked at Luo Ho Xiaoming in disbelief. To be continued. Chapter 1411. The Abundance Department's courtyard was vast and majestic, but it wasn't a grotto heaven. Li Qingshan stepped onto the high steps, reported his name and stated his purpose. The attendant in green glanced at him, and his smile faded slightly. He led him to a room and said, "Senior Brother Wang is busy. Please wait here for a while." Li Qingshan waited for half a day. He was the only one in the empty corridor. There wasn't any busy scene, but it seemed very deserted. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He first sorted out his thoughts for cultivation, and then took out the black rabbit from his sleeve to play with it. Unfortunately, the rabbit wasn't very cooperative. It even bit his hand hard when he angered it. Hiss. Li Qingshan took a deep breath. He saw that his finger was bleeding, and the wound was so deep that the bone could be seen. He couldn't help but be shocked. Not to mention how strong his physique was, he also had a powerful defense talent like bull demon forging its hide. He finally felt that something was wrong. What breed was this rabbit? Just as he was about to check it, a man's cold voice sounded from inside the door. "Is there anyone else outside?" "Yes." Li Qingshan couldn't be bothered to argue with the rabbit. Anyway, he was going to let it go when he was outside the city, regardless of what breed it was. "Come in." Li Qingshan pushed the door open and entered. The large room was decorated elegantly. There was a scroll of calligraphy on the wall that said, "It's rare to be muddle-headed." A slightly plump man with a round face was sitting in front of the coffee table, sipping tea. He glanced sideways and said, "You are Li Qingshan?" "That's right." Li Qingshan was displeased. What has this damn fatty been busy with? Even if a cultivator's concept of time was different from that of a normal person, this wait was too long. The service attitude of the Abundance Department is incomparable to that of the Spirit Beast Garden and the Spirit Treasure Square. No wonder the senior brother who received me said that he wanted me to leave the bookmark here as a bribe. Impudent. I am your senior brother. Senior Brother Wang's face darkened. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. This damn fatty was just like him. He was just a disciple who had just entered the hall. What was he being so arrogant for? However, when he thought about how little Anne and the others were in the Dragon Pool Immortals Cave and how they were in dire need of an Immortals Cave, he suppressed his anger and said, "Senior Marshal Brother Wang, I'm here to claim my Immortals Cave." "Wait a moment. Can't you see I'm busy?" Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the fat man. He leisurely took a sip of tea. Li Qingshan frowned. He was clearly looking for trouble, but he hadn't offended him. Even if it was for bribery. There was no need to be so disgusting. "Yeah, I saw it. I'm so busy eating shit." Senior Brother Wang spat out his tea and flew into a rage. "What did you say?" "I told you to go eat shit." Li Qingshan cursed inwardly. He turned around and left, wondering if Wanxiang City had a complaint agency. "How dare you insult Senior Brother to his face? I will teach you a lesson today." A cold smile appeared on Senior Brother Wang's face. Everything was going according to plan. Not long ago, Xin Yushu came to his door to plot with him. He wanted him to think of a way to make things difficult for Li Qingshan. As long as he angered him, a violent conflict would occur. This would attract the Law Division's patrol officer. This was the territory of the Heaven Mansion Department. Xin Yushu was an inner disciple and the head butler of the 100 Herb Garden. He had a lot of connections. As long as he could get Li Qingshan into the Law Division, he would have ways to deal with him. Senior Brother Wang fiercely slapped Li Qingshan. He was very happy. Shen Yushu promised to give him a 10,000-year-old Lingji as a reward after the matter was settled. Humph, a new inner disciple. How dare you offend an inner disciple? You really don't know what's good for you. Even if there's no reward, I will still teach you the rules of seniority. When you enter the Law Division, you will suffer. Li Qingshan became more and more certain of his judgment. He even faintly guessed who was behind this. The only enemies he had in the Myriad Appearance sect were Lu Tian and Shen Yushu. At this moment, the bet with Lu Tian had just begun, so there was no need for him to do such a despicable thing. In that case, it was definitely that vile Shen Yushu. He didn't even turn around and casually grabbed the slapping white palm. He turned around and pressed down on his head. Clang. Before Senior Brother Wang could react, his head was pressed down on the tea table. The tea set on the table jumped around and the tea spilled all over his head and face. He was shocked. How was this possible? They were both nascent soul cultivators. How could there be such a big difference? Li Qingshan said, "Speak, who sent you to disgust me?" Senior Brother Wang said, "Li Qingshan, you dare to offend your superior and attack your senior brother. I will report you to the Law Division." Li Qingshan sneered. "So that's what you're planning. Let me ask you again, who is it?" Senior Brother Wang couldn't break free. He cursed loudly, wanting to alarm the people outside. Li Qingshan was already restless. At this time, anger rose in his heart and evil grew in his guts. He sneered, "You won't speak, right? Senior Brother Wang, I will treat you to a cup of tea. Calm down." He grabbed a teacup and stuffed it into his mouth. Then a second, a third. After stuffing the teacup, there were also various tea sets, small pincers and so on. In the end, there was only a small teapot left on the tea table. He crushed it and stuffed it into his mouth. The black rabbit had jumped out of his sleeve at some point, its ruby-like eyes glistening with a red light as it watched this scene. A certain senior sister smiled, so satisfying. But what does Yao Zhu see in such a tyrannical guy?" Li Qingshan said, "Senior Brother Wang, now you're done, right? Who should I say? If you don't speak, I will treat you to everything in this room." Senior Brother Wang's mouth was full of blood. He stared at Li Qingshan with bloodshot eyes and said vaguely, "Li Qingshan, kill me if you have the guts." "I will definitely kill you." "Good, you're unyielding. I admire you." Li Qingshan smiled and grabbed his head to the difficult character. "And it's rare to be muddle-headed. Did you write it? Good writing, the taste must be good." He licked his lips. "You seem to taste okay. Although it's a little greasy, it's suitable to go with wine." A moment later, the green-clothed attendant who led the way for Li Qingshan hurried to the door. He knocked a few times and called for Senior Brother Wang, but there was no response. There was only a strange whining sound. He steeled his heart and pushed the door open. The scene in front of him shocked him. Li Qingshan held Senior Brother Wang's neck with one hand and the scroll with the other. He shoved the messy things in Senior Brother Wang's mouth down. Senior Brother Wang was crying, his eyes filled with fear. He said, "Save me, call someone." Li Qingshan glanced at him. The green-clothed attendant stepped back and sat on the ground. He said in a trembling voice, "Li, Senior brother Li, Senior brother Pai asked me to invite you. Li Qingshan was surprised. Senior brother Pai? Pai Yangqiu? Yes, yes. Okay, I'll go now. Li Qingshan felt better after venting his anger. He took the black rabbit and left senior brother Wang. The green-clothed attendant looked at Li Qingshan in awe. Senior brother Wang, Senior brother Pai asked you to get out of the Sky Mansion department. Don't embarrass yourself here. Senior brother Wang was currently lying on the ground, gasping for air. His expression changed drastically when he heard that. Being viciously taught a lesson by Li Qingshan was only a flesh wound. It only seemed horrible and he could recover in a moment. Being chased out of the abundance department would truly be fatal. Chapter 14:12. At the highest level of the Treasury Department, there were pavilions, small bridges, and flowing water. It was like a huge garden. Pai Yangqiu sat alone among the flowers and trees, looking down at Wanxiang City leisurely. Li Qingshan went forward to greet him. Pai Yangqiu smiled and said, "Junior brother Li, long time no see." Li Qingshan was slightly surprised and cupped his hands. "I was angry and went a little overboard. Please forgive me, senior brother." Pai Yangqiu waved his hand. How can a man be humiliated by a villain? It's one thing for these fellows to take advantage of others, but now they've learned to betray others. They really don't deserve to be human. Li Qingshan had only met Pai Yangqiu once and did not expect him to be so reasonable. He thought to himself, as expected, it's easy to meet the king of hell but difficult to hide from the little ghosts. How was it? Did you enjoy your stay in 100 Herb Garden? Senior sister Wan is very good to me. Of course, if not, you wouldn't have encountered such trouble. Li Qingshan frowned. It was indeed that Shen Yushu. He's just a villain not worth mentioning. I think your troubles are not over yet. Do you need my help? Li Qingshan asked curiously, why are you so concerned about me, senior brother? Do you know how many ascended disciples there are in Myriad Phenomenon sect? Many, a few thousand. Among them, you have the highest chance of becoming a successor disciple. Besides, Pai Yangqiu smiled. I don't want these small matters to affect you and make Letian too proud. Li Qingshan said seriously, that's true. Pai Yangqiu was stunned. Ha, you're not humble at all. Li Qingshan smiled. Since that's the case, why bother? I believe in senior brother's judgment. However, that Shin Yushu is from 100 Herb Garden after all, so you don't have to do anything for now. That's good too. Pai Yangqiu said with a smile, my judgment is not bad. Letian would not give 1,000 jade lots to just anyone. You've already met Spirit Venerable Gue Hai and chosen your heavenly book, right? I've already started cultivating it. It's called the Heavenly Book of Freedom. Sigh. It was indeed the Heavenly Book. Pai Yangqiu clapped his hands and sighed, the path of the great free sky devil? His gaze turned serious. Actually, I'm very curious. Why did the Spirit Supremacy summon you? Can I not answer? Pai Yangqiu smiled and said, that's fine too. I'll pick a good cave residence for you. Or, a very bad cave abode. I'm just kidding, but I'm really too curious. I simply can't figure it out. The Spirit Sovereign has always been engrossed in reading books, and doesn't like worldly affairs. Even I, the successor disciple, am rarely summoned. He had never even been summoned before. You've just entered the sect and your cultivation isn't that high. What's so special about you? Pai Yangqiu circled around Li Qingshan as if trying to see into his heart. The successor disciples valued Li Qingshan because of Li Qingshan's performance at the Essence Magnet Mountain, as well as his chance of becoming a successor disciple. However, this reason alone wasn't enough for the Spirit Sovereign to summon him. Even if he really became a successor disciple, the Spirit Sovereign might not like him. Li Qingshan thought, Senior Brother Pai's interest in me probably has something to do with this. He thought for a moment, I can tell you, but the cave abode. Pai Yangqiu patted his chest and said, leave it to me. The Black Rabbit and the eldest senior sister in his sleeve also pricked up their ears. With the Spirit Sovereign's status in the Myriad Phenomenon sect, even if he was a shut-in, his every move was enough to attract the attention of the successor disciples. Li Qingshan said, the Spirit Sovereign wants me to leave the Myriad Phenomenon sect. Pai Yangqiu was stunned. The Black Rabbit blinked. The eldest senior sister slowly swallowed her wine, extremely curious. Why? I'm not sure. I think he thinks I'm a threat to the Myriad Phenomenon sect. Pai Yangqiu swallowed. A threat? He even suspected that Li Qingshan was lying. However, even a lie wasn't that ridiculous. It was because it was so ridiculous that it was inexplicably believable. However, the myriad phenomenon sect was a colossus. How could a mere nascent soul cultivator threaten it? However, he didn't dare to question the spirit sovereign's judgment. In the entire myriad phenomenon sect, apart from the mysterious Tianshu elder, no one would dare to claim to be first in terms of divination if he claimed to be second. Then how did you stay? Since it's a threat, it's more reassuring to stay under one's nose. Li Qingshan gave a vague answer. After all, the real content of the conversation was too shocking. If not for an absolutely rational existence like the spirit sovereign, it would have sounded like a threat to an outsider. If you don't let me stay, I'll definitely come back for revenge in the future. Pai Yangqiu heard the insincerity in his words and looked at Li Qingshan meaningfully. Whether he was seen as a threat by the spirit sovereign or persuaded to change the spirit sovereign's mind, both were inconceivable. What kind of background and future did he have? I understand. I know what to choose. Choose what? Pai Yangqiu smiled. Which side to bet on, of course. Your bet with Lutian has already spread among the core disciples. Lutian set up a new bet and dragged many people into it. I'm one of them. He patted Li Qingshan's shoulder with a serious expression. That's a huge bet. Don't disappoint me. Li Qingshan was speechless. He cursed Lutian in his heart. So I'm still that dark horse. Pai Yangqiu said, since he bet on you to win, it means he believes you can become a core disciple on par with us. How can he just treat you as a dark horse? Even a dark horse is better than an inferior horse that no one cares about, or even a stray dog by the side of the road. And don't worry, I'll help you. Oh. For example, a very good cave abode within the myriad phenomenon sect's laws. For example, the risks and opportunities in the heavenly book of freedom that you're cultivating now. Li Qingshan asked, what risks and opportunities? You're the first to cultivate the heavenly book of freedom, so there's no need to mention the risks. However, if you open up a dangerous path and record your cultivation experience and lessons to the heavens, you'll be able to obtain many contribution points and bookmarks. That's where the opportunities lie. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Li Qingshan came to a realization. To the myriad phenomena sect and spirit Venerable C return, he was basically the first test subject of this heavenly writing. He possessed very high research value. Perhaps they would even organize the heavenly writing of freedom according to the results of their experiments, and future cultivators could learn from him. Perhaps they would even specially spend a bookmark to purchase the learning materials. It seemed like being a dark horse was not without its benefits, but the problem was, senior brother, are there many who bet on me losing? What do you think? Pai Yangqiu smiled. Only a lunatic would bet on him winning if they did not obtain first-hand materials. Even if they had seen Li Qingshan's performance in the Essence Magnet Mountain with their own eyes, they would only dare to place a bet after confirming it repeatedly. Li Qingshan asked again, then, will they deal with me like Shin Yushu? Pai Yangqiu said seriously, Junior brother Li, what kind of people do you think we true disciples are? Just when Li Qingshan stopped worrying, he heard him continue. Even 100 Shin Yushu wouldn't be a match for you if any of the direct disciples wanted to deal with you, let alone a group of direct disciples. Li Qingshan felt a toothache. Pai Yangqiu smiled. But don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Li Qingshan said, I'm afraid you won't be able to fight against so many. Pai Yangqiu hugged Li Qingshan's shoulder affectionately. Don't worry. They think you'll definitely lose and won't be in a hurry to make a move. We'll win by surprise. Li Qingshan was even more speechless. It was unreliable to expect the enemy to be careless. Senior brother, something happened. At that moment, an inner disciple rushed over. He looked at Li Qingshan in surprise before bowing to Pai Yangqiu. What happened? Senior Ao Xian broke into the Dragon Pool cavern. Li Qingshan's expression changed and his pupils shrank. Could it be that what he feared was coming true? Pai Yangqiu glanced at Li Qingshan, but he did not seem surprised at all. Sure enough, that wretched dragon can't wait any longer. If our first senior brother Lin still doesn't return, his Xianming dwelling will belong to the myriad phenomena sect. Senior brother Lin failed? If reincarnation was so easy, the world would be full of immortals. The heavenly Tao has its own tribulations to break this wishful thinking. Pai Yangqiu seemed to be disdainful, but also seemed to be sighing. Li Qingshan had already regained his composure, and was even calmer than usual. He asked, Senior brother Pai, if the Xianming cavern is taken back, can I buy it? Chapter 14:13. You want to buy the Xianming cave mansion? Pai Yangqiu raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Qingshan with interest. That sounds like a good cave mansion. Li Qingshan also smiled. Pai Yangqiu said with a smile that was not a smile. Yes, how can eldest Xixiang's cave mansion not be good? Not only is the spiritual energy rich and the scenery is magnificent, it also comes with eldest Xixiang's life savings and a true dragon mount. Li Qingshan said, that would probably require a lot of bookmarks. No, this cave mansion is not only beautiful but also cheap. Then why? Pai Yangqiu's smile disappeared. Do you want to slay a dragon? Li Qingshan shrugged his shoulders and did not answer. This Xianming cave mansion was like a dragon's nest in a knight's novel, but his goal was not the princess or treasure. He silently said in his heart, if you dare to hurt even a hair on them, I will definitely kill you. Pai Yangqiu said, what a young generation full of vigor, it makes me feel that time is tight and I need to cultivate more. Let's not talk nonsense, here are a few suitable cave mansions, you can choose one. Senior Xixiang, please exchange it for bookmarks first. Li Qingshan thought about it, if the situation changed he must get the right to slay a dragon. Pai Yangqiu was surprised. What, you really want to buy the Xianming cave mansion? Although it is cheap, it is not something you can afford now. Li Qingshan thought about it and a light flashed in his mind. I can pay in installments. Installments? Pai Yangqiu frowned and immediately understood the meaning of this word. He looked at Li Qingshan with a strange expression. Does the Sky Mansion department not have this service? I can make a down payment and then pay the debt monthly or annually, for example, 50 years. If I pay the debt, not only will the Sky Mansion department sell the cave mansion, but they will also get a sum of interest. If I can't pay the debt, they can take the cave mansion back. Anyway, the cave mansion can't run away, it is a sure profit. Pai Yangqiu pinched his chin and thought, very interesting idea, it reminds me of Lutian. Did you think of this? In his opinion, Li Qingshan still belonged to the school of battle, which was courageous and diligent, just like the two fake first senior brothers and first senior sisters. Although they were hard and easy to break, they had to face a tribulation that could truly break them. They would be able to break through everything and move forward bravely. They really didn't seem like people who could come up with such an idea. Li Qingshan continued, if it is popularized, many cultivators will be able to afford cave abodes, and cave abodes will become even more in demand. If the price continues to rise, you can turn them all into house slaves, oh no, mansion slaves. Who would dare to disobey the orders of the Department of Abundance? Pai Yangqiu's eyes lit up. Slave, that's too unpleasant to hear. But I like the last part. If it was just you, the Sanctum Sanctorum could still handle it. If he wanted to promote it to the entire Myriad Nature sect, it was necessary to have a large number of bookmarks as a foundation. It's a pity that the financial power of the Myriad Nature sect isn't in my hands, and I need Lutian's cooperation. Why don't we go and meet him together? Li Qingshan thought, no wonder Lutian could lend me 1,000 blue jade bookmarks and set up a 30-year bet. But the Myriad Nature sect unexpectedly gave the financial power to a gambler. It's crazy. Many inherited disciples also thought so, but this was the result of the spiritual venerable's deduction. I think it's because for people like us, bookmarks are just a symbol of resources, and resources are just tools for cultivation. Only Lutian would be so interested in accumulating bookmarks. Li Qingshan suddenly had a feeling that this sentence made sense. Because it was very common for ordinary people to pursue wealth, and it was very rare for cultivators at this level, as long as they could get enough resources for their cultivation. If Lutian wasn't addicted to gambling, he wouldn't be interested in doing this. But I'm not a noble inherited disciple like you. The more resources I have, the better. The mysterious underworld cave is a great opportunity. But senior brother Pai, I'm not friends with Lutian. Pai Yangqiu was surprised. I've only met one disciple who can say this so calmly. But don't worry, he respects his gambling friends more than his friends. If it's you, he will definitely give you the bookmarks. What? Do you know what his second hobby is? Loan sharks. Li Qingshan was speechless. The fact that the owner of a casino liked to loan sharks was so reasonable that he didn't know what to say. In the last bet, you got 1,000 bookmarks for nothing. He must be very unhappy. Now that the opportunity is here, he won't let it go. Besides, this is another crazy bet. Really? Pai Yangqiu looked at Li Qingshan with a, I don't know what to say about you expression and said sincerely, Junior brother, you probably won't get anything in the mysterious underworld cave. Senior brother Pai, then why do you want me to gamble? Didn't you say you would protect me? If you can take down the mysterious underworld cave, your chances of winning the bet with Lutian will greatly increase, which also means my chances of winning will greatly increase. If you can't, it'll just be a terrible debt. Pai Yangqiu smiled. Don't worry, I'll help you push this debt to 30 years later. Li Qingshan understood, if he couldn't take down the mysterious underworld cave, even if he became a legacy disciple 30 years later, he would still have to pay Lutian a large number of bookmarks, maybe even more than 2,000. So Lutian would very likely accept this proposal. Pai Yangqiu, on the other hand, would definitely make a profit. Anyway, he couldn't afford the mortgage and the cave still had to be taken back, so it didn't hurt him at all. However, it would increase his chances of winning in the bet with the other legacy disciples. Junior brother Li, aren't you angry? Pai Yangqiu asked. It was hard for him to say it so directly. Senior brother Pai, why would I be angry? 30 years later, hee. Loan sharks, hee. Pai Yangqiu praised. Good, I like this personality. Calling me senior brother Pai is too distant, just call me Pai from now on. The corner of Li Qingshan's eye twitched. Pai. Pai Yangqiu laughed. I'm just joking. He grabbed Li Qingshan's shoulder, turned around and arrived at the archway of Chaotic Place. All that was left was the disciple who had come to report his work. He muttered to himself, just what is this Li Qingshan's background? Ao Xian slowly turned around, staring at Luo Ho Xiaoming in the endless darkness. Rahu Celestial Race? Who are you? Luo Ho Xiaoming said proudly, you don't deserve to know my name. Good, very good. I haven't felt such pain in a long time. I'll let you know, this is not the Azura realm. Ao Xian's body shrunk, turning into a handsome man with golden eyes, black clothes and a dignified appearance. He gently touched his cheek, and two dazzling golden lights shot out from his eyes, staring at Luo Ho Xiaoming's endless dark eyes. Light and shadow faced each other, light and dark intertwined, the air twisted and exploded, creating a series of explosions and strong winds surged like waves. Luo Ho Xiaoming's long hair fluttered in the wind, his hands spread out into the endless darkness. Almost at the same time, the Golden Eyes dragon broke through the air in a flash, dragging a golden light and punched. Gu Yenying unfurled her wings and soared through the endless sky and land of the human realm. She was no longer constrained by the narrowness of the 9 provinces. The freedom to her heart's content overwhelmed all fear and worry. Everyone gazed at her figure from afar. Suddenly she looked back only to see darkness envelop their figures at the same time. An indescribable pride rushed out of her heart. Evil dragon, if you dare to kill him, I will kill 500 true dragons including you. This sentence was like a sharp arrow, piercing through the endless void and even the darkness, shooting into Ao Xian's consciousness, and his expression changed slightly. Little Lin blinked and looked at Gu Yenying strangely. Gu Yenying blushed slightly and smiled. Why, only men like them are allowed to act like heroes but I'm not allowed to boast? Little Lin said, yes. Gu Yenying looked at the sky and no longer looked back. Since he was the Kuanping, there was no need for Qingshan to do anything. After some time, several golden lights sliced through the darkness, but they were torn apart by the golden dragon claws, falling from the sky and merged into the darkness. Ao Xian stood under the starry sky, his black clothes were slightly damaged, and he spat out a dragon tooth, holding it tightly in his hand, and the other turned into a ferocious dragon claw, grabbing Luo Ho Xiaoming. He looked at the direction where the Kuanping disappeared for a long time, thinking about something, and flew down after a while. Boom. The stone door was broken into pieces, and Ao Xian retracted his fist, breaking into the dragon pool cave, and silently patrolling the area. There was no one inside, the altar had been destroyed by the divine punishment, and there was no sign of the climbing vine. Why would a Rahu god clan appear in the 9 states? And with the inheritor of the great sage of chaotic heavens, and the exquisite white bones on the back of the Kuanping, could it be the inheritor of the white bone bodhisattva? All these clues contained a message that made him shudder. Could it be that a great change was about to happen again? No, it can't be. The great sages were all suppressed. He did not want to think anymore and looked at the Rahu in his hand, feeling that it was a bit tricky. Chapter 14:14. This kid doesn't need me to look after him. It's a bit troublesome for me to deal with him now. The eldest martial sister muttered unhappily. This guy, who was summoned twice by spirit sage Guihai and valued by 2 direct disciples, was actually Lutian's gambling friend. If she wanted to kill him, Lutian would probably be the first to disagree. If Li Qingshan died, who would collect his gambling debts from? It would be the same as losing 1,000 green jade lots for nothing. Not to mention that Ruan Yaozhu wouldn't forgive her for at least 100 years. Spirit Sage Guihai would know that she killed her fellow disciples, and Pai Yangqiu would definitely pull out that damned fake eldest martial brother. Even if she was the true eldest martial sister, she couldn't do whatever she wanted to this extent. A little nascent soul cultivator with no background, who had just entered the myriad phenomenon sect, had unknowingly become entangled with so many connections. It looked like he was in a dangerous situation, but no one could touch him. This kind of situation had never happened before. Was it luck? No, it was the result of risking her life. She wasn't unfamiliar with this path. As long as the hardships weren't enough to break her edge, she could cut through everything and move forward bravely. She stretched her arms, stretching her strong body like a cheetah, and faintly said, I really want to kill people. It's good to watch people get killed, and it would be best if someone came to kill me. Got it. She jumped up and nimbly walked to the door, kicking it open. Sunlight poured into the room. Under the blood-red sky, she stood on a high balcony. Beneath her feet was a precipitous cliff, and in front of her was a vast and spacious arena. Countless people were fighting and killing each other. The light of magic treasures and the radiance of spells rose and fell one after another. But it made her lose interest. The main thing here was training, not fighting. If someone died, it would be her responsibility. The myriad phenomenon sect wasn't a demonic sect that raised poisonous insects. But there was one exception, and that was duels. When the conflict between fellow disciples was too big to be resolved, forcefully suppressing it would only cause more internal friction, so the most primitive method was used to solve it. Her expression was slightly cold. Li Qingshan, at this point, I really have to face the threat you pose to Yaozhu. At the same time, in Chaotic Life Square, when Pai Yangqiu stated his intentions, Lu Tian closed his eyes and swirled his wine glass in thought. Li Qingshan sniffed and pretended not to care as he picked up the exquisite golden wine pot on the table. He poured himself a cup and drank it in one gulp. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. This was much better than the wine he bought. Because of that damned rabbit, he hadn't had his fill at all. His appetite had just been whetted. Then he poured another glass, a second glass, a third glass. The capacity of this wine pot was definitely not smaller than his iron gourd. Unfortunately, it was a buffet. They could only eat, not bring. He could only seize the time to drink a few more cups of wine. The golden-haired beauty standing behind Lu Tian couldn't help but glare at Li Qingshan fiercely. A disciple who had just arrived actually had no sense of propriety. If he wasn't brought here by Pai Yangqiu, she would have thrown him out immediately. Li Qingshan acted as if there was no one else around him and was intoxicated by the wine. Lu Tian's right eye opened a slit and looked at Li Qingshan from the corner of his eye. What you mean is that you still want to borrow a sum of money from me to help you buy the profound underworld cave? So that you can speed up your cultivation? Li Qingshan raised his cup in a toast. Don't worry. Maybe I'll be eaten by a dragon. That way you can win without a fight. Lu Tian said, then who's going to pay my gambling debt? Li Qingshan spread his hands with an expression that said, how would I know? Then I'll lose 1,000 green jade lots when I win one round. Li Qingshan gulped down a mouthful of wine. So you're blaming me now? Lu Tian was so angry that he laughed. He regretted betting with this kid in the first place. If he wanted to win back the 2,000 green jade lots, he had to at least guarantee that Ao Shen could repay the debt. In other words, he had to protect Ao Shen from being killed by someone. Pai Yangqiu laughed. If Ao Shen wants to take over the profound underworld cave, he definitely won't kill a myriad appearance sect disciple. Moreover, I've never heard of him being interested in human flesh. I can give it a try. Lu Tian also stopped smiling. This was not just about one or two bets, but a major event that affected the entire myriad appearance sect. Pai Yangqiu raised his cup. Then let the people below discuss it. Lu Tian looked at the empty wine cup and sighed. Hey, refill my cup. Li Qingshan quickly refilled Lu Tian's cup. Hee, the wine is not bad. He refilled his cup again and clinked it with his two senior brothers. Just as he was about to finish it, his left hand suddenly trembled and he almost spilled the wine. He felt that his wrist had been bitten. Needless to say, it was that damned rabbit again. However, Li Qingshan was in a good mood. It was not because he had gotten the mortgage, but because little Anne and the others did not seem to be in mortal danger. Otherwise, the three of them were closely related to him. If something happened to them, he would have a strong sense of danger. Since he didn't sense anything, it meant that he had passed this trial, which made him heave a huge sigh of relief. Forget it. Since you're my drinking buddy, I'll treat you to another cup. Just one cup. This is not my cup of wine. Li Qingshan sent a telepathic message to Ao Xian as he stuffed the wine cup into his sleeve. Sure enough, Ao Xian drank it all in one go. Alright, now you're satisfied. If you keep messing around, I won't forgive you. I'll skin you alive. Lu Tian and Pai Yangqiu looked at each other, not knowing what he was doing. Li Qingshan poured another cup for himself. Just as he was about to put it into his mouth, he felt another sharp pain in his wrist. This time it was more intense than before. The wine spilled all over his face. His eyes twitched. Finally he could not take it anymore. He pulled the black rabbit out of his sleeve and said angrily, "That's enough." Lu Tian and Pai Yangqiu were shocked. They suspected that they were seeing things. The three-legged golden toad lying in the corner of the room subconsciously shrank back. Pai Yangqiu said, "Junior brother, this is?" Sorry to make senior brother laugh. I picked this up on the road. I was about to bring it back as a dish." Before he finished speaking, a pair of rabbit legs kicked his face. Boom. Li Qingshan smashed through the wall and flew across the sky of Wanxiang City. He crashed through several buildings and landed heavily on the ground. The black rabbit hugged the falling wine pot and gently jumped onto the table. He directly drank the wine from the pot and drank it all. It was treating Lu Tian and Pai Yangqiu like they were nothing. Lu Tian and Pai Yangqiu were convinced. However, they were even more puzzled. How could eldest senior sister's black fur roar be in this kid's sleeve? The wind howled. Li Qingshan flew through the air and returned to the room. He pointed at the black rabbit and shouted, "What are you?" Pai Yangqiu said, Junior brother, this is eldest senior sister's black fur sky-gazing roar." "What bullshit, eldest senior sister?" Lu Tian was shocked too. He gave Li Qingshan a thumbs up from the bottom of his heart. "The one behind you." Chapter 14:16. A terrifying aura drowned him like a raging wave. It wasn't just power but also a bloody killing intent. He was like a small boat in a storm without any power to resist. Li Qingshan looked at this wild woman who came out of nowhere and was stunned. A distant memory came rushing back, that familiar name, the woman he once wanted to marry. Chao Qingjiao thought he was scared silly and thought disdainfully, I only revealed a little bit of my aura, it's nothing much. These smelly men all pretend to be people, but when it comes to a disaster, not many of them are decent. No, it's not the same, it's just that their auras are similar. Li Qingshan sighed in his heart. Since he came this far, if he took a step back now, he would be letting down all of her sincerity. Under Chao Qingjiao's surprised gaze he grinned and said word by word, "What? Dog?" The relaxed atmosphere suddenly became tense. With every word he spat out, Chao Qingjiao's aura inconceivably rose again. Lu Tian interrupted and covered Li Qingshan's mouth. "Shiji, why are you here?" He glared at Li Qingshan. "Speak less or you'll die." Chao Qingjiao angrily roared, "Let go of me, let him finish." Pai Yangqiu rolled his eyes and smiled. "Shiji, how are you going to explain this to Ruan Shimi?" Black-haired Ho wouldn't appear in Li Qingshan's sleeve for no reason. It must have been ordered by Chao Qingjiao, and in the entire Wanxiang sect, there weren't many people who could order her around, and coincidentally Ruan Yaozhu was one of them. Hearing this, Chao Qingjiao took a deep breath, and slowly let go of Li Qingshan's sleeve. "Brat, I've arranged a duel for you. It can't be with you, right? Then I'll turn it down." Li Qingshan tidied up his clothes emotionlessly. Coward." With a serious expression, Li Qingshan cupped his fists and said, "Senior sister, you are not inferior to men. You are heroic and brave. You are my role model. When I get back, I'll find a foundation establishment cultivator and teach him a lesson. I'll let him have a taste of senior sister Wanxiang's might." Lu Tian and Pai Yangqiu could not help but smile. Chao Qingjiao widened her eyes and took a step forward. She was about to go berserk. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed and the black rabbit landed on her head. The three-petaled mouth wriggled as if it was trying to say something. Chao Qingjiao restrained her anger. "Li Qingshan, Qin Yushu is waiting for you at the Black Tortoise Arena to fight to the death with you. Do you dare to come?" This battle was also very unfair. Li Qingshan thought he would refuse again, but Li Qingshan said in surprise, "He still dares to come?" Chao Qingjiao was rendered speechless. Was this something a nascent soul cultivator should say to a deification cultivator? "All right. Then come. You're just relying on an Azura divine weapon. I'll teach you a lesson later." With a boom, she tore through the air and left as suddenly as she came. Li Qingshan asked in bafflement, "This is the senior sister of Wanxiang sect?" Pai Yangqiu sighed, "Yes and no. What do you mean?" Whether it's senior brother or senior sister, there will always be only one Wuxiang sect. They stand at the top of all disciples. Even direct disciples have to listen to their orders. This is because the two sect masters often follow the grand sect master to walk the 9 heavens. Spirit Venerable Guihai has never cared about worldly affairs. Most of the time, senior brother or senior sister is the actual sect master of the entire Wuxiang sect. They are elected by all the disciples in the sect. They are called the number 1 disciple, every 100 years. This generation is senior brother Lin Xian. Li Qingshan seemed to understand something. To the 2 human immortal sect masters, their own cultivation was definitely the most important. They would not waste time dealing with these trivial matters. The entire Wuxiang sect was in an autonomous state with direct disciples as the core. Someone had to manage it. However, although senior brother held great power, his cultivation was limited. He naturally did not have the authority of the sect master. Furthermore, he had to rotate. Pai Yangqiu said, "That's right. However, senior brother Lin Xian has reincarnated and hasn't reached the 100-year mark. This position is empty. Currently, there are 2 direct disciples who have the highest hopes of inheriting this position. Basically, no other direct disciples can compete with them. Therefore, they are now called senior brother and senior sister. Seems very powerful. Let's put it this way. In a head-on battle, no direct disciple is a match for them." Lu Tian laughed. Or rather, if the 2 of them join forces, all the other direct disciples combined won't be a match for them. Of course, it's impossible for them to join forces. Li Qingshan was also shocked. No wonder he felt such a strong sense of oppression. This was the human emperor of human emperors. He was not someone that Chuolong could compare to. How did I offend her? Probably because junior sister Ruan asked her to look after you. She was the one who personally brought junior sister Ruan to Wuxiang sect. Li Qingshan immediately understood. He sighed, "You can't blame others. It's all because of your great charm." "Oh." Lu Tian smiled, "Since you don't care about your life or face, you will definitely become a great person. Thank you for the compliment. That Shen Yushu has long become a nascent soul or soul formation cultivator. He is only 1 step away from passing the 5th heavenly tribulation. He is one of the most promising disciples in the sect to become a direct disciple. I'm afraid you're not his match. I'm really worried about my bet. Just admit defeat." This was the most natural judgment in the cultivation world. Even if there was a difference in cultivation techniques and whether one was good at fighting, the difference of a whole realm was a huge gap that was absolutely difficult to make up for. Moreover, the higher the realm, the greater the gap. Even though he had seen Li Qingshan's performance in the Yuanci mountain, he did not have any hope. Li Qingshan smiled, "Do you want to make a bet?" "Of course, I bet that you will win." Li Qingshan was stunned. "Hehe, you're my dark horse." Shen Yushu stood in the middle of a large swamp, still somewhat unable to believe his luck. This was practically the most suitable place in the Black Tortoise arena to circulate the heavenly book of nature and cast spells. Moreover, he could openly kill his enemies here. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at Li Qingshan in the distance. Although he did not understand why his senior sister had arranged this, he would absolutely not let go of this opportunity. At such a distance, that brat would no longer have any chance to sneak attack him. He would attack with all his strength right from the start and strangle him in the grass and trees. Chao Qinjiao, Pai Yangqiu, and Lu Tian stood on a cliff watching the battle from afar. Lu Tian smiled and said something to Chao Qinjiao. Chao Qinjiao immediately agreed and began a new round of bets. Pai Yangqiu hesitated at the side and decided not to provoke this tigress. It was not fun to be hated by her. With a relaxed expression, Li Qingshan suddenly faced the cliff and asked in a clear voice, "Everyone, do you know what it means to be strong?" Although everyone's eyes were only on Chao Qinjiao sneered, "What is strong?" Chapter 14-17. Chao Qinjiao's eyes brightened as she muttered, "When the strong are angry, they draw their swords against the stronger ones. When the weak are angry, they draw their swords against the weaker ones." "Well said. Put down the sword." Li Qingshan was stunned. Chao Qinjiao's face was full of ridicule. To use this kind of weapon in a fight between fellow disciples, could it be that you want to kill someone? Li Qingshan rolled his eyes, "But you said it was a life and death duel." "Did I say that?" Chao Qinjiao looked left and right at Lu Tian and Pai Yangqiu. They cooperated and said, "No." Chao Qinjiao stepped on the railing and stared at Li Qingshan. "Brat, this is my territory, the rules are set by me." I want to see if you still dare to be so arrogant without someone to rely on. Fine. Li Qingshan put away his sword and turned to face Shen Yushu, asking in a clear voice, "Does everyone know what it means to be a strong person?" Shen Yushu felt some regret in his heart that he could not kill Li Qingshan here, but thinking that if he killed Li Qingshan, it would definitely anger Ruan Yaozhu, so he was not in a hurry. Wait until he becomes a true disciple. A disciple who has ascended the hall will be at his mercy. He sneered, "Li Qingshan, don't be so savage, the loser will have to leave 100 Herb Garden forever." Li Qingshan ignored him and raised his right arm without turning his head, clenching his iron fist. When the strong are angry, they swing their fists at the stronger ones. When the weak are angry, they swing their fists at the weaker ones. Lutian laughed. Pai Yangqiu looked up at the sky, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Chao Qinjiao angrily rebuked, "Are you done?" Li Qingshan laughed, "I'm afraid you won't even be able to use your hands later. But that doesn't matter, this kind of trash, even if he can't use his hands, I will still smash him to death." Shen Yushu gnashed his teeth and said, "You're courting death." Pointing his finger downwards, he drew, "Prison drawing." One after another, towering trees rose from the ground, twisting and intertwining like dragons and snakes, wrapping around Shen Yushu. The grayish-brown tree bark shone with a metallic luster. It was like an unbreakable steel fortress, and it was still growing, becoming incomparably strong as it occupied the great swamp. This was originally a spell to trap the enemy, but he used it to protect himself. With the experience of the previous failure, he had to make sure nothing went wrong this time. He didn't want to reveal any flaws and establish himself in an invincible position. Anyone who wanted to touch him would first have to destroy this iron fortress, but he could constantly urge the giant tree to grow. Even a human emperor with a yang spirit would have to put in a lot of effort if he couldn't use magic treasures. This Chen Yushu is really a coward. Chao Qinjiao furrowed her brows. To be so cautious when dealing with a nascent soul cultivator, even she felt ashamed. It was a stark contrast to Li Qingshan's arrogance. But she also felt relieved, dispelling that trace of uneasiness. Alas, this isn't good. Pai Yangqiu sighed. If he had that Azura divine weapon, it would be better, but now even he couldn't figure out how Li Qingshan could break through Shen Yushu's defense. Glancing at Lutian, he said, "I really don't know where you get the confidence to bet with me." Lutian stared at Li Qingshan, his eyes shining. "I don't have confidence, I just believe in him. Come, my dark horse, let me see how you can win." Chao Qinjiao unhappily discovered that there was a trace of uncertainty in his heart. Could it be that he can really win? No. Impossible, even I couldn't solve this kind of situation back then. Ruan Yaozhu cultivated the natural heavenly book, so she understood it very well. To a certain extent, this heavenly book could actually restrain people with strong physiques like her. The plants grew endlessly and contained endless power of nature. It was not only a solid defense but also a natural trap that combined defense with offense. If Li Qingshan wanted to get close to Shen Yushu, he would be walking into a trap. Instead, he would be walking into a trap and would definitely lose. So Li Qingshan didn't move, stood with his hands crossed and said mockingly, "So you are so afraid of me, then I will let you have 3 moves. This is the first move, you might as well put in a bit more effort." Chao Qinjiao frowned. What does he want to do? Why not take advantage of the weak defense to fight for that slim chance of victory? And he even said, "Let you have 3 moves, does he really not want to win?" If it was a real life and death battle, this kind of defense was very stupid. As long as Li Qingshan didn't care, then Shen Yushu would really become a real prison. But this was a duel and the battlefield was just this swamp. The most frightening thing about the natural heavenly book was, as long as there was enough time to use spells to stimulate the plants, they would become stronger and stronger and there were countless changes. Then let me have it. Shen Yushu sneered and indeed continued to strengthen the defense. After a full quarter of an hour, the steel fortress expanded several times, occupying 1/10 of the swamp area. And as expected, Li Qingshan stood in place and watched, not even blinking. This kind of duel was extremely rare in the Black Tortoise arena. Chao Qinjiao said, "Humph, a coward, an idiot." Shen Yushu was completely prepared and without any nonsense he shouted, "Yin Soul Projection." The Yin Soul soared into the sky, its dark green eyes staring at Li Qingshan, opened its arms and slowly raised its palms. The calm surface of the swamp suddenly boiled, and giant trees grew and rolled in the muddy water, like thousands of giant snakes wriggling, filling the entire swamp. Determined not to give Li Qingshan any chance, he used his Yin Soul cultivation to suppress him. Displaying the strongest point of the natural heavenly book, He forced Li Qingshan into a desperate situation step by step, and at the same time enjoyed his expression of despair. But to his disappointment, Li Qingshan said without a change in expression, "Second move." "Good, very good." Shin Yushu was so angry that he laughed, and continued to activate the natural heavenly book, growing giant trees one after another. In a moment, the swamp turned into a primitive forest, as if it had grown for 10,000 years, and the crisscrossing branches blocked off the entire sky. Chao Tianjiao said, "There's no need to look anymore, he's definitely going to lose." "Tsk, I thought you had some ability, so it's just a bluff." Lu Tian slapped the railing and shouted fanatically, "No, my dark horse will not lose." Shin Yushu shouted angrily, "Die." The Yin soul shot out countless rays of dark green light, and in an instant all his resentment and anger exploded. The boundless giant trees all fell towards Li Qingshan, as if a landslide or a tsunami, drowning him in an instant. Like a giant net that suddenly tightened, layer by layer tightly wrapped around him, the huge force it contained made his bones creak. If not for the incomparably strong body of the gods and devils, he would have been crushed into fine powder. Li Qingshan shouted in panic, "Ah, I can't take it anymore." Chao Qinjiao could not bear to watch and turned her head away. Even though he won the bet, he was not happy. It was really too shameful. How could there be such a shameless man? Thinking of the little unease she felt just now, she felt even more shameful. She was actually almost fooled by this bastard. She really wanted to kill him. But forget it, she just needed to teach him a lesson. For this kind of trash there was no need to anger the bamboo. She was about to intervene and save him. Chapter 14:18. However, Li Qingshan was not Shin Yushu's match, and he was well aware of it. If they were to engage in a bloody battle in the wilderness, the one who would survive would definitely be him. However, in this black tortoise arena, all the advantages that were beneficial to him were stripped away. Firstly, under the gazes of the three direct disciples, he was unable to use his innate divine ability. This was the human path and not the demonic beast path. Demons could only exist as mounts, and even Spirit Venerable Gui Hai was no exception. Furthermore, there was no room for maneuver here, and most of his combat experience became useless. Secondly, Shin Yushu had learned his lesson from last time, and was fully prepared. He could no longer scheme against an unprepared opponent. It was impossible for him to tear apart the steel fortress formed by the giant tree with just his strong physique. The Qilin transformation could control plants to a certain extent, but it definitely did not include the spells cast by the enemy, at least not yet. In the end, that woman Chao Tianjiao was indeed a seasoned veteran. Taking away his doomsday wildflower saber was like pulling out the firewood from under the cauldron. She had pulled out his claws and teeth, forcing him into an extremely awkward situation. If he could still easily defeat a Yin spirit cultivator who was about to cross the fifth heavenly tribulation in such a disadvantageous situation, then the cultivation path did not matter about the difference in realms. Yes, Chao Tianjiao's prediction was right. The so-called letting you make 3 moves was just a bluff, because it was useless to reason with her. Just as she said, this was her territory and she could suppress and bully you. What would you do? Panicking out of fear? Feel indignant? Don't joke around. Fear and anger would only cause you to lose faster and more miserably. Therefore, he might as well scare his opponent first, stall for some time, and then find a countermeasure. A thought flashed in his mind. Other than the 9 transformations of demons and gods, I seem to have a heavenly book of freedom. When Shin Yushu shouted Yin spirit leaving body, he silently chanted at the same time, nascent soul leaving body. When Shin Yushu's Yin spirit flew into the sky, a lively little Li Qingshan burrowed into the ground beneath his feet. When Li Qingshan said the words "it's my turn," he drilled into Shin Yushu's corporeal body. Shin Yushu's heart was filled with ruthlessness as he urged the giant tree with all his strength. He wanted to strangle Li Qingshan to death. Even if I can't kill you, I can destroy your body. Leaving behind a nascent soul is enough. With a loud bang, thousands of giant trees trembled violently, their branches and leaves withered and fell. The nascent soul contained a destructive power that directly turned his body, which was not very strong, into ashes. What did you do? Shin Yushu's expression changed greatly. In that instant, it was as if the sky had collapsed and the earth had sunk in. He had lost control of everything and a myriad of emotions uncontrollably flowed out. His Yin spirit began to twist and contort. Chao Qinjiao's eyes widened in shock. Pai Yangqiu said in astonishment, Shin Yushu's corporeal body was destroyed, but how did he do it? Lu Tian said, My dark horse is omnipotent. You have to protect your corporeal body well. Li Qingshan took the opportunity to break free from the giant tree and used his pinky to pick his ear. The nascent soul is really useful, I don't even need to use my fists. Chao Qingjiao said, impossible. After the nascent soul leaves the body, how can he still control the corporeal body? The nascent soul was very fragile. No nascent soul cultivator would easily let the nascent soul leave the body. Moreover, after leaving the body, the corporeal body would lose control. What was even more inconceivable was Shen Yushu's prison of drawing ground did not only rely on the sturdiness of the wood, it was similar to a formation barrier. Even a yin spirit would not be able to easily break through it. Not to mention a mere nascent soul. Pai Yangqiu muttered, he is the first person to cultivate the unfettered heavenly book. There must be a mystery that we don't know about. He also had some doubts in his heart. Although every scroll of the unfettered heavenly book was mysterious and profound, he was only a nascent soul cultivator. However, Li Qingshan was not an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Even if his nascent soul was destroyed, he could still run and jump. Those who cultivated the unfettered heavenly tome were good at escaping techniques. Not only did those huge trees not become an obstacle, but they also became the medium for nascent soul to cast the wood escape art. He followed the vines to find the melon, and went straight to the root of the problem. Moreover, he had never really learned any escape techniques. Everything was almost instinctive. This was the result of the nascent soul's tempering in the small world within its body, as the Qilin transformation was currently its shortcoming. Therefore, the wood escape was not very strong. It took a lot of time to travel through the giant trees. He would probably be able to do it in a short while. So he deliberately angered Shen Yushu, causing his yin spirit to leave his body. What a cunning kid. A trace of admiration flashed in Chao Tianjiao's eyes. This kind of method was simply putting one's life on the line, a grand gamble of not succeeding or dying for a righteous cause. However, he actually behaved so calmly. This kind of courage was really extraordinary. In fact, she still underestimated Li Qingshan. Even if Shen Yushu did not leave his body with his yin spirit, Li Qingshan could still send his nascent soul over and directly self-destruct. However, that would be harming the enemy by 1,000 and harming himself by 800. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it was better not to do so. Shen Yushu's yin spirit flew back to the center of the iron fortress. It was empty, not even a drop of blood was left behind. In a split second, he felt as if his heart had died, and the light of his yin spirit became dim. The destruction of the corporeal body was a great loss to a cultivator. The lower the cultivation, the more serious it was. He was in the crucial period of preparing to cross the 5 heavenly tribulations. Now it was all over. At least another 100 years would be needed to make up for it. By that time, perhaps he would have missed the opportunity. Li Qingshan, I will kill you. Shen Yushu let out a hysterical roar. His yin spirit shone brightly. Under the distortion of his emotions, his voice and face were already close to inhuman. Tens of thousands of giant trees madly danced, and like a raging sea, they smashed towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan also felt that it was somewhat troublesome. A hysterical enemy might not be scary, but it was very troublesome. Wanting to completely destroy Shen Yushu's yin spirit was not that easy. Moreover, he also had to consider Ruan Yaozhu's feelings. She probably did not want to see him kill someone. Moreover, the person he killed was a familiar junior brother from the same sect. At this time, a figure swept past him. The ending wildflower saber flew up and fell into that figure's hand. The saber light flashed and cut apart tens of thousands of giant trees. Wood shavings swirled in the air like a snowstorm. Li Qingshan stood in the center of the snowstorm. He felt the wind of the saber whizzing past. Every saber was difficult for him to resist. Enough, victory and defeat have been decided. The scene returned to silence. Li Qingshan looked at Chao Tianjiao's proud and straight back. This was the power of Wanxiang sect's eldest senior sister. Chao Tianjiao's gaze was like a bucket of cold water being poured over his head. Shen Yushu's distorted and furious yin spirit recovered a trace of clarity. He said, full of unwillingness, "Eldest senior sister, I haven't lost yet." Chao Tianjiao said, "According to the rules of the duel, if your physical body is destroyed, you lose. Don't you hurry up and calm your mind? Do you want to become a ghost?" Turning around, she handed the ending wildflower saber to Li Qingshan. "You win, the saber is not bad. Thank you. You shouldn't stay in the 100-herb garden. I will give you a more suitable job and guarantee that you will get more contribution points and bookmarks. In short, I will protect you." Li Qingshan was about to open his mouth to reply when she interrupted. Think carefully, this is not a suggestion. Chapter 14:19. I know I refuse. Li Qingshan quickly recovered from the shock. There were still many big scenes to face in the future, so how could he be frightened by this little trick? Looking at his hand, his 5 fingers opened and clenched again. He was still savoring the profoundness of nascent soul coming out of his body. In the past, the human cultivation technique was just a means to hide his identity. At most it was just icing on the cake. It seemed like this was the first time it really played a decisive role. Shin Yushu's tactics were admittedly very stupid, but it really had the intention of being in an invincible position. Even if Shin Yushu used all his innate divine abilities, he might not be able to break his tortoise shell, but relying on nascent soul, he did it very easily. This was just the initial transformation of the unfettered heavenly book, and if it continued to develop like this, it would definitely not be inferior to any kind of fiend god transformation. Chao Qingjiao questioned, why? Li Qingshan raised his head and smiled, probably because I'm tired of fighting and killing. His delicate and pretty face really had that kind of harmless feeling, but none of the true disciples present would believe this kind of nonsense. They could clearly see the fire burning in this man's heart, as if he came to this world to fight and kill. He was supposed to be an Asura, but he accidentally came to the human realm. Chao Qingjiao said, I'm very suspicious of your purpose. I know, and I also understand, but I won't obediently follow other people's orders just because they suspect me. Eldest senior sister, you don't seem to be the kind of person who likes to argue with others. It's just that you can't make a move against me because we're from the same sect. Actually, I'm also very unhappy with you, but I can't do anything about it. Why don't we make a deal? 30 years later, let's have a duel here, how about it? Li Qingshan spoke slowly, neither servile nor overbearing. What he said made the faces of the few true disciples present change. Stunned, shocked, overflowing with interest. The bet of 30 years to become a true disciple between Li Qingshan and Lu Tian was already inconceivable enough. Just a moment ago, Lu Tian had told him that Chao Qingjiao could easily deal with 8 or 10 true disciples. Chao Qingjiao looked at Li Qingshan from head to toe, but her anger was gone, as if she was looking at some kind of rare creature. I know you're arrogant, but your arrogance is still beyond my expectations. You want a duel with me? You're not the only one. You can also bring that rabbit with you. Li Qingshan pointed at the black-haired roar that was crouching on the cliff. You'd better bring that rabbit with you. The black rabbit suddenly pricked up its ears and its ruby-like eyes flickered. Ah, brat, are you crazy? Chao Qingjiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She looked at Li Qingshan as if he was an idiot. Lu Tian and Pai Yangqiu had the same feeling. They knew that he was bold, but they didn't expect him to be this bold. If they knew that Li Qingshan had threatened spirit sovereign Gui high in the sky, they probably wouldn't be so shocked. Li Qingshan suddenly took a step forward and asked with a smile, Do you dare? Chao Qingjiao's face sank. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Li Qingshan raised his right palm and asked again, A life and death duel. Do you dare? Bah. Chao Qingjiao angrily slapped his right palm, which could be considered a vow, then turned around and left. Immediately, get out of here. Walking out of the Black Tortoise Arena and returning to Wanxiang City, Li Qingshan looked at the bright sunlight and revealed a victorious smile. Chao Qingjiao was completely different from a vile person like Shin Yushu. Even a small bit of malice could bring him huge trouble. To her, it might just be a whim or slight displeasure. Like a child playing with an ant. What was even worse was that he was that ant, and he didn't have any way to deal with it. If he didn't want to be manipulated by her, then he could only fiercely bite her finger and use this kind of intense method to force her to not make things difficult for him for a short period of time. Lu Tian had won another match. However, there was no joy on his face as he solemnly said, I have to say that I admire your courage, but you will die a horrible death. She is the only person in Wanxiang's sect that she can't kill. There is no one that she doesn't dare to kill. Li Qingshan smiled and said, I am truly grateful that senior brother is so concerned about me. Scoundrel, if you die, who will pay my gambling debt? Lu Tian hugged his head and roared, Damn it, I've been tricked by you. Pai Yangqiu sighed and said, Junior brother, even if you become a true disciple, she might not let you off. Li Qingshan laughed loudly, I don't need others to let me off. Senior brothers, don't worry, I will first defeat senior brother Lu Tian, then defeat this eldest senior sister. Who knows, I might even become the true eldest senior brother of Wanxiang sect. Therefore, I will have to trouble you two senior brothers to take care of the cave dwelling. I will take my leave now. Lu Tian and Pai Yangqiu looked at each other. Where does your confidence come from? I'm just bragging. Li Qingshan leisurely walked away with his arms as a pillow. If I can't live with dignity, then I'll die with dignity. Others cultivated to seek longevity, but he insisted on seeking his own death. If a person wasn't even afraid of death, what else would he not dare to say? As a man, he only needed to fight with all his might until the last moment of his life. Failure did not matter, he would only be destroyed. Pai Yangqiu and Lu Tian watched as Li Qingshan's figure disappeared into the rows upon rows of Wanxiang City's streets. Lu Tian suddenly asked, "Will I lose?" Pai Yangqiu blushed. "Didn't you say that the thing that gamblers fear the most is having their confidence shaken? Until the last moment, no one knows what fate has in store for them?" Lu Tian said, "But that damned fate will always create dark horses out of nowhere. I hate dark horses, but this is also the joy of gambling." In the Black Tortoise arena, Chao Qinjiao muttered to herself, "Rabbit, I really have an urge to kill him in the cradle." The Black Rabbit nodded in agreement. Chao Qinjiao angrily laughed, "Am I that kind of person?" The Black Rabbit nodded again in agreement. "Good, go out of the city and kill him now. Grind his bones and scatter his ashes and destroy all traces." The Black Rabbit looked at her with disdain, then turned his head away as if saying, "I'm not that kind of person." Chao Qinjiao laughed, "Then let us wait and see. 30 years will pass very quickly. At that time, I will be the real big senior sister of the Wanxiang sect. I will first make him a big joke, then a dead big joke." Stretching his body, he twisted his head left and right. "Okay, the holiday is over. It's time to go to work. I don't know if I can kill a few demon emperors this time. I need to vent my anger. You also want to roar and shout, right?" The Black Rabbit licked his lips in a very human-like manner and nodded. Li Qingshan successfully returned to the herb garden. Ruan Yaozhu was pacing back and forth under the Bodhi tree. Seeing him, she sighed in relief and said with a serious expression, "I'm sorry." Li Qingshan laughed, "It's okay. There was no need to say 1,000 words." Ruan Yaozhu said, "I brought some dishes to go with wine." Li Qingshan picked up the empty wine gourd and smiled bitterly, "Unfortunately, I don't have any more wine. I'll go buy some." "No need, I've already drunk enough in the city." Thus, Ruan Yaozhu brewed tea and the two sat together, admiring the snowy scenery. They didn't speak much and silently sipped the tea. They had a tacit understanding. This caused the 9-colored deer in the herb cave to feel distressed but helpless. Li Qingshan suddenly put down the teacup. "I'm sorry." "What?" "Xinyu Shu." This topic had to be brought up in the end. "Ai, he brought it upon himself. What does it have to do with you?" Li Qingshan said, "Don't worry. When spring comes, I will cross the 4th heavenly tribulation. I should be able to handle this kind of work. Spring is coming." Chapter 14:20. When the first sprout came out of the snow, the frozen river cracked with a rumble, and the golden leaf Bodhi tree shed a dense drizzle. The rain landed on Li Qingshan's shoulder and he opened his eyes. The 100 herb garden was already in the midst of spring. The vegetation had endured an entire winter, growing impatiently with a rustling sound. The earth chi was sprouting and all living things were growing. When all this was reflected in his eyes, a gentle smile appeared on his face. The small world in his body was also full of spring. Naturally, without any reluctance, he cultivated the first layer of the Qilin strategy of longevity. The small world rumbled and shook like a long river, and the speed of its operation began to gradually increase. Li Qingshan stood up. The time was ripe and it was time to take another step forward. He cupped his hands in the direction of the herb cave. "Senior sister, I'm going to go through the tribulation." Ruan Yaozhu's gentle voice sounded in his ears. "You can stay here." "Thanks, but it will probably cause a lot of noise. It's better to go outside. It's not good to hurt the flowers and plants." "All right, be careful." "Don't worry, I'll be back soon." Li Qingshan left the herb garden and the island it was on, and flew into the depths of the vast sea. When he flew far enough, he suddenly spread a pair of glorious phoenix wings and flapped them with all his strength. Strong winds stirred up thousands of feet-high waves on the sea, whistling away. When he started to faintly hear thunder, he stopped. Tribulation clouds rolled and gathered above his head. "You want to destroy me? Come." With a reckless smile on his face, he spread his wings and arms towards the sky. Boom! Lightning flashed across the sea, and all the shadows were swallowed by the lightning. Only his pitch-black abyss-like shadow was left, and it became more and more clear in the light. Then it expanded, twisted, and soared, boom. Like two pillars falling from the sky, a pair of iron hooves stepped into the bottom of the sea, crushing the sand and mud that had been accumulated for thousands of years. The sea surged and became muddy, but it could only reach his knees. A tiger tail swept across the sea. Boom, 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 boom. The huge waves gathered into a huge tsunami, moving far away behind him. The pair of phoenix wings became increasingly brilliant and inconceivable. All the splendor in the world seemed to be burning fiercely. No, it was actually burning, and that flame came from the bottom of his heart. Standing between the sea and the sky, he raised his head and confronted the heavenly tribulation. The horns on his head were like crescent moons, and he looked like an enraged bull. There was only a small piece of red cloth in front of him. The red cloth in his eyes was the surging tribulation clouds and the boundless sky. The confrontation only lasted for a moment. Perhaps even that moment was an illusion. Brr. He raised his head to the sky and let out a long howl. It sounded like a human yet not a human, like a beast yet not a beast, chaotic yet sacred, heavy yet impassioned. He punched the sky with all his might. In the blood-red sky, the stars fell like rain, and the child revealed an innocent and evil smile. The mother patted his head and revealed a look of approval, and the child became even more proud. However, every star behind him was wailing in pain, and the sky was so red that it looked like it was bleeding. Luo Ho Xiaoming woke up from his nightmare. Blinking his eyes, he realized that he was unable to move his body at all. His entire body had been frozen in the black profound ice, and only his face was exposed. Ao Xian was entrenched around the black profound ice, and his huge dragon head was approaching. He asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" "Who am I?" Luo Ho Xiaoming mumbled to himself. "You better not play tricks with me or I will let you taste the pain of hell. That will only embarrass both of us. Torture and Azura." Luo Ho Xiaoming laughed. "You have probably never been to the depths of hell. When you get there, you will know how fortunate it is to be killed by a sword." Ao Xian bared his teeth and showed off his sharpness. "You have been to the depths of hell?" Luo Ho Xiaoming had a rough idea of what had happened. "Of course." Ao Xian shouted angrily, "Brat, I am the one asking you now. Your Azura immortal body is suitable for the torture of hell. You will know what true pain is when the time comes." Luo Ho Xiaoming raised an eyebrow and said, "Is it more painful than being burned by the hellfire?" Ao Xian paused. The legendary pain of being burned by the hellfire was something that even those with great power would turn pale at. Then he realized something and said, "Nonsense. If you were burned by the hellfire, how could you still be alive?" Luo Ho Xiaoming sneered and said, "Four-legged snake, haven't you heard that as long as the Azura's fighting heart does not die, they will never die? Stop bluffing. If you are burned by the hellfire, you will die for sure. Even if you are from the Rahu clan, you will not be able to escape death. Are you afraid of the Rahu clan's revenge?" Ao Xian sneered, "The Rahu clan has already withered, and the Azura have no control over the human realm. What do I have to be afraid of?" "Are you afraid of that little bird that flew away? The one that looks like the Kuan Peng?" Ao Xian was furious. "Shut up. Even the great sage of chaotic heavens could not escape, let alone a little brat." Suddenly he regained his composure and said, "You want to provoke me? All right, let me see how long you can be so stubborn." The black ice slowly eroded Luo Ho Xiaoming's body. Every second there were countless tiny and sharp icicles piercing through his flesh. It was even worse than death by 1,000 cuts. "Tell me, who are you? You are afraid of the secret that I carry, afraid that it will bring you a fatal disaster. But that fellow is not afraid. Whether you are a dragon or something else, he will skin you alive and cut you into pieces. He will not hesitate at all, and he will not even bother to ask questions. They are probably not afraid as well, and they will probably like the taste of your flesh." Luo Ho Xiaoming endured the slight pain and kept talking. Suddenly he understood why Li Qingshan was so talkative. Words were indeed a good weapon, especially under such circumstances. "Who are they?" The giant dragon roared. They are all very interesting fellows. I promise you will meet them." On the vast Gobi Desert, bare red rocks and yellow hills were everywhere. The midday sun was extremely hot, and the air was twisted and fluctuating in the heat. A figure came from afar. Her soft and smooth bare feet stepped over the sharp gravel, but nothing could stop her. Her tattered kasaya with black scriptures on it danced in the hot wind. She walked forward like an ascetic monk. Little and I think we should hide first and try our best to increase our power. There was a gust of hot wind and Gu Yenying blocked her way. After going through the fourth heavens test, a brand new world was open to them. It was the best time to increase their power. She felt that she was getting stronger every second and she was getting closer to the Kunpeng. I think we should meet up with Qin Shan and tell him what happened. Little and walked past her expressionlessly, and his voice was flat. How do you know where he is? And how is the situation in the nature sect? I know he is still alive. That was enough. Can't you live without him? Yes. Little and answered without any hesitation. Gu Yenying looked at her back and said, You are going to walk like this? I don't have wings. Gu Yenying laid out her hands and sighed helplessly. All right then, first young miss. As you wish. Come onto my back. Little Anne's lips curled up into a smile. She silently turned around and walked over. In the distance there was smoke and the sound of horse hooves. Gu Yenying said, Someone is coming. Little Anne said, Wait. Chapter 14:21. The sound of horse hooves approached and dust flew everywhere. A group of horse gangsters whistled and surrounded them. Their faces were full of admiration and desire. Gu Yenying smiled brightly at them. Instantly, a few horse gangsters were distracted and fell from their horses. They cried out in pain and cursed. Maintaining her smile, she asked Little Anne in a low voice, Did you change your mind? At this moment, a young man with a bare chest and full of tattoos rode his horse forward and said condescendingly, Where did you two ladies come from? Do you need me to give you a ride? Little Anne pursed his lips and said to Gu Yenying, I think what you said makes sense. Besides, the Kunpeng is too eye-catching. Why don't we compromise? Gu Yenying smiled playfully, Compromise? We'll walk. A horse gangster pulled out a machete and shouted, Hey girl, our boss is talking to you. Gu Yenying rolled her eyes, It's eating. More or less. Little Anne smiled and the horse gangster leader was stunned. The noisy horse gangsters became silent and looked at her with infatuation. There was only the rustling of the wind. They felt that if they could get a smile from her, they would be willing to die. Gu Yenying pretended to be indignant and said, Hey, this is too much. I'm not convinced. Little Anne swiped his index finger and the samadhi flame of white bones surged out silently. It dyed the yellow desert into a pale white color. The horse gangsters and their horses burned and melted into the pale white flame. Saddles and clothes fell all over the ground. Only the horse gangster leader was left. He turned pale with fright. Demon, demon. He urged the horse under him with all his might. However, the horse seemed to be stunned and did not move at all. Little Anne pointed at him and all the samadhi flame of white bone gathered on his body. His flesh and blood peeled off, leaving only white bones. 2 flames burned in his eye sockets. He grew sharp claws, fangs and horns and turned into a skeletal demon. During the tribulation, to fight against the tribulation thunder, all of her white bone instruments were severely damaged. Especially her string of skull prayer beads, not a single one was left. It had a huge impact on her combat power. However, this was also good. He could directly condense a higher quality skeleton demon. She clenched her right hand into a fist. The skeleton demon on the back of the horse suddenly shrunk to the size of a fist. It galloped across the Gobi Desert as a scout. She gently stroked the dumbstruck steed and reforged its bones and flesh. 2 faint flames ignited in the depths of her eyes as she obediently knelt down. At this moment, Gu Yenying had already completed the destruction of the corpses. She activated the Hellfire Wind to turn all the remnants of the horse gang into ashes and scattered them in the wind. Very good, I can cultivate on the horse as long as it's not too bumpy. After a while, the 2 of them rode on the same horse and galloped across the endless desert. The horse's hooves kicked up dust and it didn't seem tired at all. It was also extremely stable as it headed towards the Wanxiang sect, which was 100,000 miles away. In the 100-herb cave, Ruan Yaozhu was distracted. The 9-colored deer said, If you want to go, then go. Ruan Yaozhu's thoughts were guessed, and her face turned slightly red. Where am I going? Poor Li Qingshan. He has no friends and he's all alone. He doesn't even have a protector when he transcends the tribulation. If he fails, he'll definitely be struck to death by lightning. It repeated hatefully, struck to death. Ruan Yaozhu's expression tightened. Don't talk nonsense. With his temperament and cultivation, how could he fail the tribulation? As she spoke, she also felt a little unconfident. This was because the lightning tribulation was never something that could be measured. Sometimes, the higher the cultivation, the fiercer the lightning tribulation. A powerful protector could not only ensure that the person transcending the tribulation would not be disturbed by external forces, but also give the cultivator an extra chance of survival after failing the tribulation. Then let's go and take a look? I'm not going. Why? Out of sight, out of mind. The 9-colored deer said, very annoyed. All right, then you look after the house. Ruan Yaozhu's yang spirit directly left her body. Her entire body was surrounded by green flowers, her sleeves fluttered, her jade belt fluttered, and her hair was decorated with flowers. She looked like a fairy. She hurried out of the herb garden, surrounded by the vast sea. Where should she go to find Li Qingshan's whereabouts? With a thought in her mind, the yang spirit sprinkled green light all over the island. Under the glow, the plants on the island were flourishing, spitting out specks of green light like fireflies and gathering towards her, telling her everything that had happened on the island. Thus, she determined the direction in which Li Qingshan had left, turned into a green light, and flew away as fast as lightning. In an instant she heard the faint sound of thunder. Instead, she was a little hesitant. He didn't ask me to protect him. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for me to rush over rashly like this. I might even distract him. There was also a trace of shyness, feeling that she was a little too concerned about him. Although it was out of kindness, it would not be good if others misunderstood her. Although there was no one else here. Why don't I quietly go over and secretly protect him? If he succeeds in transcending the tribulation, then I will quietly retreat. Isn't this the best of both worlds? Thus, she made up her mind and immediately began to fade away, hiding between heaven and earth. Her breath also completely integrated into nature without a trace. Cultivating the heavenly book of nature, she was extremely good at concealing herself. Moreover, she was in the state of yang spirit. Even yang spirit cultivators of the same cultivation level would find it difficult to find her traces, and it didn't even affect her flight. She only lowered her flying altitude, and soon she was close to the place where the tribulation was. Hey, how can the fourth heavenly tribulation be so fierce? The scene in front of her very surprised her. The sea was turbulent and the waves were monstrous. This area of the sea was not deep, but it was stirred up to the heavens and the earth. And in the tribulation clouds above her head, violent thunderbolts came one after another, far exceeding her imagination of the fourth heavenly tribulation. When she got closer, she was even more shocked, because she clearly saw the lightning sword flying in the tribulation clouds. This is the tribulation thunder condensed into a weapon. How can tribulation thunder condense into a weapon in the fourth heavenly tribulation? Ruan Yaozhu said in surprise. She hadn't seen tribulation thunder condense into a weapon even when she was crossing the fifth heavenly tribulation. Eldest senior sister had once encountered a big hammer condensed from tribulation thunder, and she was almost hammered to death. And this was only the fourth heavenly tribulation. If the fourth heavenly tribulation for ordinary people was just a routine test, then the fourth heavenly tribulation in front of her was simply like the heaven had been angered, and it wanted to kill him. And when she crossed the fourth heavenly tribulation, it was simply warm and affectionate, as if the heaven had intentionally let her go. This was also a great benefit of cultivating the heavenly book of nature, making it easier to cross the tribulation. He'll be fine, right? She couldn't help but worry and even a little fear, so she sped up and quickly approached the center of the tribulation clouds. After crossing a mountain of waves, she suddenly opened her eyes wide. Boom! The lightning illuminated the sea and the sky, highlighting a majestic figure standing on the world sea, roaring and fighting with the heaven. Could it be some kind of magic? She felt a little uneasy, so she got a little closer, until she couldn't get any closer, or else she would attract the tribulation thunder. She already had to look up at the majestic figure with an expression of disbelief, but everything in front of her was telling her a simple fact. Qingshan, so you are a monster. To be continued. P.S. Thank you for your concern. I feel much better today, and I found that being sick wasn't entirely a bad thing. My sleep was really too healthy. Chapter 1422. Li Qingshan was currently focused on fending off the heavenly tribulation, so he was completely unaware of all of this. His scarlet eyes stared at the lightning sword that moved through the dark clouds. He was not knowledgeable enough to recognize what it was, but he instinctively felt a great threat from it. Thunder and lightning interweaved between the sea and the sky, and even the smallest aftershock was as thick as a water bucket. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts exploded together, and the blazing light shone through the waves and the bottom of the sea, presenting an incomparably magnificent scene. At the center of the lightning was Li Qingshan. Rumble. The deafening roar shattered the sea, but in an instant, it gave people an illusion of tranquility. The misty white mist was dazzling, and it surrounded Li Qingshan's figure as he fought against the heavenly tribulation, blurring the boundary between gods and demons. In a trance, Ruan Yaozhu seemed to see him sitting on a throne high in the clouds, controlling the lightning, and his divine might was like a prison. Who exactly are you? Or rather, what exactly are you? Li Qingshan's demonic body seemed to be unable to withstand such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. He staggered and half knelt in the sea, lowering his proud head. But the lightning sword flew over in an instant, slashing at his head. Roar! Li Qingshan raised his head and roared, ferocious and violent. Waves rose, strong winds surged, and the tiger's roar shook the heaven and earth. The tiger's roar stopped the lightning sword's momentum, and the lightning became more and more intense, vowing not to stop until Li Qingshan's head was cut off. And in the sky full of tribulation clouds, new lightning gathered, and even thousands of flickering lightning balls fell. Ruan Yaozhu's heart instantly jumped, and for a moment she couldn't care less about Li Qingshan's identity and race. She was ready to act at any time. She came to help protect him, and everything had to wait until the heavenly tribulation was over. Otherwise, if he died here, what meaning would there be? But in such a dangerous situation, she really doubted whether she could save him. Absorb. Li Qingshan stretched his ape arms. His left hand formed a cage, and he used the ape demon's innate magical ability to freeze the lightning sword in the void. He punched again and the void cracked and the lightning sword flew back. Receiving the recoil, he fell backward. Twisting his body, he threw himself into the sea and transformed into a giant turtle. The tribulation lightning continuously bombarded the tortoise shell, but it was as if light was reflected on a mirror, bouncing back and shining brightly. Ruan Yaozhu was also stunned by his endless divine abilities. Were ordinary demons so powerful? No wonder he wasn't afraid of Shen Yushu at all. If it was a fair fight, how could Shen Yushu be his opponent? However, it seemed that he didn't need to do anything for the time being. Inside the turtle shell, Li Qingshan chuckled. Sometimes it felt good to be a coward. However, between the sea and the sky, a bolt of lightning crisscrossed, leaving behind a complex and profound afterimage. The thunder sword absorbed almost all the reflected thunderbolts and became larger and more blazing, its shape becoming clearer and sharper. Li Qingshan thought, sure enough, a mighty heavenly tribulation that tests all cultivators can't be countered so easily. However, he was still very relaxed. If the greatest threat of the tribulation this time was the lightning sword, then the lightning sword would not be able to stop it. That wasn't enough to kill him. At this moment, the nascent soul in his body moved slightly. It revealed an evil smile. It was both Li Qingshan's appearance and Li Qingshan's smile, but it seemed to condense all the malice in his heart. There was a problem with the operation of the miniature world, and layers of demonic thoughts rolled in. Li Qingshan's mind was distracted. Lightning flashed and the thunder sword cut off his head, which rolled into the sea. In midair he cursed, "Fuck?" Boom. The head smashed into the sea, creating a huge wave and sank to the bottom. Li Qingshan's body could still move. He hurriedly reached out with both hands. Lightning flashed, crisscrossing, and his hands broke in midair, falling into the sea with a loud bang. His majestic body was torn apart like a landslide, falling into the sea piece by piece. Qingshan. Ruan Yaozhu suddenly opened her eyes wide. He was clearly majestic just a moment ago, but in the next moment he was dismembered. Such a shocking change was hard to accept. Did he die just like that? However, the tribulation thunder did not stop. Lightning flashed and she saw another Li Qingshan standing in the void. His body was translucent and his long hair was loose. His black robe fluttered, and his eyes flashed with an evil red light. He smiled hideously, revealing his mouth full of sharp teeth. The tribulation thunder also targeted him. His figure was erratic and indistinct, almost instinctively using some kind of extremely brilliant escape technique, shuttling through the lightning. Even the thunder sword could not easily lock onto him. What is that? Ruan Yaozhu was very uncertain. She had never heard of such a strange and evil nascent soul. It was like the legendary heavenly devil. However, heavenly devils would only appear when a cultivator became an immortal or a god. At that time, the inner demons would be external, and the 5-een would burn, opening the mysterious latch of heaven and earth. Heavenly devils would descend, and they would use endless magic to prevent people from achieving Tao. It was an existence even more dangerous than the tribulation thunder. Could it be the 5-een devils? In order to survive the 6 heavenly tribulations, she had studied this in depth. When the yang spirit transformed into the primordial spirit, there would be the inner demons, and the mind would be agitated, giving birth to the 5 yin devils. However, they were still the same type of inner demons. Based on the cultivator's body, they did not have a physical body, so they would not have such a manifestation. Moreover, whether it was the 5 yin devils or the heavenly devils, they were not the treatment that cultivators who had not become immortals should have. Otherwise, not many people could become immortals. Legend had it that all heavenly devils were the incarnations of the great freedom sky devil lord. If they were to deal with a small nascent soul cultivator, there would be no way to deal with them and they would definitely die. Great freedom sky. Book of freedom. Could that be his nascent soul? The demon infant stared at the turbulent sea and smiled hideously. Don't play dead. I know you are still alive. Get up. You're still alive. Ruan Yaozhu was happy, but she was also full of doubts. She stared at the demon infant in the sky. Could that be his true appearance? A phoenix cry pierced through the sky, and the sea was dyed in a magnificent color as if it was burning. The phoenix spread its wings, broke through the sea and soared into the sky. Li Qingshan looked at the demon infant in surprise. He felt like he was talking to himself just now, but he could not control it. It was as if he was talking in his sleep. This feeling was too strange. He never knew that cultivating the Book of Freedom would produce such a strange thing. An evil, crazy mirror clone that had its own consciousness? You are the fucking thing. The demon infant cursed and flew over. Li Qingshan reached out and grabbed, but the nascent soul fused into his palm. Immediately after, the lightning sword came slashing over, and the small world circulation suddenly became sluggish. This time Li Qingshan was prepared. He flapped his wings and turned, brushing past the lightning. There was still a terrible sword wound in front of him, from his right shoulder to his left waist. It gave off a burnt smell, and even the phoenix's powerful life force could not heal it. The demon infant laughed loudly. How pathetic. You want to ascend to the 9 heavens with just this bit of ability? You might as well die here. This laughter and tone were exactly the same as Li Qingshan's. In fact, it was even more like Li Qingshan's than Li Qingshan's. Nascent soul self-destruct. He could not care less about getting injured. He made up his mind and chose to self-destruct his nascent soul. Chapter 1423. Boom. Against the backdrop of the low clouds and interweaving lightning, Li Qingshan and the demonic infant faced off against each other in the air. It was as if they were looking at a distorted mirror. Because it was the body of a fiend god, the demonic infant seemed more like Li Qingshan. Its words seemed more like it was talking to itself. Before it could refute, lightning flashed behind it and the lightning sword pierced through the clouds from the sea. Amidst the violent boom, Li Qingshan flapped his wings and dodged in a sorry state. Feathers fell from the sky and another terrible wound appeared on his body. Boom, 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 boom. The blazing thunder sword kept piercing back and forth, leaving behind crisscrossing arcs of lightning that cut the void into pieces. Li Qingshan was locked down and couldn't resist at all. The circulation of the small world was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. The demonic chi was chaotic and uncontrollable, falling into chaos under the influence of the demonic infant. He felt as if his body had been extended and a wandering limb had grown out. The sensation of this limb was transmitted even faster, so fast that his consciousness couldn't react. A slight change in one part would affect the entire body, and he couldn't control it at all. It was like a voodoo doll that was tailor-made for him and could move freely. It was constantly cursing him. In an instant, sword wounds crisscrossed on his body and white bones could be seen. His right arm was severed at the elbow and his spine was exposed in the wound at his waist. He knelt in the sea with the surging seawater up to his chest. What was worse was that the wings behind him were completely torn apart by the lightning, making it difficult for him to dodge the following attacks. The situation took a turn for the worse as the will of death closed in. The demonic infant sneered coldly, "Look at your pathetic appearance, saying that a mere 4 heavenly tribulations can destroy you above the 9 heavens. Why aren't you kneeling down and accepting your fate?" "Shut up." Li Qingshan roared angrily. "Ha, you can't even protect yourself now, so how can you control me?" The lightning sword gathered lightning and attacked Li Qingshan continuously. The demonic infant didn't even need to dodge the lightning now. She simply placed her hands on her waist and raised her nose to the sky, looking extremely arrogant. Ruan Yaozhu couldn't understand. Even the 5 yin demons could only use the 5 great worries of emotion, perception, thought, action, and knowledge, to disturb the minds of cultivators. It didn't have any substance, nor did it have any consciousness. It was even more impossible for it to quarrel with a cultivator like this. Furthermore, to a certain extent, this demonic infant was a demonic infant. He was just like Li Qingshan. Boom. Another strike landed on Li Qingshan's back. If he had not used the spirit turtle's ability in time, he would have almost been cleaved in half. The tremendous force still slammed him into the ocean viciously. How could such a thing happen? It must be that bastard spirit sovereign Guihai who schemed against me. There's something wrong with the unfettered heavenly book he gave me. All right. Through the deep, rippling sea water, the demonic infant's cheers could be heard clearly. Li Qingshan, you don't want me to say it, but I'm going to say it anyway. He's just a mere mortal. He was lucky enough to obtain a lousy cultivation technique. Do you really think that you can defeat demon god Xiongqi and ascend to the 9 heavens? Yuan Yaozhu frowned slightly. It wasn't strange for cultivators of the Tao of the mortal realm to aim above the 9 heavens, but what was up with demon god Xiongqi? Why would a mere nascent soul cultivator be involved with such a monster? TSK, abandoning your wife and slaughtering the innocent. You even dare to talk about the 9 heavens time and time again. Even I feel ashamed for you. Fortunately, you can't reach there. Even if you really reach the 9 heavens, you'll still be a disgrace. You might as well just die here and save yourself a lot of trouble. The demonic infant's mocking laughter reverberated amidst the rolling thunder. It was completely unaffected by the thunder. Li Qingshan was extremely furious. He finally experienced the feelings of his opponents whom he mocked. He wanted nothing more than to tear that thing into pieces. However, the angrier he got, the more vicious the demonic infant's words became. The rolling evil words were like thousands of arrows piercing his heart. It was even more unbearable than tribulation lightning. He decided to seal his eyes and ears, wanting to see and hear nothing. However, the evil words became clearer and clearer. It was as if it came from the bottom of his heart. A thought flashed through his mind. He immediately understood that he was wrong. That thing was neither evil nor sentient because it was his own voice. He struggled to get up, but the lightning sword hung high in the sky. Lightning flickered and instantly pierced through the sea and sky, pinning him to the bottom of the sea. The seawater exploded and huge waves rose to the sky. The demonic infant stretched out 2 fingers. It was a gesture that symbolized victory from Li Qingshan's previous life. It smiled and said, "The second time, and the last time." When Li Qingshan underwent nirvanic rebirth again, he slowly crawled out of the sea. I was wondering what it was. So it's just some distracting thoughts. Is the greatest enemy me? How old-fashioned. You finally realized it, idiot. But it's too late. The demonic infant pointed to the sky. Just now, the lightning sword had lost its target and was hanging above his head. It slowly rotated, gathering lightning and restoring its radiance. Not far away, above Li Qingshan's head, rolling tribulation clouds gathered. Lightning interweaved within them, faintly forming the shape of a blade. The second tribulation lightning weapon. Yuan Yaozhu was dumbfounded. Was this really the 4th heavenly tribulation? Li Qingshan had committed a crime against the heavens. He had inner demons haunting him and tribulation lightning weapon on the outside. Even a Yin divinity cultivator would not be able to escape death. You're the idiot. If I didn't realize it, how would you have? Forget it, it's too stupid to quarrel with yourself. Li Qingshan shook his head. On this path of the 9 heavens, his number 1 opponent was himself. Fear, doubt, guilt, helplessness, anger. Day and night, they burned incessantly like fire. It was just that these distracting thoughts were usually suppressed by his incomparably strong willpower. But at this critical juncture of transcending the 4th heavenly tribulation, not only was he advancing from demon king to demon emperor, his nascent soul was also transforming into a divinity. The nascent soul cultivated by the unfettered heavenly book was different from others. The Yin divinity formed was closer to a Yin demon. It was more adept at bewitching people and hiding invisibly. It possessed all kinds of strange and unfathomable methods. It could easily crush cultivators of the same realm like Xin Yushu who were not adept at fighting and had weak willpower. However, the price was that it was very easy to go berserk. Just like at this moment. And this was not a coincidence. It was inevitable. If cultivating the unfettered heavenly book of nature was compatible with the way of nature, it could reduce the difficulty of transcending the tribulation. But the effect of the unfettered heavenly book was the complete opposite. It allowed cultivators to experience what it meant to be overflowing with 5-yin and the attack of inner demons during the process of transcending the tribulation. The demonic infant said, "You're finished. You're finished too." Li Qingshan looked up at the lightning blade that was gradually taking shape and muttered to himself, "If you didn't say it, I really wouldn't have noticed it. Do you want to destroy yourself?" The demonic infant was the embryonic form of a yin demon. Everything he said was his thoughts, just like the uncontrollable negative emotions in a mortal's heart. When the layers of distracting thoughts materialized, all kinds of emotions would have nowhere to hide. Among them, the deepest intent and the most terrifying emotion was the urge to destroy oneself. Therefore, the demonic infant wanted to make an enemy out of him and kill him. Only by completely denying his own existence and turning everything into nothingness could he completely let go of his burdens and not have to walk on with such difficulty. How laughable. Was the so-called path of the 9 heavens just to seek death? The demonic infant said numbly, "This is your fate and also my fate." With a boom, the lightning blade took shape and the lightning sword whistled. The killing intent of heaven and earth condensed into this blade and sword. Who could withstand it? Chapter 14:24. The 2 tribulation thunders gathered a sky full of lightning. A moment of silence appeared between the sea and the sky, leaving only the sound of strong winds and surging waves. Ruan Yaozhu looked up silently, feeling a sense of helplessness. No one could survive in such a situation. Even if it was him, the result of being attacked by the tribulation thunders was certain to be annihilated, and his soul scattered. No one could save him. She could not help but feel lost. Did I come all the way here just to see how he dies? Li Qingshan seemed to be unaware of the desperate situation he was in. He looked at the demon infant in the sky and laughed at his weak self. His expression was extremely similar to the demon infant's just now appearance. When he smiled, the demon infant's expression gradually became numb, and it repeated numbly, "I'm dead. I'm dead." It was as if a broken voodoo doll could not forget the inscribed curse. "Yes, I'm dead," Li Qingshan muttered to himself. "If I'm not dead, why would I take this path? Summer insects cannot talk about ice and a young year cannot be understood. A mortal's lifespan was 100 years, and it was rare for a cultivator to live for 1,000 years. As for more than 10,000 years, it was an extravagant hope even for a cultivator. But in this boundless world, what did 1,000 years count for? Who didn't find it hard to escape death? This was the deepest fear of all living beings, the most ancient curse. Li Qingshan had died once, so he understood this fear more than anyone else. After all, he had lived a mediocre life, full of boredom and boredom. It was only at the moment of death that he suddenly realized, so I can't live forever. He did not hate the impermanence and did not regret the shortness of time. He was afraid that he had never lived according to his own will. It was this fear that spurred him on in this life, and it gave him this invincible courage. Since it was difficult to live an ignoble life, why not live happily? Since he was fated to die, he must die a worthy death. He placed his right fist on his chest and his heart pounded, "Don't worry, I will fulfill your wish. But not today, not here." Rumble. The combination of sword and saber descended from the sky. Countless bolts of lightning interweaved in the middle, connecting them into one. In the beginning they descended very slowly, appearing extremely dignified. They firmly locked onto Li Qingshan's body, will, heart and soul. There was no longer any possibility of dodging. It was like an irresistible fate. No, this was an irresistible fate. Amidst the flashing lightning, the demonic infant roared, "Die! Die!" Li Qingshan frowned. He felt like it was not just the miniature world in his body. Even his body became somewhat uncontrollable. He clenched his fists and arched his back. The muscles all over his body bulged, and his growl seemed to come from the depths of the earth. Activating the pocket dimension with all his strength, earth, fire, wind, water, space, ox, tiger, turtle, phoenix and ape, the pocket dimension began to revolve faster and faster. The speed at which the thunder sword fell also increased. Ruan Yaozhu could not help but widen her eyes. Ox demon sinks in the mud. The illusion of the ox demon suddenly appeared behind him, as though it was fighting an invisible enemy. He suddenly took a step forward, like a puppet that had broken free from a thread and was rooted to the ground. Spirit turtle suppresses the seas, omens of good and bad. He took another step, and the surging ocean suddenly became as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the flickering thunder sword and saber in the tribulation clouds, as well as his unmoving figure and scarlet eyes. Tiger demon refines bones, frenzy. He swung his fist as hard as he could, and the thread that connected his arm to it snapped loudly. He roared at the sky, his voice piercing through the clouds. His killing intent was like the wind. Phoenix's rebirth, undying heart. He suddenly unfurled his wings, and they were beautifully reflected in the ocean. He flapped his wings ready to take flight. At the same time, the circulation of the miniature world reached the limit, close to collapse. However, it continued to accelerate, preferring destruction over being restrained. The demonic infant's voice became sharper and more urgent. Die, die, die. Li Qingshan raised his head and smiled resplendently. The miniature world exploded loudly, and the demonic infant's voice came to a halt. It broke free of the final shackles, and dazzling light burst out of its body, competing with the thunder sword and saber in the sky. He leapt up with all his might, flapping his wings and taking flight. The thunder sword and saber spun rapidly, dragging long arcs of electricity behind them as they hurtled down like a blazing meteor. Ape demon grabbing the moon, emptiness. The illusion of the ape demon appeared, and Li Qingshan's arms expanded rapidly. He grabbed the thunder sword and saber, wanting to seize fate. The moment he collided with fate, an incomparably brilliant light surged, shining on the tranquil ocean. The brilliant colors dazzled even Ruan Yaozhu. A deafening roar shook her young spirit, and it was as if she was no longer in the mortal world. In an instant, Li Qingshan was fiercely pressed down, falling into the boundless ocean. The light around his body dimmed, and his eyes were melted by the lightning, leaving only a pair of empty holes. The phoenix's wings cracked inch by inch and feathers scattered all over the sky. Meanwhile, his internal organs, flesh and bones were being melted by the light he burned. However, he didn't feel any pain or fear, only the ecstasy of living. It turned into a hysterical roar as he stubbornly resisted fate. Even if his throat and tongue were melted by the light, it couldn't be reduced in the slightest. At this moment, his nascent soul returned to his body, entering the chaotic world that was like an explosive furnace. He laughed arrogantly, resisting the sword and saber, shouldering fate and soaring into the sky. The sword and saber went straight to his palm, instantly piercing through his arms, and disintegrating inch by inch. He clearly felt that as long as the two swords and sabers converged in his body, it would be the most complete destruction. Even the phoenix's nirvana would not be able to save him. Under the threat of death and fear, his will to survive was clearer and firmer than ever. Qilin's steps pity the common world. The dark green light spread along his arms and wrapped around the fierce thunder sword and saber. Although it was only for a short moment, he suddenly collided his arms. The thunder sword and saber collided violently, and at the same time, all the power contained in his body erupted. Boom! The light shone through the sea and the sky, sweeping away the tribulation clouds. The seawater was peeled away layer by layer, revealing the dry and cracked seabed. The footprints he left behind could be clearly seen, but his figure melted in the endless light. Ruan Yaozhu's figure appeared, and she subconsciously raised her hand to block her eyes. She almost forgot that she was in the state of her young spirit being out of her body. Under the light, she had no choice but to fly back. This power was enough to destroy her young spirit. After an unknown period of time, she came to her senses and put down her arm. The light had disappeared, and the thick darkness filled the air. There were no clouds for thousands of miles, and the sky was full of stars. The wind and waves were calm, as if nothing had happened. Could it be that he has? The young spirit instantly flew to the place where Li Qingshan was going through the tribulation. The world was empty, and the figure fighting against fate was nowhere to be seen. She couldn't help but call out softly, "Qingshan?" It was as if she was afraid of disturbing someone. There was no answer. She felt an inexplicable sadness in her heart, so sad that she almost cried. "Who's calling me?" "Great, you're still alive." Ruan Yaozhu was pleasantly surprised. She saw Li Qingshan floating up from the sea. "Senior sister Ruan, why are you here?" Li Qingshan was lying on the surface of the sea, unable to even move a finger. Ruan Yaozhu appeared in his field of vision from the top of his head, and her face was very unfriendly. "You owe me an explanation." Chapter 1425. With a splash, Li Qingshan was pulled out of the sea. Ruan Yaozhu grabbed Li Qingshan's clothes tightly. "Li Qingshan, you." Li Qingshan was surprised. He didn't expect her to have such a side. It was probably because she was in the state of young spirit. She was not bound by the physical body, so her emotions were difficult to control. His nascent soul had suddenly turned into a demon because of this. But thinking about it this way, he felt that Spirit Master Guihai was deceiving him. If he hadn't cultivated the 9 transformations of demons and gods, it would have been 100 times more dangerous. The nascent soul was not as simple as turning into a demon infant to be his enemy. He had directly turned into a demon and lost control of everything. For ordinary nascent soul cultivators, the nascent soul was the condensation of strength and will. Losing the nascent soul meant losing everything. This book of freedom, which no one had cultivated before, was too dangerous. It was not easy for him to be a guinea pig. It was hard to say how much malice Spirit Master Guihai had, but fortunately he was not an ordinary guinea pig. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, he felt his body tense up. The dark green ribbon behind Ruan Yaozhu tightly wrapped around his body like a spirit snake. Li Qingshan looked innocent. What did I do? Why did you sneak into the Wanxiang sect? What did I do wrong to you? Why did you lie to me? Ruan Yaozhu's voice trembled slightly. It was unknown whether she was angry or sad or maybe both. No one believes you. Jiu also advised me to stay away from you. Because of you, eldest senior sister and I lost our temper. You actually, calm down. Li Qingshan had no strength to resist now, but facing an angry young spirit cultivator, he did not feel afraid at all. Instead, he was inexplicably touched. I'm going to kill you. Ruan Yaozhu's eyes shone with green light. Her hair moved without any wind. Her voice revealed an inhuman power, echoing between the sea and the sky. It made Li Qingshan feel like he was facing a heavenly tribulation. Even if she was not good at fighting, she was still a young spirit cultivator. Besides, was cultivating the book of nature really not good at fighting? Then kill me. Li Qingshan closed his eyes. He felt that the aura was getting stronger and stronger, almost swallowing him up. That was not the murderous aura of a living creature. Instead, it was the indifference and heartlessness of heaven and earth are heartless, treating all living things as straw dogs. However, he could clearly feel anger from it, an anger that should not be there. As expected. A moment later, his body relaxed and the ribbon loosened. The light on her body gradually disappeared, and she turned around with her back facing him. Go. Li Qingshan admired her slender and graceful figure from behind. He smiled and said, Then I'll return to the Wanxiang sect first. Monsters can't stay in the Wanxiang sect. Don't think that I will hide it for you. Ruan Yaozhu arrogantly raised her head. Li Qingshan thought for a moment. Not even mounts? Scram. Li Qingshan did not dare to joke anymore. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered. Not long ago he was kicked by a rabbit. However, after some consideration he had come up with a perfect excuse. Senior Sister Ruan, don't be angry. I'm not a monster and I've never lied to you. You still dare to say that? Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Ruan Yaozhu clenched her teeth. I heard that the Wanxiang sect has a true dragon scripture. Cultivators can activate the bloodline of a true dragon and turn into a true dragon. Are they also monsters? That's not the same. Don't tell me that look of yours was also cultivated? Of course, have you ever seen such a strange monster? Ruan Yaozhu pondered. That appearance and aura, no matter how she looked at it, was that of a great monster. However, thinking about it carefully, the bloodline was too chaotic. Li Qingshan walked in front of her and looked straight into her eyes. His eyes were full of sincerity. If I say that I'm a normal human, do you believe me? This was indeed not a lie. Ruan Yaozhu sighed. Alright, I believe you. I was wrong about this. There were many cultivators in the Wanxiang sect who brought their skills with them. The 10,000 divine scripture was also all-encompassing and strange. It really could not be judged as a cultivation method. But she added, But you lied to me. I will not forgive you. You have to leave the 100-herb garden. Li Qingshan said with a smile, Without me, are you going to invite Xin Yushu back? I'm afraid he doesn't have the time now. Ruan Yaozhu clenched her fists. You want to threaten me? I have hands and feet. I don't need other people's help. Li Qingshan could not help but laugh. She was like a little girl throwing a tantrum. He spread his hands. But I did not lie to you. This cultivation method is my greatest secret. It was imparted to me by someone very important to me. I didn't even give it to Spirit Sovereign Guihai who wanted it. Spirit Sovereign Guihai also knows? Ruan Yaozhu was skeptical. The old man doesn't know anything. If he didn't know, why would he summon me to heaven the moment I entered the sect and chase me out? Why would he give me such a heavenly scripture? He simply wants me dead. Li Qingshan shook his head with deep resentment. He should have easily transcended the 4 heavenly tribulations, but he nearly lost his life. Yuan Yaozhu said curiously, "Nonsense. Since Spirit Sovereign Guihai wants to chase you out, how can you stay?" "Of course it's because I'm extraordinarily charming. Don't look at me like that." Under the starry sky, Li Qingshan spoke slowly and Yuan Yaozhu listened quietly. What he went through was far too bizarre. If he managed to convince the Spirit Sovereign of the Seas, then so be it, but the Spirit Sovereign of the Seas had even schemed against him. Actually, it can't be considered a ploy. This is indeed a cultivation method that suits me the best. I can stay because I promised him that I have no ill intentions towards the myriad phenomenon sect. You know that he can tell if I'm sincere or lying. Can you? Li Qingshan suddenly asked with a burning gaze. Me? Although there are many things I can't tell you, I can assure you that I have no ill intentions towards you. On the contrary, I wish you well and want to help you. If you are in danger, I will protect you even if I have to sacrifice my life. Li Qingshan pressed his hand on his chest. His expression was extremely sincere and there was no falsehood in his words. He was indebted to a woman who sincerely cared for him and was extremely kind. She was indeed worthy of him protecting her with his life. Yuan Yaozhu's eyes flickered and she was slightly moved. If someone else had said this, they would probably find it laughable when they heard it. You're only a yin spirit after transcending the heavenly tribulation, yet you want to protect a yang spirit cultivator? You're overestimating yourself. However, she could not help but recall his conversation with demonic infant. His heroic stance in resisting the lightning saber and sword was unquestionable. Li Qingshan grinned and clenched his fists in front of his chest. His eyes flickered as he leaned forward. So please, let me stay in the herb garden. If not, I can transform into anything. Do you like a phoenix or a spirit turtle, an old bull or a tiger? A monkey doesn't seem to be suitable? Yuan Yaozhu took a step back and blushed. Don't talk nonsense. Li Qingshan took a step forward. I'm serious. With a flash of green light, Yuan Yaozhu fled as if she was escaping. She left behind a sentence. If you want to stay, then stay. Li Qingshan laughed aloud, pulling at his flesh. Every inch of his body was there. Arg, it hurts. With a plop, he fell into the sea. To be continued. Chapter 1426. The seawater gently drifted. Li Qingshan quietly lay on the surface of the sea facing the sky. The tribulation clouds dispersed, and the stars in the sky seemed to be within reach. Enduring the pain, he tried his best to stretch out his arms towards the sky, as if he wanted to grab a star. In the 100 Herb Cave, Yuan Yaozhu's yang spirit returned. The expression on her gentle and fair face changed slightly, like the surface of a lake that was wrinkled by the spring breeze. She seemed to be deep in thought. Even though she was persuaded in person, the change was still there, like a knot being tied. The 9-colored deer lazily lay in the basket. Is he dead? Yuan Yaozhu wanted to laugh, but she couldn't. She shook her head. I knew it. Tell me, what kind of person is he? Yuan Yaozhu wanted to say something but stopped. Did something happen? The 9-colored deer woke up and straightened her body. The colorful patterns on her breasts swayed with the basket. Yuan Yaozhu shook her head again and said tiredly, nothing. Soon Li Qingshan returned from the sea. His whole body was still in great pain, but a new journey had begun, so he couldn't wait to get on the road. Under the golden leaf Bodhi tree, he patted the trunk of the tree in a strange yet intimate way, then turned around and looked back. The sun rose from the east, and the morning glow was like fire, reflecting his eyes and long hair red. It was like the incarnation of the demon king of the North Moon, no, the demon emperor of the North Moon. He smiled slightly, and the whole 100 Herb garden showed a side he had never seen before in his eyes. In the space of thousands of miles, the earth, fire, wind, water and water flowed. The 4 colors lurked in the deeper layers of this landscape painting, constantly changing and blending together. In the early spring, the growth of tens of thousands of plants was full of vitality. Overall, it was not as bright as the other 4 colors, but it had an unusual beauty that could show through the painting. He was also drawn into the painting. The newborn Qilin opened its eyes and its gentle eyes stared at everything. The small world, the 100 Herb garden, and even the whole world. Finally, it took care of itself. Spring was the busiest time in the 100 Herb garden. Li Qingshan clenched his fists. It's time to work. He completely forgot about the pain. With his hands clasped behind his back, he began to wander around the golden leaf Bodhi tree. With every step he took, he left behind an afterimage that was exactly the same as himself. Even the texture of his skin was exactly the same. It was as if a picture had suddenly been frozen, leaving behind a shadow that would immediately materialize. He began to move. His expression was no different from that of Li Qingshan. He scratched his head impatiently as if he didn't want to work, but he still picked up a farming tool and strode down the high hill. Li Qingshan circled around the base of the tree 10 times before 100 doppelgangers walked down the mountain. Suddenly he stopped and said, "Enough." He cupped his hands towards the direction of the 100 Herbs cave and said, "Shiji, I'm going to fulfill my promise." This was supposed to be a request, but when it came out of his mouth, there was a sense of unquestionable meaning. Although he didn't mean to be high and mighty, nor did he have the qualifications to be high and mighty. The red sun rose, shaking his shadow. A moment later, Ruan Yaozhu's voice resounded throughout the 100 Herb garden. From today onwards, Li Qingshan will be in charge of the daily affairs of the 100 Herb garden. The busy cultivators in the 100 Herb garden looked at each other in surprise. They stopped what they were doing and discussed. He wants to replace Senior Marshal Brother Shin? Senior Marshal Brother Shin's work is so important and complicated. How can he entrust it to a nascent soul cultivator? Senior Marshal Sister Ruan is too. Alas, Senior Marshal Brother Shin lost. His body was destroyed by him. You guys should be more peaceful. I heard that this kid has an extraordinary background and has people above him. He's valued by a few direct disciples. As they were talking, Li Qingshan's figure suddenly appeared in the field. He leisurely whistled and carried a hoe on his shoulder. He walked over unhurriedly. When he got close he shouted, "All of you work properly." Everyone looked at each other. No one responded. They were all a bit indignant. Even when Xin Yushu was here he wouldn't have yelled at them like this. "You're just a disciple. Do you think you can order us around just because you have Senior Marshal Sister Ruan's support? If we all go on strike, let's see how you're going to explain to Senior Marshal Sister Ruan." At this time, a female cultivator glanced around and saw a familiar figure walking over. She couldn't help but be shocked. "You guys look over there?" Another Li Qingshan walked over. If it wasn't for the different tools he carried on his shoulder, it would be almost impossible to tell them apart. He shouted at them again, "All of you work properly." He also added, "Don't gather here and talk nonsense. Otherwise be careful that I..." He fiercely waved his fist at them. In a short while more than 10 Li Qingshan passed by. Some of them had a more amiable attitude. Some of them looked at them as if they were nothing. But basically they all had to teach them a few words. That's a clone? Deliberately mystifying things. Using this kind of insignificant skill to scare us. An old cultivator impatiently stroked his grizzled beard. He waved his sleeves behind him and soared into the sky like a red-crowned crane. Looking down from the sky, thousands of miles of rivers and rivers were laid out. His expression stiffened. He saw figures of Li Qingshan all over the mountains and plains. Each of them was engaged in different tasks. Their movements were agile and powerful. It was completely impossible to tell which one was real and which one was fake. Some of them could even cast some small spells to fertilize and water the plants. Moreover, there were even more Li Qingshan walking out from under the golden-leafed Bodhi tree. He gulped and slowly descended. Under the surrounding cultivators' gazes. "Stop talking and work properly." Under the golden-leafed Bodhi tree, Li Qingshan breathed in and out rich spiritual energy and slowly recovered his strength. The pain in his body and soul wasn't only because of his injuries. More importantly, it was because he had gone through 4 heavenly tribulations and reached a new level. Everything that he thought was perfect had been overturned and started anew. Moreover, there was already an even more beautiful blueprint. It was as if he had experienced an even more profound nirvana. There was no need to talk about the 9 transformations of demons and gods. It was the same for the Unfettered Sutra. Although Spirit Sovereign Guihai was suspected of cheating his father and had nearly cheated him to death, the Unfettered Sutra was indeed very suitable for him. Not only was it compatible with his temperament and cultivation, but it was also a gamble. He had gambled with his life. Now that he had won the gamble, his harvest was abnormally rich. The Yin God condensed by the Unfettered Sutra, or more accurately the Yin Demon, had endless uses. He didn't have the time to enjoy all the fruits. However, if he were to fight Xin Yushu again he wouldn't even need to move a finger. Just the Yin Demon alone would be enough to toy with him to death. The demonic infant state could hide in the void and dodge the tribulation lightning. Even if the tribulation lightning's main target wasn't it, what kind of escape technique was that? As for creating avatars, it had completely broken through his understanding of avatars. It had become extremely simple. Now, every thought of his could transform into an avatar. They were independent but closely related to each other. They were under his control, but they could also act as they pleased. His thoughts were limitless, and so were his doppelgangers. They were only limited by his divine sense and power. With the support of the brand new small world, he could completely create many doppelgangers. Taking care of the 100-herb garden was not difficult at all. However, what was a little awkward was that many of the avatars would lie down and rest when they reached the fields. They would cross their legs and admire the blue sky and white clouds. There was no other way. Everything had its pros and cons. These thought avatars were a little similar to the raging demonic infant. He didn't need to painstakingly control every action of each avatar to break the limit of numbers. If he transformed an avatar and thought, "The sky is so blue and the grass is so green. Why don't I lie down and rest?" Then the thought avatar's work wouldn't be very enthusiastic. As a result, all Li Qingshan could do was destroy all of these thoughts that enjoyed ease and hated work. He sped up his way around the tree, constantly muttering "work hard," and conjuring even more thought clones that were more motivated. In the 100-herb cave, Ruan Yaozhu and the 9-colored deer watched this scene. The 9-colored deer said in surprise, "This unfettered heavenly book is really too powerful. He can fight, escape, and work. This kid's luck is really good." Ruan Yaozhu said, "If you knew the situation when he transcended the tribulation, you wouldn't think it was luck." "Alright, what happened? I asked you but you didn't tell me. Are you still a good sister?" The nascent soul fell into a demonic state and wanted to destroy itself. Even without the tribulation lightning, the demonic infant was enough to kill most cultivators. How did he survive? The 9-colored deer felt even more curious. There seemed to be some subtle changes after Ruan Yaozhu went out. Ruan Yaozhu said vaguely, "In short, he had a clear mind and survived." Chapter 1427. How can this be? Ruan Yaozhu was evasive. Under the intense gaze of the 9-colored deer, she suddenly changed the topic and smiled. "If this goes on, we won't need other cultivators. He's enough." "No." The 9-colored deer immediately objected. "Why not?" "No means no. A man and a woman alone in a room was too scary." "Then forget it." Ruan Yaozhu did not insist. She touched her hair and sighed in relief, feeling somewhat apologetic. There was nothing they didn't talk about, but this was related to his biggest secret and he couldn't reveal it so easily. The 9-colored deer thought, "Blockhead, oh blockhead, you can't even fool a stranger when you lie. Damn it, something must have happened. It's all that damn Li Qingshan's fault. I can't give up, I must get rid of him." At this moment he suddenly heard Li Qingshan's laughter. It was wanton and filled with lofty sentiments. When Li Qingshan completely took over the herb garden, he quickly took care of everything. He sat down under the golden leaf Bodhi tree and silently felt his new power. The newly born small world was still in its embryonic stage, like a bird that had just hatched from an egg. Many parts of it were still a chaotic haze of light, slowly circulating and brewing new laws. It would still take a long time for it to truly condense and take shape. His physique was still very weak, far from reaching the point where he could spread his wings and soar. So he couldn't estimate how strong it would be. But he believed it would be very strong. Because right now he was already very strong. With this power, whether it was taking over the cave of Shenming or fighting with Chao Tianjiao, he had more confidence. Even demon god Xiongqi was no longer so far away. He would eventually have to face these enemies one by one and win. The most wonderful thing was that he had finally broken through the bottleneck of the Qilin longevity scheme. Like the other transformations, the first tier was still very weak. It was just another innate divine ability. But this was only the beginning. Once he cultivated the Qilin transformation to the 5th tier, the other transformations that were suppressed would be completely restored. When that moment came, the new little world would be completely stable and formed. He was simply unable to imagine to what extent his cultivation would rise when that moment arrived, and how formidable his strength would be. For others, it wasn't easy for them to overcome 4 heavenly tribulations. What followed next was a long transition period. It would take a very long time for him to accumulate enough energy before he would have the chance to try to transcend the 5th heavenly tribulation. This accumulation period could be 100 years, 500 years, 1,000 years, or even a lifetime. However, to him this was an opportunity for him to soar. Perhaps it was still a steep cliff in front of him, but he had grown a pair of wings. He could easily fly over high mountains and cliffs. It was entirely possible for him to undergo 5 heavenly tribulations in 30 years. Because he had been suppressed in the Demon King realm for far too long. He should have been able to transcend the 4th heavenly tribulation many years ago, but he had stopped due to various reasons. It wasn't that he was stagnating. Instead, he was constantly forging ahead and accumulating power, lowering his overall strength by a level. In the human realm, he created a new source of power, the unfettered heavenly scripture. The appearance of the 2 tribulation lightning weapons was very likely related to this. It seemed that even the heavens could not tolerate such a monster and wanted to strangle him in the cradle. However, he still withstood the will of heaven. After enduring the long night, he saw a glimmer of light. When the hero grew from the iron cradle, this was not a slow and long transition period, but an explosive period of rapid advancement. His next goals were the 5th tier of Qilin, the 5th tier of Ape Demon, and the initial success of the unfettered heavenly scripture. As long as he achieved these 3 goals, how hard would it be to transcend the 5th heavenly tribulation? How hard would it be to become a demon sovereign or human sovereign? Becoming a direct disciple would be as easy as pie. What true dragon Aoxian? He's not even qualified to be his mount. What eldest senior sister Chao Tianjiao? Her figure is not bad. I can consider her as a mount. And that damned rabbit, he drank my wine and stepped on my face. This is intolerable. Watch me crush them one by one, then fight Qiongqi in the demonic realm. Wouldn't that be fun? Ha 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 ha. Li Qingshan laughed wildly. The Bodhi tree trembled, and his laughter spread throughout the entire 100 herb garden. The cultivators all criticized, a villain intoxicated by success. He just replaced Qin Yushu, there's no need to be so smug. No one could understand his thoughts, just like how a sparrow could not understand the ambitions of a great swan. No, perhaps there was one person. In the 100 herb cave abode, Ruan Yaozhu recalled the stormy sea and the conversation between Li Qingshan and the demon infant. Does he really think he can defeat demon god Qiongqi and ascend to the 9 heavens? She kept thinking about this sentence. Did the demon god Qiongqi that the demon infant mentioned really refer to the 12 demon gods in the demonic realm? How could a mere nascent soul cultivator be related to such an existence? Even the supreme sect master of the myriad phenomenon sect, the legendary old man of heavenly book, might not be a match for demon god Qiongqi. Thinking of this, she shook her head. No, although the supreme sect master was a perfected immortal, he did not specialize in combat. He would definitely not be a match for demon god Qiongqi. Even the great Emperor Jinwu could not kill the 12 demon gods. Yet, a mere nascent soul cultivator wanted to become an enemy of them. It was simply absurd. However, it was this absurd answer that explained everything. Why was he in such a rush to advance and gambled like crazy, as if he did not care what would happen if he lost? Why did he not cower in the face of a true disciple and even dared to challenge him to a battle? His bravery was astonishing. That was because there was a stronger enemy and a more terrifying fate waiting for him. It was precisely because of this that the strange demon infant had appeared. The Book of Freedom was definitely not a trap that Spirit Venerable Guihai had set for him. Otherwise it would not have been so troublesome. Furthermore, the birth of a new heavenly book was a major event that would be announced to the entire Myriad Phenomenon sect. The Book of Freedom had long been clearly listed in the Myriad Phenomenon Heavenly Book, and disciples could choose to cultivate it. Then there was only one explanation. The nascent soul cultivated from the Book of Freedom was more prone to chi deviation. They might even suffer chi deviation during the tribulation transcendence, but they would not want to self-destruct. Otherwise, no one would survive if they self-destructed their nascent soul. Li Qingshan's demon infant did not self-destruct because it wanted to kill him. That made sense. Cultivators who could cultivate to this stage could basically achieve immortality. How could they have such a demonic barrier? At most, they would be disturbed by demonic thoughts. Although it was very dangerous, it was not to the point of certain death. And he clearly had extremely high talent and extraordinary bloodline. He might even live longer than her, but his greatest demonic barrier was to want to self-destruct. Wasn't this extremely laughable and tragic? She finally understood why he had rushed forward without any regard for anything. The heavens had given him a fate of certain death. And it was about a few decades. How short a time was that for cultivators like them? If she had encountered such a ridiculous matter, she would probably be filled with worry and bear an extremely heavy burden. When that wild laughter entered her ears, it made her feel a deep sense of sorrow. As the saying goes, the heavens make fools of men, and heroes meet their end. She could not help but look up. Sunlight shone in from above, covering her in a hazy halo. In the 100-herb garden, a man and a woman, one sad and one happy. Although the sorrow and joy of humans could not be interlinked, they could still resonate. Chapter 1428. The demonic psyche was the resource for practicing the heavenly tome of freedom. Coincidentally, Li Qingshan's demonic psyche was much heavier than regular people's. This was originally a major side effect of practicing the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine. In the very beginning he had to constantly suppress it with the spirit turtle, or he would lose control. As his cultivation increased and his miniature world took shape, he no longer had to care about the balance of the demonic and divine. However, the demonic psyche still existed, and it was far more intense than ever before. Right now, the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine did not allow him to make any breakthroughs, so he began practicing the heavenly tome of freedom first. Even if the spirit sovereign of Si Guihai really was screwing him over, since he had come this far, all he could do was tread forward despite knowing that there was a tiger in the mountain. He sat down with his legs crossed and observed his body. In a chaotic world, the Yin demon also sat down with his legs crossed. His posture was exactly the same as his, without any difference at all. However, his face was blurry, hazy, like it was shrouded in a thin layer of mist. With a thought, killing intent rose up in Li Qingshan's heart. A gust of wind blew away the mist, revealing a furious face that was as vicious as a tiger's. His eyebrows were tightly furrowed and his fangs protruded. He surged with murderousness as if he wanted to eat someone. With another thought, he became solemn and unyielding. The Yin demon's expression changed as well. He pursed his lips firmly, becoming rude and stubborn. He suddenly smiled. The Yin demon began to scratch his ears and cheeks, looking around. He was irritable and uneasy, like a monkey trapped in a cage that wanted to break out and be free. As he practiced the heavenly tome of freedom, he allowed the demonic psyche to run amok in his heart. The Yin demon's face seemed to change. It was sometimes greedy and lustful, sometimes bloodthirsty and murderous, sometimes fearful, furious, resentful. The Yin demon gradually became more and more condensed, absorbing the power of the chaotic world sliver by sliver. Suddenly he seemed to break through a certain critical point. The Yin demon began to swell rapidly. His body twisted, growing ox horns, tiger claws and ape arms. He seemed human yet not human, like a demon yet not demon. He seemed more like a demonfolk's demonification. Brr. The Yin demon roared at the sky hysterically, shaking up the entire chaotic world. It shook up the entire chaotic world as if it wanted to overthrow Li Qingshan, the supreme ruler who stood high above. Li Qingshan quickly stopped circulating the unfettered heavenly tome. However, the Yin demon continued to expand uncontrollably, even circulating the unfettered sutra on its own. Even the 3 devil transformations showed signs of losing control. It was as if he had returned to the situation when he was going through the tribulation. His entire body was numb and stiff. Li Qingshan's mouth twitched. This time it's too big. Cultivating the unfettered heavenly tome was easy for him, but the price he had to pay for it was extremely dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he would go berserk. Nothing was more terrifying than this for cultivators. Only he dared to play like this, and those who played with fire would definitely die. Spirit turtle suppresses the seas. The image of the spirit turtle appeared. Its body shone with a clear light as it fiercely suppressed the Yin demons. Boom. Even the Yin demon could not withstand the spirit turtle's suppression. Like a ball of plasticine, it twisted and crumpled into a pile. Li Qingshan was still worried, so he used the phoenix's scripture of Nerva again. With the cry of a phoenix in his sea of consciousness, the phoenix flew over and stood on the spirit turtle's back. Small fry. Do you think I can't suppress you? Just as Li Qingshan was feeling smug, he suddenly noticed that the Yin demons were slowly seeping into the spirit turtle. The clear light gradually faded. The chaotic world would expand and collapse at times, becoming really unstable. Once this power lost control, it would destroy him from the inside out. He wouldn't even be able to undergo rebirth. Air. If inner demons were so easy to deal with and cultivation deviation could be suppressed so easily, then most cultivators wouldn't view him as the top enemy. All the demonic thoughts came from his heart. This wasn't an invasion from the outside, but an internal conflict in the imperial court. Even the imperial guards couldn't be relied on. They might even turn against him. Thoughts were something that couldn't be suppressed. Li Qingshan had no choice but to pay attention to it. However, he didn't panic at all. He had seen all kinds of dangerous and urgent situations before. The more dangerous the situation, the more battle intent he could unleash. There were also many sparks of inspiration. Going head-on doesn't seem to work, so let's try this. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath. The wind whistled past the mountain, and the golden leaves on the tree rustled. His face became calm and peaceful. In the chaotic world, a Qilin slowly walked out of the chaos. By now the Yin demons had already devoured the spirit turtle. Even the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression was useless, yet he used the weak Qilin's scroll of longevity. He chanted, "Qilin's divine ability, endless growth." However, there were no shocking changes. There were no beautiful lights or shocking sounds. There was only the rustling of the wind. A golden leaf fell, circling around him before drifting away. Soon after, another leaf fell. Yuan Yaozhu was currently paying attention to him. She became nervous when his breathing became chaotic, as if he was suffering from cultivation deviation. What's going on? Even in autumn and winter, the golden leaf Bodhi tree rarely shed leaves. The grass around Li Qingshan was originally green, but it rapidly withered now. In the blink of an eye, the withered yellow spread across the entire mountain, as if autumn had arrived. Rustle. Countless golden leaves were blown away by the wind. They were like golden butterflies flying freely in the sunlight. The nine-colored deer cried out, "Hey blockhead, he's using some evil technique to absorb the vitality of the surrounding plants. Stop him." The withered yellow had already spread down the mountain, towards the precious spiritual plants and flowers. Yuan Yaozhu did not move. "Let's talk about it later." The nine-colored deer looked at her in disbelief. Every single flower and grass in the 100-herb garden was her precious treasure. Not only was it for the bookmarks and contribution points from the Myriad Phenomenon sect, but it was also for her blood, sweat, and tears. Even if it was to provide spiritual plants to the Myriad Phenomenon sect, she would not uproot them unless she had no other choice. How could he just watch as a bastard destroyed these treasures for his own selfishness? Seeing the withered yellow spread and the spiritual plants begin to wither, she could not hold it in anymore. "If you don't care, I'll care. Don't go," Yuan Yaozhu ordered. "That damned bastard, what kind of medicine did he feed you?" Yuan Yaozhu said helplessly, "What are you thinking about? He might have entered a state of qi deviation and is at a critical juncture. He had no choice but to do this. I will make him compensate for the losses." Yuan Yaozhu thought to herself, "Do I need to lend him a helping hand?" The nine-colored deer was shocked. Cultivation deviation. Quickly move him out of the 100-herb garden. If he self-detonated, who knew how many spiritual plants would be destroyed? Yuan Yaozhu shook her head firmly. "He will be fine." He even survived that critical moment. It was also Li Qingshan's first time using this technique. Could it be that the first technique of the Qilin transformation was an evil technique that could devour life? No, of course not. He reached out to grab a leaf and let out a breath. Chapter 1429. Inhale, inhale, inhale. Flowers and plants grew luxuriantly and withered in the blink of an eye. Just like the poem said, the grass on the plains withered and flourished every year. Every breath he took seemed to go through this process. The cycle of life and death, withering and flourishing. The colors of fresh green and withered yellow repeatedly spread around him, and each time, the vegetation became more luxuriant. They even surpassed their original forms. They gathered the spiritual energy of the 100-herb garden and were inconceivably vigorous. Even those exotic flowers and plants became full of vitality. The golden leaf Bodhi tree behind him changed its leaves, stretched its branches and grew towards the sky. "This is a Qilin?" The nine-colored deer was astonished. Legend had it that wherever a Qilin went, the vegetation would become abnormally lush. Even if it landed in a desert, it would quickly become an oasis. If they lived there for a long time, those ordinary plants would even transform into spirit wood and spirit grass, a symbol of life. However, this kid clearly only had a trace of the Qilin bloodline, so how could he display such a phenomenon? Yuan Yaozhu relaxed and said with a smile, "It seems that he has found the right person to take care of the 100-herb garden." The Qilin was an extremely rare and benevolent beast. Generations of masters of the herb garden wanted to raise one. In the herb garden, an even greater desire was to have a Qilin. It was the most suitable mount for cultivators of the Book of Nature, as one could sense the way of nature from it. Suddenly remembering his joke, she blushed and glanced at the nine-colored deer. She was quite satisfied with this mount. This is definitely a vile creature." The nine-colored deer cried out. She had just thought about how to drive him out of the 100-herb garden, and now there was another reason why she absolutely could not drive him out. The heavens were simply unreasonable. Li Qingshan inhaled and exhaled the vigorous life force between heaven and earth. Qilin had never harmed a single blade of grass or tree since it was born. This was their only source of food. Demons were like plants that gradually withered and shrunk. No matter how many demonic thoughts flowed in their hearts, they didn't suppress it or obsess over it. It was just an instinct that all living beings in the world had. Even the thought of self-destruction was just a part of the natural cycle, so there was no need to feel uneasy and be in a hurry to destroy it. A Qilin or even a benevolent beast. It wasn't that he was born without any evil thoughts, but that he could remain unmoved by them. To be good at nurturing all living things without competing, to be born without being born, to not rely on one's own, to grow without being greedy, this is called Xuanda. This was the number one divine ability of the Qilin transformation, endless vitality. Just as he expected, this divine ability had no combat power. As a battle maniac, he didn't take this divine ability to heart. But looking at it now, this god art seemed to be very suitable for working in the 100-herb garden. Although he was not interested in growing flowers and plants, he could have an additional resource besides spiritual energy. He could absorb the vigorous vitality of heaven and earth to nourish his body and mind, which was greatly beneficial to his cultivation. Most importantly, he didn't have to worry about qi deviation anymore. This divine ability was shockingly effective in dealing with mental demons. Instantly the Yin demon calmed down. There was even a serene and peaceful smile on his face, as if he had become a Buddha on the spot. The most beautiful thing in the world is beautiful. This is evil, everyone knows that it is good, and this is not good. Good and evil were the same thought. When one's heart had a choice between right and wrong, there would be the difference between Buddha and demon. No matter how powerful the spirit turtle was, it could only suppress it. All it could do was let go of its obsession, using the natural path to balance. Li Qingshan comprehended this point and couldn't help but praise, "Amazing, amazing." However, to a warrior, any bit of strength could be turned into combat strength. Naturally, he just had to play around occasionally. The key was to do it. If he couldn't defeat a strong enemy, everything he said was useless. He instantly had a way to turn it into combat strength. He laughed and activated the Freedom Book once more. Obsession, evil, lust, evil, demonic. He had all of these bad people. Since it was beneficial to cultivating the Freedom Book, then he would use them all. As expected, very quickly he successfully went into qi deviation once more. The Yin demon became even more twisted and vicious. Endless growth. He was prepared to use his divine ability to subdue the Yin demon. When the Yin demon calmed down, Li Qingshan did it once more. The unfettered heavenly tome had the advantage of being able to advance very quickly. Through this extreme exercise, one's cultivation would naturally advance by leaps and bounds. It should have been like he was walking on thin ice, like he was facing an abyss, but now it was like he was walking on flat ground. This was the use of divine abilities. It was either to subdue external demons or to subdue mental demons. Anyway, it would definitely be useful. The small world was still in chaos. He had subdued the Yin demon and controlled it like it was his own arm. If he could repeat this cycle, Li Qingshan might even be able to ignore the 9 transformations of the demon and god and use the Freedom Book to break through the 5th heaven tribulation and become an emperor. However, the regretful thing was that demonic thoughts were consumables. Very quickly, he realized that he couldn't have any demonic thoughts in his heart anymore. Greed, lust, self-destruction, they all disappeared. It wasn't hard for a person to do one bad thing, but it was hard to do it for the rest of one's life. Li Qingshan exhaled and felt exhausted. However, he felt really calm and peaceful. He felt that the world was so beautiful and that life was so cute and so insignificant. He had an urge to become a monk. Speaking of monks, I wonder how Bunu is doing? I haven't seen Little Ming and Yenying for a long time. I really miss them. I hope they are all safe and sound. Great sage, Li Qingshan supported his head and thought so gently. Not long after, his will continued and replaced the old with new doppelgangers. Each doppelganger's face was brimming with sunshine. To every cultivator in the 100-herb garden, they were as warm as spring. They did good deeds everywhere and never left their names. Everyone was greatly moved by this. His sincere eyes and gentle smile made it hard for anyone to tell that he was putting on an act. Even if there were a few stubborn ones, they were moved by his sincerity and willingly submitted to him. No matter how they looked at it, this one was much better than Xin Yushu. When the female cultivators saw his smile, their hearts were beating fast. Until this moment, Li Qingshan could be considered to have truly realized the words, "Win people over with virtue." The only regret was that even those bastards who didn't know how to appreciate kindness were really influenced by him. Now they called him senior brother whenever they saw him, causing him to be unable to have any demonic thoughts. He couldn't mess up Ruan Yaoju's place and purposely cause trouble in the herb garden. Instead, he had to frequently use the Qilin's divine ability, endless vitality, to help the plants grow. The herb garden achieved an unprecedented great harmony. Everyone was for him and he was for everyone. The present world was stable and the years were peaceful. One day during his afternoon nap, he suddenly shivered and woke up with a face full of melancholy. If this goes on, won't I become a good person? However, in the blink of an eye, this melancholy also melted under the afternoon sun, revealing a bright and beautiful smile. However, during this period of time he didn't see Ruan Yaoju again. Is she still angry at me? But this can't be helped. At this moment, the 9-colored deer flew over through the air and landed in front of Li Qingshan. It studied him up and down, studying him left and right. It was unable to imagine where Li Qingshan's change had come from. In the beginning, it even thought he was putting on an act, but even after so much time had passed, there were actually no openings at all. Thanks to his efforts, Ruan Yaoju's whole body was relaxed and she cultivated in peace in the cave. She took the opportunity to run out and talk to this man. Li Qingshan praised, "You are so beautiful." She was indeed an extremely elegant creature, and seemed to fit the Qilin's aesthetic standards very well. The 9-colored deer's prepared words were all blocked by these 3 words. All of the fine hairs on her body stood on end. How strange was this feeling? His eyes were so sincere and she couldn't help but feel happy, even a bit intoxicated. She thought, not good, this brat knows evil methods, I can't fall for his trick. Of course this wasn't any evil method. It was mainly the Qilin's attraction to creatures, especially a life form that was extremely close to hers. Moreover, the Yin demon also played a certain role unintentionally, charming invisibly. Li Qingshan, I have something to say to you. May I touch your fur? She asked. Li Qingshan's eyes didn't have a trace of evil thoughts, just like those artists who dabbled in body art, only the purest appreciation of beauty. The 9-colored deer roared, and Li Qingshan was sent flying by the gorgeous antlers. His eyes focused and his battle instincts instantly awakened. His anger was like fire, and his murderous intent was like the wind. This seems to be a good opportunity to accumulate demonic thoughts, good. Thus, he opened his arms and walked towards the 9-colored deer with his chest puffed out. Come, as long as you are happy. Chapter 1430. Come at me, I'll teach you a lesson today. I'll let you know that it's useless. The 9-colored deer sneered, stood up, and stomped hard on Li Qingshan's head with its front hooves. With a bang, Li Qingshan was sent flying again. There was a bright red hoof print on his forehead. It was slightly sunken in and blood was oozing out. A blow from a spirit demon emperor was not so easy to withstand. However, what was even more unbearable was the humiliation of being kicked away by that rabbit. Why do these bastard mounts like to step on people's faces so much? However, this is the feeling of excitement and my whole body is full of energy. This is me, Li Qingshan, I'm not a good person. Thus, with a smile he walked up the high hill again. This time it was not just to collect demonic thoughts, but to feel like he had returned to his true self. Come on, no matter how you trample on me, I won't fight back. Bang. Before Li Qingshan finished speaking, he was swept away by a slender straight line. The 9-colored deer transformed into a human, wearing a colorful feather robe. She clenched her fists and was eager to try. You asked for it, don't cry for your parents later. Before she finished speaking, with a swoosh, Li Qingshan stood in front of her again. The smile on his face did not change, but there were 2 faint flames in his eyes. That will depend on your ability. All right. The 9-colored deer did not say anything else and punched Li Qingshan in the face. Li Qingshan's head tilted and then slowly turned back. Why has the power become weaker? Are you not used to the human form? In an instant, the 9-colored deer turned into a colorful rainbow and attacked like a storm. What was more rare was that every punch and every kick was extremely elegant, like a dance pleasing to the eye. Li Qingshan's feet stepped into the ground and he stood in the storm. He endured and did not move as if he had become one with the earth. He continued to comment, this punch is not bad. This kick is also not bad. It's very beautiful, but you haven't fought before, right? It was indeed like he was watching a dance. Shut up. The 9-colored deer gritted its teeth. However, Li Qingshan clearly felt that although she was angry, she did not have any killing intent. She did not even have the determination to hurt others. Clearly he wasn't good at fighting and killing. If it were some other black rabbit, it would be lucky if it could survive. How would it dare to stand there and take a beating? This was probably the innate talent of the race. The black fur roar didn't even care about destroying Wanxiang City, but in this 100-herb garden, the 9-colored deer had to constantly restrain its power. He couldn't let the aftermath hurt the flowers and plants. Of course, it was enough to crush a regular demon the arch. However, in Li Qingshan's eyes, it was a little showy but impractical. Therefore, even though he looked like he had been beaten up badly, most of his injuries were just flesh wounds. Even if his tendons and bones were injured, with his recovery ability, he would be as good as new in a moment. The 9-colored deer suddenly stopped and glared at him, panting slightly. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Why aren't you fighting? You lunatic." The 9-colored deer unwillingly clenched its fist, and a 9-colored light condensed in its eyes. That was the light of its innate ability. "Kid, take this move and you will die. If you have the guts, don't dodge." As expected, Li Qingshan felt the danger, but he did not care and opened his arms. "All right, come. Things that can't kill me will make me stronger." The 9-colored deer's ability was ready to be unleashed, but at this moment, Ruan Yaozhu's stern voice came from the sky. "Jiu Air, come back. You tricked me." The 9-colored deer's expression changed. "You despicable person. Hey, you are the one who has been beating me." Li Qingshan was also unhappy. Being beaten without retaliating was considered despicable. His enemies were too noble. "I will not let you off." The 9-colored deer glared at him, turned around and leaped. It turned into a white deer in midair and sprinted towards the 100-herb cave residence. Li Qingshan only felt indignant, adding another line to the blacklist in his heart. This damn deer was going against him from the start. If he had the chance, he would not let her off. He did not know how venison hot pot tasted, but she was beautiful in human form. "I want to do that first, then that." Demonic thoughts grew in his heart and he hurriedly used the Book of Freedom. Under the stimulation of the demonic thoughts, the Yin demon exploded, and he used his ability to subdue it. With the use of amaranthan nature, the injuries on his body quickly healed. This innate ability not only had a strong healing effect, but it could also quickly recover one's spirit. Li Qingshan became more and more satisfied. In an instant, his heart became peaceful again. There was no more anger or hatred, and he became that virtuous great sage again. From this, he understood how fake the so-called elimination of the demonic thoughts was. If a person did not have fear, they would not avoid danger, and without anger they would not be able to protect themselves. That was why Buddha had fire, and he needed to roar like a lion. Whether it was a protector or a propagandist, one had to use strength to convince others. With this thought, the Yin demon surged. The hazy mist on his face dissipated, and his true appearance was revealed. It was not Li Qingshan's current appearance, but the teenager from the Crouching Ox village in the past. His face was rather angular. He was neither handsome nor ugly. He was just a regular teenager from a farmer's family, like thousands of mortals. The vicissitudes of life could still carve too much joy and sorrow on his face, but it also had all the fear that a mortal should have. That was his true nature. Without it, there would be no such thing as freedom. The Book of Freedom reached another level, and his cultivation completely stabilized, close to the small success stage. Li Qingshan felt the sudden increase in strength, and he could not help but smile. He did not get beaten up this time. However, if he wanted to take another step forward, such small fights would not work. The 9-colored deer was not even an enemy to him. No matter how heavy his attacks were, they would not be able to incite any killing intent in him. Only by going to a wider world to train and comprehend would he be able to create an even more powerful demonic spirit, complete the Book of Freedom, and comprehend the true path of freedom. In the 100-herb cave, Ruan Yaozhu was slightly angry. "Jiu Air, I just went into seclusion for a while. What were you doing?" "He told me to hit him." The 9-colored deer was dejected, and his face was full of grievance, like a student being scolded by a teacher. "You are in the right?" Ruan Yaozhu raised her voice. No matter how she looked at it, it seemed like she was the one beating up Li Qingshan. He did not even fight back, and it was not like he did not have the ability to fight back. She even doubted if she was his opponent in a life-and-death battle. Everything he had done for the 100-herb garden these days had touched her. No matter what past he had a kind heart and he was really working hard. In the end, he was bullied by others and it was in her 100-herb garden and she was the one who hit him. "I am not in the right." The 9-colored deer knew that she was really angry, and it was best not to talk back at this time. That damned Li Qingshan using this kind of trick to sow discord was really too despicable. Ruan Yaozhu gently grabbed her shoulder. I know you are doing this for my own good, and I will try not to see him. Promise me don't make trouble again, okay? Okay. After completing the first layer of cultivation, Li Qingshan temporarily set aside the heavenly tome of freedom and began accumulating his cultivation for the Qilins method of longevity. There were no shortcuts for this, so he could only go with the flow and take it step by step. He used the eternal vitality, constantly inhaling and exhaling, and his life force constantly flowing. The wild grass changed, nourishing him and nourishing the strange flowers and plants in the 100-herb garden. Ruan Yaozhu naturally would not let his hard work go to waste, and doubled his contribution. Chapter 1431. In the endless void, deep blue fatty swallowed the last mountain. The heaven-climbing vine was like a long intestine, transporting all living beings to the 5 continents world. The others were directly digested. The 5 continents world size expanded, causing the ocean to become wider and the continents to expand. Although it wasn't enough to reach a higher realm, it was just a matter of time. That was because the space-swallowing beast had already started on a new journey, suddenly disappearing into the void and heading towards another star. Li Qingshan pulled out the heaven-climbing vine, but there was no place to connect it. The Dragon Pool cave abode had already been broken through, and the altar was probably destroyed, causing it to lose its coordinates. If he had his own cave abode, he could build a new altar and connect the 5 continents world to the human path. Then, he could use the 5 continents world to cultivate. Many people he trusted could come to the human path and help him. He didn't know when Pai Yangqiu would help him settle the Xinming cave abode. Cultivators always had a slow sense of time, so he could only wait patiently. He couldn't help but think that if the 5 continents world continued to expand, one day it might become an unbelievable giant, even comparable to the 6 paths of reincarnation. As the god of the world, all living beings were his allies. Could he nurture them? The shadows of the trees danced in the wind. Li Qingshan gazed over and saw a young cultivator make his way up the hill. He said politely, "Senior brother, I've just returned from Myriad Phenomenon City. Senior brother Pai of the Abundance Department has asked me to tell you that the item you want has already been prepared. If you are free, come to the Sky Estate Department to take them." Li Qingshan smiled. Not bad. With his current cultivation, that true dragon called Ao Xian might not be invincible. He thanked the young cultivator and stood up. It was time to make a trip to Wanxiang City. The Yin demon sunk into the hill and maintained the many-thought clones. He left the 100-herb garden and flew towards the ocean. Level 19. Spirit Venerable Guihai was reading a book. He raised his head and glanced at Li Qingshan. That gaze that was as deep as the sea still made him shudder. It was like everything about him had been seen through. However, he was much calmer now. He understood that it was just an illusion. His fate was not something that this old bastard could understand. He stepped forward and presented the jade scroll. Spiritual Venerable, please appraise it. Spirit Venerable Guihai took the jade slip. He was much more serious than the last time. Li Qingshan waited patiently, full of confidence. Although he had failed in his last attempt, he did not give up. Instead, he persisted. First of all, he rewarded everyone involved, especially those novelists, even if it was just to exchange for a Xuanmu lot. He was also rewarded handsomely. In any case, for a god of the world like him, it was a good thing but not costly. It was just like buying a horse's bones with 1,000 pieces of gold. And the results did not disappoint him. Novelists sprung up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, and their passion for writing was at an unprecedented high. This time he had brought more novels for Spirit Sovereign Guihai. Before long, Spirit Venerable Guihai returned the jade slip to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan asked with a smile, "How is it?" "A little better." Spirit Venerate Guihai waved his hand, and the badge on Li Qingshan's chest flashed. He received a sum of contribution points, 10 times more than the previous time. This time he did not use the Xuanmu lot to humiliate Li Qingshan. He gave them all to him. On the Myriad Phenomenon list, Li Qingshan's ranking rose again. He was not far from becoming a chamber disciple, and he attracted the attention of many people. "What's your name?" asked Li Qingshan. Spirit Venerable Guihai glanced at him and casually gave a few comments. Li Qingshan memorized every word in his heart, preparing to repeat it to those novelists in the 5 continents world. It had to be said that Spirit Venerable Guihai had quite good taste. His comments were concise and to the point. And as long as he understood his taste, he would be able to produce more valuable novels next time. Dedicate the world to one person. How could it not work? Spirit Venerable Guihai stretched out his hand again. Hand it over. Ha, I really can't hide anything from you. Li Qingshan took out another jade slip. This records some of my insights from cultivating the unfettered heavenly book. Spirit Venerable, please appraise it. These were the three main channels for him to increase his contribution points. Firstly, managing the 100 herb garden. The profits were the most stable and the greatest. Secondly, presenting books. Although the current profits were very low, it was worth looking forward to in the future. Finally, it was the experience of cultivating the unfettered heavenly book. This was inspired by Pai Yangqiu. After all, the myriad phenomenon heavenly book was the core of this world. Novels were just entertainment to Spirit Venerable Guihai, but the heavenly book was related to cultivation. It was self-evident which was more important. As the first person to try it, he believed that the profits would not be too bad. Spirit Venerable Guihai's expression turned solemn as he examined the jade slip. His eyes flickered as though he was in deep thought. After a long time he said, "Very good." Just as he said that, the badge on Li Qingshan's chest lit up with a dazzling light. On the myriad phenomenon list, Li Qingshan's name rose sharply, and he suddenly entered the top 10 of the chamber disciples. Now that he was ranked 7th, he was close to becoming a chamber disciple. In the myriad phenomenon sect, ranking was status. Having risen twice in a short period of time, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the square. Ever since Li Qingshan had transcended the 4th heavenly tribulation, he had used many thought avatars to manage the 100 herb garden. His ranking had risen very quickly. He was improving every day like a rising star. With these 2 promotions, there was no longer any doubt that he would soon become a chamber disciple. Perhaps it would not be just that. Many of these gazes contained hostility, and it was not just jealousy. Among the true disciples, a bet had already begun. Li Tian was much more efficient than Pai Yangqiu. Li Qingshan said, "Thank you, Spirit Venerable." Spirit Venerable Guihai said, "This unfettered heavenly book is indeed dangerous. It must have been difficult for you to transcend the 4th heavenly tribulation." Li Qingshan was speechless. "You don't have to be so direct. If I don't say it, won't you think about it? Every heavenly book is a path, and I will choose the most suitable person to open it. But what I deduced is only a map. Although it is very detailed, it also has its limitations. If you can't open this path, I won't be able to predict everything. I believe it's the truth." Li Qingshan nodded. "Because I can't deduce any mistakes in it. With you as an example, people in the future will be able to take fewer detours and avoid many traps. I can also further revise the unfettered heavenly book. This is all thanks to you. You did not let down the promise you made to me back then. Then, can you also revise my unfettered heavenly book?" Li Qingshan cursed inwardly. This old bastard. I'm indeed a lab rat. The unfettered heavenly book I'm cultivating now is probably a crude version, which is why there are so many dangers. You don't need it. Spirit Venerable Guihai glanced at Li Qingshan. "Don't tell me I have to use a bookmark to exchange for it again." Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. A lab rat would be rewarded with food. There's no need to doubt it. The unfettered heavenly book you are cultivating now is not only fine, it's also perfect. Li Qingshan questioned, "Spirit Venerable, are you fooling a child? If it's really perfect, why bother talking about revising it?" Spirit Venerable Guihai said, "The so-called perfect is a kind of extremity, and this unfettered heavenly book is a very extreme path. Do you understand?" Li Qingshan said thoughtfully, "Only the extremity can be perfect." That's right. The so-called revision is not so extreme. It allows normal disciples to comprehend and cultivate it, reducing the risk of dying as much as possible. It's like 2 different paths of climbing a mountain. One is dangerous and fast while the other is slow. Although the former is closer to the essence of this path, with your talent, as long as you are willing to slow down, you will definitely be able to reach the peak. If you want, I can help you revise it. Thank you, Spirit Venerable, for your guidance. However, I have no choice. If I don't walk this path, there will be no other path. All he needed to do was continue being a lab rat. However, he had divine powers to suppress the Yin demons, so he did not need to lower the risk. The faster his cultivation speed was, the better it was. The closer he was to the essence, the better. That's why I said you don't need it. Spirit Venerable Guihai placed his hands behind his back and vanished into the forest of bookshelves. Li Qingshan pondered for a moment and came to the first level of heaven. Perhaps it was because Spirit Venerable Guihai approached him every time, he was warmly received by the staff. "Senior brother, what books do you need? I'll get them for you now." Li Qingshan shrugged his shoulders. "Everything." "What?" Chapter 1432. All the cultivators were dumbfounded. Li Qingshan shrugged his shoulders. "I'm just kidding. I'm not Spirit Venerable." Everyone burst out laughing. Only Spirit Venerable Guihai had such an ability in the whole nature sect. "Everyone, please continue with your business. Every time I come here, I'm in a hurry. Let's have a good tour." Li Qingshan declined a female cultivator's kind offer to be his tour guide. He wandered among the bookshelves alone. His fingertips swept over the spines of the books, but he didn't take out any of them. It seemed he was really just here to tour. But no one noticed that his fingertips were shining with an undetectable spiritual light, and he was holding a jade slip in his other hand. Probing, collecting, recording. He didn't miss a single book. Since he was a disciple, he didn't need to pay any bookmark to read the books on this floor. Only a small part of them were related to cultivation, and their levels were limited, so they wouldn't be of much help to him. The rest were novels, human geography, and other miscellaneous books, which could broaden his horizons. However, every book that could be placed here had been selected by Spirit Venerable Guihai. Even the lowest level cultivation dermic formulation was exquisite, simple, and all-encompassing. It was the accumulation of the myriad phenomenon sect over 1,000,000 years. It was not something any sect in the Trichiliocosm could compare with. It was enough to lay a solid foundation for the cultivation path of the 5 continents. Even if it was just novels, he could show them to novelists to improve their writing skills, and he could exchange them for more bookmarks next time. Of course, the most important thing was that everything was free. And as his status increased, more and more free books would be available to him. It would be enough for him to establish a complete cultivation system in the 5 continents, completely breaking the monopoly of all the sects and families, and all living creatures could find their own paths in it. Back then, his slogan was, "Everyone can practice." Now it was, "Everyone can practice." Even he couldn't imagine what kind of world it would be. Anyway, it would be very interesting. He couldn't help but chuckle. This reason was enough. The only question now was, would Spirit Venerable Guihai stop him? He, who also had the bloodline of the Spirit Turtle, could almost imagine Spirit Venerable Guihai looking at him and carrying out extremely complicated calculations. He was trying to analyze all the pros and cons and predict future changes. As time passed, Li Qingshan walked past hundreds of bookshelves. No one stopped him from recording tens of thousands of books on the jade slip. He smiled. This was probably the limitation of the Spirit Turtle clan. Something like fate could not be calculated or predicted at the end of the day. Therefore, hiding in the sinkhole was the safest. When Li Qingshan walked out of the sky, it was already several days later. He felt a splitting headache and the stars in the sky were spinning. He shook his head forcefully. He had underestimated the amount of knowledge the heavens possessed. Senior apprentice Brother Pai was probably getting impatient from waiting. He shook his head vigorously and walked towards the abundance department. In the sky, Spirit Sovereign Guihai stared at his back. His expression was somewhat uneasy. As the Heaven Lord, he naturally saw everything Li Qingshan did. This should not have been strange. A person with the bloodline of a Spirit Turtle would basically gather all knowledge instinctively before storing it and analyzing it. What really excited him was that he tried to predict the consequences of this action, but his deductions always collapsed at the beginning. It wasn't because it was too complicated and he didn't have time to analyze it, but because it was too huge. Many years ago he was swimming in the sea. A huge shadow swam in the deep sea below. He didn't recognize it until a long time later that it was a Kuan. At that time he didn't feel shocked, but he couldn't understand it. His mind was frozen. It was the same now. They were just some low-level miscellaneous books. How could they have such a huge impact? So, just like that time, he chose to stay still and wait for fate to reveal itself. At the very top of the abundance department, Pai Yangqiu grabbed Li Qingshan by the collar. "Kid, how dare you make me wait for so long?" He was a mighty true disciple, and he wanted to give a disciple who had just entered the hall a tremendous benefit. But he waited for a few days, which was too disrespectful. "Senior apprentice brother, please forgive me. The Spirit Venerable wanted me to stay and talk about the Book of Freedom. I couldn't get away." "Don't use the Spirit Venerable against me. Do you really think I don't know what you are doing in the sky? Pa Yangqiu said angrily. Many people had seen Li Qingshan wandering in the lowest levels of the sky. How could he escape his surveillance? Li Qingshan said with a smile, I'm just giving you a way out to make you feel better. Pa Yangqiu didn't know what to do with him. A guy who dared to face his furious senior sister wouldn't be scared by his aura. Moreover, this guy had gone through 4 heavenly tribulations, so he must be even more fearless. The anger on his face suddenly disappeared. Senior apprentice brother Li, I have a good news and a bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Li Qingshan said with his huge hands, Senior apprentice brother, I know. The good news is that I got the mysterious underworld cave. The bad news is that I have to deal with a real dragon. These things are natural. They aren't really a surprise. Pa Yangqiu emphasized the word surprise maliciously. Li Qingshan grinned. I like surprises the most. What's the good news? Congratulations, you've become a chamber disciple. Pa Yangqiu patted Li Qingshan's shoulder. The badge on his chest suddenly lit up. It was even brighter than when he offered the unfettered scripture. On the versatility list, Li Qingshan's name suddenly broke through the limit of a chamber disciple. He immediately became a chamber disciple of the versatility sect. Everyone was dumbfounded. Li Qingshan was also shocked. What does this mean? Pa Yangqiu smiled. Because you contributed to the sect. This is a reward from the abundance department. This isn't cheating, is it? Li Qingshan also felt that something was wrong. The so-called contribution was just a few words. The contribution could be big or small. It might not be worth such a big contribution. Yes and no. Then please take it back, senior brother. I don't need to cheat to become a true disciple. Why should I give it to others? It's because you will definitely become a true disciple that I have to give you this contribution. Otherwise, do you think the abundance department is a charity? Why? Li Qingshan was even more surprised. Pa Yangqiu lowered his voice and held his shoulder. Tell me first, did senior sister Ruan help you cheat? Of course not. Li Qingshan said decisively. His contribution to the herb garden was indeed that big. Ruan Yaozhu was quite inflexible in this aspect. Pa Yangqiu looked at Li Qingshan for a moment. I believe in junior sister Ruan's character. She won't break her principles for a pretty boy. But others might not think so. Who's the pretty boy? Li Qingshan was very dissatisfied. And who are the others? The other true disciples, the people standing across the gambling table. With the speed of your contribution, it won't be hard to become a true disciple in 30 years. What's worse is that there's almost no risk of dying in a place like the herb garden. Li Qingshan understood. So they will deal with me? These true disciples are too ungentlemanly. Pa Yangqiu shook his head. Who told you to cheat? When did I cheat? My work in the herb garden can stand up to anyone's scrutiny. Pa Yangqiu smiled. I'm talking about just now. Pa Yangqiu, you tricked me. Li Qingshan pointed at Pa Yangqiu's nose and said angrily. Pa Yangqiu lightly pushed his finger away. Please note that even if you become a true disciple, I will still be your senior brother. Didn't you bet on me winning? Why do you want to harm me? The point is not whether you really cheated or not. It's that they think it's enough for you to cheat. No one was willing to admit defeat, especially when the bet had just begun. It was simply a slap in the face. But they won't go to the herb garden to inspect your work, nor will they question whether my contribution is reasonable. That would be offending junior sister Ruan and I. Instead, they will directly deal with you. Pa Yangqiu's index finger heavily poked Li Qingshan's chest. That's why you have to seize the initiative and quickly become a true disciple. Yes, it's too easy for a true disciple to deal with a true disciple. They don't even need to find an excuse. Not all direct disciples are like Lu Tian, who respects the rules of the bet, or like Chao Tianjiao, who is straightforward. There are also many bad people like me. Pa Yangqiu patted his chest, his face showing no shame. Li Qingshan rolled his eyes. Then just because I'm a true disciple, will they have any qualms? Yes, they just need to find an excuse. What's the difference? There's a big difference, but there's no difference. Just like what Lu Tian said, you can never easily take everything from the gambling table. So the bad news is that they're probably angered by me now. Once you walk out of the Sky Mansion department, you'll encounter a lot of trouble. I hope you'll be mentally prepared. Pa Yangqiu helped Li Qingshan straighten his clothes and stuffed an item into his hands. Chapter 1433. The object was shaped like the 8 trigrams. It was neither metal nor wood, and it was as cold as ice. A black gem was embedded in the center. It was as black as ink, and when one looked into it, it felt like even one's soul would be sucked into it. Although it did not contain any powerful energy, its internal structure was exquisite. The tortoise could not fully deduce it in a short time, but it had a strange sense of beauty. Pai Yangqiu said, "This is the main formation plate of the Xianming cave." Li Qingshan looked away from the black gem and asked, "Can I control the formation to suppress the true dragon Ao Xian?" Pai Yangqiu laughed. "Of course, that's impossible. After all, he is the master of the Xianming cave. TSK, the abundance department is so useless." Pai Yangqiu was not angry. He said in a serious tone, "This is just a key. It can help you open the door, but you can't use it to stab people." "Alright, thank you, master." Li Qingshan cupped his fists and kept the key. This was also within his expectations, so he was not too disappointed. "You really plan to solve it with force?" Pai Yangqiu asked. Facing a true dragon that had undergone 5 heavenly tribulations, most people would come up with a few clever plans. Fighting it head-on was the worst plan that they could think of. Li Qingshan shrugged. "Who knows? Then I advise you to go through 5 heavenly tribulations first. But try to think of a way to negotiate." Li Qingshan shook his head. "I don't have a glib tongue like you, senior apprentice brother. It's easy to anger people. That's what I admire about you. Let me remind you one last time that no one can help you with this, be it me or junior apprentice sister Ruan. You better take care of yourself." Pai Yangqiu said in a serious tone. At that moment, a servant in green came in and reported, "Senior apprentice brother, the quartermaster is here. He said he wants to see Li Qingshan." Pai Yangqiu frowned. "That Guxing really doesn't give me any face. Let him in." "Guxing." Li Qingshan mumbled. He had seen this name on the all-creation leaderboard. It was ranked 18th. A moment later, a military officer in military uniform with a stern expression walked in. He first paid his respects to Pai Yangqiu, reporting to senior brother Pai, "I am here on the orders of senior brother Changgu to recruit Li Qingshan." As he spoke, he took out a piece of paper and handed it to Li Qingshan. Below the words enlistment order were a few lines of scribbled words. Li Qingshan could only recognize his own name. The writer seemed to be very hasty and perfunctory, perhaps even a little angry. The seal of the quartermaster department was clearly printed at the bottom. Li Qingshan raised his head and looked at Pai Yangqiu. "This senior Gu is one of the gamblers? He is also the most stingy one, famous for being a miser, haggling over even a profound wood lot." Pai Yangqiu seemed to be afraid of speaking ill of Guxing, causing the corner of the quartermaster's eyes to twitch. Li Qingshan asked again, "What does the quartermaster department do? What right do they have to conscript me?" "The human realm is connected to the world, so there will be many conflicts, especially when the infernal domain invaded them year after year. All the major sects must organize people to participate in the war. The quartermaster department is in charge of recruiting cultivators and organizing military supplies to the battlefield." Li Qingshan immediately recalled the books he read in heaven not long ago. Most of them described the war that had lasted since the beginning of reincarnation. If a world was like a country, then the 6 paths of reincarnation were the 6 great countries. Together with the infernal domain, it was the 7 heroes of the warring states. The most famous one was the feud between the Azura path and the heavenly path. From the moment they were born, they started attacking each other. The heavenly path had 33 heavens and they were all led by Sakra. The Azura path lost more than they won. But as long as there was a chance, they would attack the heavens. The hell path had the 10 kings of hell, the 4 great judges, and the 10 commanders of Een. They had always been working to suppress the hungry ghost path and bring the dead back into the path of reincarnation. They did not tolerate the dead of the worlds. Although the hungry ghost path was no match for the hell path, it relied on its extraordinary world will to devour the 3,000 worlds and continue to expand. It often attacked all the other worlds indiscriminately, wanting all the living to become dead. The demonic beast path was a primitive and wild land. Even though there were many strong people, it was extremely chaotic. It was the least like a country, but other than the crazy hungry ghost path, there were no hostile countries. The world of the human path was between order and chaos. Although its overall strength was not weak, it did not have the strict order of the heavenly path and the hell path. It also did not have the strong world will of the hungry ghost path and the Azura path. The open and secret fights between the sects were even worse than the demonic beast path. But at the same time, it was the enemy of all worlds. Countless sects and cultivators, according to their own needs, either went to the demonic beast path to kill demonic beasts and tame their mounts, or went to the hungry ghost path to rob tombs and enslave ghouls, or sneaked into the heaven path and the Azura path to steal divine weapons and rare treasures. They even directly captured celestials and Azuras and used their flesh, blood, and souls to cultivate, refine pills and forge weapons. Regardless of good or evil, there were countless cultivators who went to the hell path to break in because of all kinds of love and hatred. Many strange stories played out. It left a very deep impression on Li Qingshan. Celestials, Azuras, and even demons and ghouls could enter and leave the human path freely, but they would kill any humans who trespassed. In particular, the hell path's defenses were the tightest. Originally, this was not a big problem as the human path was allied with the various worlds at the same time. Whether it be demons or ghouls, there were no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Various small conflicts occurred constantly, but they rarely escalated into wars between countries. The various worlds loathed humans, but none of them treated the human path as an enemy. Even the most invasive hungry ghost path did not pose too much of a threat to the human path due to the suppression of the hell path. However, evil people would be tormented by evil people. That was the demon domain independent of the 6 realms of Sasra. Under the encouragement of the evil and chaotic world will, the 12 demon gods led an army of demon folk, constantly attacking the human path with many demonic sects as spies. The righteous sects of the human path were forced to organize themselves. They suppressed the traitors internally and organized defenses externally. The Myriad sect was a large sect with many cultivators. They had always been one of the main forces. Under these circumstances, the authority of the supply department was extremely great. When necessary, they could forcibly recruit disciples into the army. When necessary, it meant that the head of the supply department felt it was necessary, which was the direct disciple Guxing, junior brother Li. Military orders must be obeyed. Those who disobey will be executed. Please report to the supply department with me immediately. The supply officer said emotionlessly. I'm a proper formal disciple. Is he going to execute me just like that? Li Qingshan said boldly as he glanced at Pai Yangqiu. Pai Yangqiu smiled. That's right. If senior brother Gu wants to forcefully recruit me as a formal disciple, it probably won't be that easy. Seeing Pai Yangqiu speak, the supply officer's expression eased up slightly. He lowered his head and clasped his hands. I'm only following orders. If junior brother wants to disobey them, I'll return to the supply department right now to report back. Li Qingshan asked Pai Yangqiu, what do I do? Do I go or not? Pai Yangqiu rubbed his nose. You can't directly defy military orders. You still have to go to the supply department, but you can't just go like this. You have to ask for help from your senior sister Ruan. You're a member of the 100 Herb Garden, and you've made such a great contribution to the 100 Herb Garden. She'll have to step forward regardless of the circumstances. Then what about you? I'm the mastermind. In an instant, the 3 creations Li Qingshan appeared over 100 times, and this didn't include the large amounts of thoughts that couldn't be captured. Gu Yining smiled. I knew it. The list of all creations was important information that all disciples paid attention to. It directly determined one's status and rank. The fact that Li Qingshan suddenly became an inner disciple had already caused a huge reaction in Wanxiang City, especially on this public square. Moreover, rumors and slanders were flying everywhere. Did you hear? The quartermaster has already sent people to recruit that Li guy. Why didn't I hear about it? Do you think you're the only one who is well informed? Hee, that Li guy is really unlucky this time. This is so satisfying. How can the Myriad Creation sect be so unruly? He wanted to hide in the 100 Herb Garden and take care of the flowers and plants, but he was sent to the battlefield. That's right. It's not just senior brother Go. I heard that a few senior brothers are also very dissatisfied. I'm afraid that even senior sister Ruan won't be able to protect him this time. The speed at which rumors spread had always been very fast, especially among cultivators. They spread 10 or even 100 times faster among cultivators. Nouveau riches were the easiest to incite jealousy and dissatisfaction. Li Qingshan had only joined the sect for a short period of time, but he had already accomplished a leap that many disciples could never achieve in their entire lives. He seems to be in trouble. That's not strange. Bird woman, let's go to the quartermaster. Little and quickly blended into the crowd. Bird woman. Gu Yining was stunned for a moment before laughing and following closely behind. The quartermaster was located in the northwest of Wanxiang City. It was like a huge military camp. Not only did it have an independent formation system, it was also filled with sentries and patrols. The camp was filled with cultivators filled with a murderous aura. It was the complete opposite of the overall style of Wanxiang City. Primitive and crude black stone palaces were arranged around the camp without any sense of beauty. The quartermaster led the way at the front. Everyone had to make way and greet him. Occasionally they would meet one or two quartermasters of the same rank and they would just nod. Li Qingshan followed behind the logistics officer silently. Suddenly he felt slightly agitated, but it was not because of the atmosphere here, nor was it because he was worried about whether he would be banished to the army or not. Instead, it was a different emotion, one that was intimate and warm. However, just like how the quartermaster's temperament did not match with Wanxiang City, his current temperament did not match this place either. Apart from the servants and attendants, most of the people here were cultivators who had returned from the battlefield to rest. All of them were battle-hardened and had their own arrogance. Due to cultivating the Qilin's guide of longevity, Li Qingshan's appearance had always been as delicate and handsome as a young man's, and because he cultivated the heavenly tome of freedom, all of his demonic thoughts had been depleted. Now he was simply amiable and harmless. Moreover, he constantly followed the natural order and did not reveal his cultivation. His temperament was completely out of place. He was like a little sheep that had entered a pack of wolves. Therefore these people looked at him with unfriendly gazes. Most of them had a bit of contempt and disdain and even a little invasive. Li Qingshan chuckled and did not take it to heart. These people reeked of blood and had fierce expressions. However, they were clearly just foundation establishment and golden core cultivators. There were not even many nascent soul cultivators. If looks could kill enemies, what was the point of cultivation? Even if it was this arrogant short-lived person in front of him, he was confident that he could kill him in 3 moves. At this distance, 1 punch would be enough. As he concentrated on thinking about the reason for his agitation, his eyes suddenly lit up. He looked around and said, "Could it be?" The quartermaster felt a chill down his back. He glanced back in confusion. Li Qingshan was looking left and right, not knowing what he was looking for. Was it an illusion? He shouted unhappily, "Don't look around. Let's go." Yes. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and was slightly angry. He stopped looking around and stared at the quartermaster's back. However, he had a feeling that they were nearby. The quartermaster's body stiffened. No, it was not an illusion. In an instant, a chill went deep into his bones. Even in this noisy military camp, there was no sense of safety. It was as if he was being followed by a ferocious tiger and could be torn into pieces at any time. He did not dare to stop or look back. He walked forward mechanically. In the center of the military camp, there was a black stone tower. At the top of the tower, a short but strong man with a square face and big ears stood with his hands behind his back. He was the commander of this military camp, the quartermaster, Guxing. He looked down at Li Qingshan, who was walking over from afar, and asked in a low voice, "How is it?" Beside him stood a graceful and upright woman. She said with a look of disdain, "Not much? He is just a lucky disciple. Now he is very well behaved." Indeed, in the eyes of the bystanders, Li Qingshan followed behind the logistics officer, keeping his head down and blindly following his every step. He was as docile as he could be. However, he did not know that the quartermaster's back was drenched in sweat. Every step he took was extremely difficult. If he stopped for a moment, he would be killed instantly. He walked forward as if he was possessed. Guxing laughed loudly, his voice like a bell. A lucky disciple who defeated a Yin master at the nascent soul stage? A lucky disciple who was seen as a dark horse by Lutian? A lucky disciple who dared to challenge Grand Senior's sister? The woman was speechless. She said indignantly, "If he did not cheat, how could he become an inner disciple so quickly? You are just jealous." Guxing said calmly, "Back then you were also the first to enter this sect. You spent so much time and effort to become an inner disciple and stand behind me. Yet he obtained everything easily. The few true disciples took special care of him and even treated him as an equal. You think it is unfair, right?" "Yes." The woman lowered her head. Guxing growled, "Damn it, even I think it is unfair. If I had seen it with my own eyes, I would definitely not have bet on it. Sai, I can't blame you for not being able to tell. Some people cannot be judged by common sense. This time we have all been tricked by that bastard Lutian. He failed miserably, so he dragged us down to make up for it." This Li Qingshan has already gone through 4 heavenly tribulations. He cultivates the unrestrained heavenly book, which no one has ever cultivated before. With such a huge amount of contribution points, it is only a matter of time before he becomes an inner disciple. With junior sister Ruan's personality, she would not help others cheat. Pa Yangqiu is just a petty person. He is afraid that I will take advantage of the situation to deal with him. However, it is a good move. I am indeed not a gentleman. I will not admit defeat for nothing. However, I am starting to doubt whether it was the right decision to send him to the battlefield. Senior brother? The woman was shocked. What? Are you afraid that he will? Shut up. He is not a true disciple yet. Even if he really becomes one, I am not afraid of him. Look at your junior brother Lu. His expression seems unnatural and he is not greeting anyone. What happened? Nothing much. I'm just scared. Chapter 1435. The woman was surprised. Junior brother Lu had undergone the 4th heavenly tribulation a long time ago, and he was experienced in battle too. His strength completely surpassed Li Qingshan's. And this was the quartermaster's office. Senior brother Gu was watching from above. Was Li Qingshan bold enough to commit murder? Gu Xing sighed and closed his eyes. Now that he's on the battlefield, his rate of contribution probably won't be any slower than when he was in the 100 Herb Garden. The human realm obviously would not be organizing cultivators to fend off demon folk for free. Instead, they would recruit as many soldiers as they could with the promise of great benefits. Many independent cultivators passed through Myriad Phenomenon City, entering the bloody battlefield in order to secure a future. This was also one of the duties of the quartermaster's office. As they spoke, the quartermaster finally brought Li Qingshan to the bottom of the tower. His heart beat like a drum. The tightly shut door was right before him. If he took another step forward, he would run into the door. If he paused, the consequences would be unpredictable. His life or death would be unpredictable. Like a desperado who had been forced into a dead end, his fear suddenly turned into fury. He powered his Yin spirit with all his might to launch a desperate counterattack. Li Qingshan suddenly stopped, and the soul-stirring killing intent vanished. The quartermaster staggered as if he had punched nothing but air. He had nowhere to release his strength, shaking up his organs. He was drenched in sweat, and his mouth reeked of blood. Suddenly he looked back. Li Qingshan, you've gone too far. Li Qingshan smiled. Who's gone too far? The faint smile in his eyes caused the quartermaster's heart to tremble, and his anger was instantly extinguished. It was only a joke. If this man really wanted to kill him, he probably would not be able to put up a fight. He wiped away the blood from the corner of his lips. Forget it, I've humiliated myself. Only now do I understand what it means to know someone by reputation. Senior Marshal Brother Chang'e is on the pagoda, please. Li Qingshan clasped his hands and strode forward, casually pushing open the black stone door. Before he could even make out what was inside, a short, stocky man welcomed him with a smile. Li Qingshan raised his guard. He took half a step back instinctively. As soon as he assumed a defensive posture, his right hand was grabbed firmly. Senior brother Gu? Gu Xing patted Li Qingshan's hand lightly. Welcome, junior brother Li. The woman behind him revealed a strange expression. Gu Xing had never been so warm to her before. The disciple whom she thought to be a lucky disciple was immediately looked at in a new light by another direct disciple. She even treated him as an equal, and he was her superior. Li Qingshan didn't pull his hand out. Instead, he grabbed Gu Xing's hand and shook it hard. Senior brother, sorry to keep you waiting. This scene was like a victorious reunion. Gu Xingshan was a little surprised, but he seemed to understand. Junior Marshal Brother Li, do you know why I summoned you here? Li Qingshan thought for a moment. Forcefully conscripting me will ruin my cultivation. Gu Xing's smile froze. He didn't expect him to be so direct. She let go of his hand. Good. I have no enmity with you in the past, so I didn't have to do this. Li Qingshan grinned and said, I understand. I'm just a chess piece. If others want to eat me, there's no reason to reason with them. Gu Xing said in a low voice, if you don't fall, you will definitely be on the same level as me. Li Qingshan also said seriously, thank you for your kind words, Senior Marshal Brother. I will work hard to move forward. Why don't you let me go? I will repay you generously in the future. What if I refuse? Even though Gu Xing admired Li Qingshan a little, he gave him face and went down the tower to welcome him personally. But that was also because he didn't want to form a personal grudge with him. The pros and cons were all calculated. This was just a bet and it wasn't just him. There was really no need to jump out and attract hatred. Li Qingshan shrugged his shoulders. I won't obediently give up. You don't hate me? Gu Xing asked curiously. Li Qingshan didn't hate him at all and it wasn't an act. Otherwise he would have sensed it. As senior martial brother said, I have no enmity with you in the past. It's just because of a bet. It's only natural to receive the benefits and bear the disadvantages. What's there to complain about? Li Qingshan cupped his hands again in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. I only hope that when senior martial brother has the upper hand you won't kill me. All of this was just the aftermath of him taking 1,000 green jade lots from Lutian. It was part of the bet, so don't take the risk. Gu Xing didn't want to form a personal grudge with him, but how could he be willing to form a grudge with a true disciple? If you put on a look of resentment, do you really have to force others to kill you? Good. Gu Xing's face flashed with a hint of praise. This bet isn't just about me. Otherwise I would really want to let you go. But senior martial brother Pai said that you're a stingy person who won't even give up a darkwood lot. Li Qingshan didn't believe him and unceremoniously sold out the mastermind. That bastard. Gu Xing was slightly embarrassed. I'm doing my duty, so I need to be careful. Sai, if you're careful you shouldn't gamble. Senior martial brother, don't be too arrogant and make things difficult for me. It'll be easier for us to meet in the future. You can rest assured. Our nature sect isn't a demonic sect. We won't go so far as to kill our own sect members. Once you're on the battlefield we won't care. With your ability, the contribution points you earn on the battlefield won't be any less than in the herb garden. As long as you have the ability to become a true disciple, we'll accept our defeat. Gu Xing patted his chest heroically, but in his heart he said, Brat, once you're under Chao Tianjiao's command, don't blame me for what she wants to do with you. Good. Li Qingshan thought, only an idiot would believe you. Only an idiot would go to the battlefield. Although it's not worth bearing a grudge if there's a chance in the future, don't blame me for making fun of you. Why isn't senior martial sister Ruan here yet? The two men looked like they appreciated each other's talents, but they each had their own plans. The female quartermaster was a little stunned. These hypocritical men. On a long bridge between two tall buildings, Gu Yenying glanced in the direction of the quartermaster department and immediately retracted her gaze. I think I see him. This time it's a real person. There's a young spirit cultivator in front of him. I don't dare to look too much. Is he in danger? Little and touched her wrist, where there was a new string of skull beads. Gu Yenying knew that if she said he was in danger, she would immediately prepare for battle, no matter where it was or whether there was a demonic immortal guarding it. Don't worry. At least it's safe for now. He has probably sensed us. Let's wait and see. He met a woman here called Ruan Yaozhu, who is also a human sovereign. It seems she will come to help him. At this moment, a 9-colored brilliance swept across the bridge. Gu Yenying and Little and suddenly looked back. Ruan Yaozhu felt something in her heart. She looked at them and nodded slightly in greeting. Although the white robes covered their figures and appearances, they seemed to be two extremely beautiful women. Gu Yenying and Little and almost immediately confirmed the woman's identity. They looked at each other. Ruan Yaozhu. Flying was not allowed in Wanxiang City, so this was the only way to the quartermaster department. Ruan Yaozhu rode the 9-colored deer and arrived at the entrance of the quartermaster department in the blink of an eye. Without any notification, she went straight in and arrived at the Black Tower. Ignoring Li Qingshan, she directly criticized Gu Xing, Senior Brother Gu, you've gone too far this time. What a great honor. Gu Xing glanced at Li Qingshan and greeted Ruan Yaozhu. Junior Sister Ruan, it's been a long time. I know you value this kid very much, but this is not something you can stop. You should give up as soon as possible. Chapter 1436. Ruan Yaozhu said righteously, it's fine that you gathered people to gamble, but for a bet, you didn't hesitate to break Wanxiang sect's rules and use your power indiscriminately. Is this something that true disciples should do? Gu Xing raised his hands and leaned back. Junior martial sister, if you want to blame someone, blame Lu Tian. This was all his stupid idea. And that Pai Yangqiu, those two old gamblers, set up a trap for us. We can't let them take advantage of us for nothing. Although he was showing weakness, his words were unyielding. This was related to a large number of green jade lots, and there were several true disciples standing behind him. They couldn't give in and they didn't need to. If Li Qingshan was a female cultivator and belonged to the senior martial sisters faction, they could only pray that he would die from Qigong deviation. That conscription order definitely wouldn't take effect. But this kid had offended Chao Tianjiao, and they didn't even need to do anything. How could they let him go? He then pointed at Li Qingshan. Plus, this kid got 1,000 green jade lots from Lu Tian and got a heavenly book as soon as he entered the sect. How can there be no consequences for taking advantage of such a big deal? Li Qingshan looked up at the sky. Fortune lurks in misfortune, misfortune lies in fortune. It was as if he could see the flow of fate. Everything he encountered after coming to Wanxiang sect was intertwined, and it was hard to tell if it was a blessing or a curse. Ruan Yaozhu sighed softly and glanced at Li Qingshan. Senior martial brother, please be merciful. He is very important to Herb Garden. Guxing said, I'm afraid I can't do anything about it. You can use the original Shin Yu Shu, and he should be happy to return to Herb Garden. Ruan Yaozhu raised her head. Then I can only go to the True Inheritance Hall, to discuss. The Wanxiang sect was governed by the True Disciples, and the True Inheritance Hall was the core organization. Once there was a major event, or if there was a disagreement between the True Disciples, they would go to the True Inheritance Hall to discuss and decide the final result. To avoid direct conflict, the True Disciples were not allowed to fight each other. Not even a public duel. This was the most important rule of Wanxiang sect. Lu Tian's bet, to a certain extent, gave the True Disciples a chance to fight each other. Junior martial sister. Is it worth it? Guxing asked. Fighting with them for an inner chamber disciple? Even if he had the aptitude to become a true disciple. You are harming the interests of my 100 Herb Garden. I will naturally fight for what is right. It's useless. Even if you enter the Hall of Inheritance, you won't be able to win. They had the absolute advantage in numbers. Even if Lu Tian and Pai Yangqiu appeared, it would be difficult to salvage the situation. We won't know until we try. Ruan Yaozhu called out to Li Qingshan, let's return to the 100 Herb Garden first. Yes. Li Qingshan knew that he owed her a lot of favors, but he was too lazy to be pretentious. He believed that all grudges would be repaid with his own hands. He suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned around and looked at the black stone hall not far away. A violent aura suddenly rose and killing intent condensed. It was like a beacon of fire and it shot into the sky. It was ostentatious and undisguised, like a primordial beast crawling out of a volcano. He clearly felt a trace of heat. On the ancient and huge array, a huge foot stepped out of a blazing and distorted light gate. It's the teleportation hall. The female quartermaster said. Her eyes burned with admiration. He's back. Guxing was surprised. Why did he come back early this time? The quartermaster went silent, then cheered. It's eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother is back. When Li Qingshan heard this word, he felt uncomfortable. It was a natural conflict with him. Even that fool Chu Tian. In his previous life, he was also the eldest senior brother of the Myriad Nature sect. He finally became the eldest senior brother of the Myriad Nature sect, but he only had one junior brother and he was quickly expelled. Not long ago he met the eldest senior sister, and it brought him countless troubles. Now that he met the real eldest senior brother, he had to leave first. Just as Li Qingshan was about to leave, Guxing's expression suddenly changed, and he said to Li Qingshan strangely, Junior brother Li, eldest senior brother wants to see you. Eldest senior brother is the commander of the army, and he will come back regularly to rest. This time he suddenly came back alone, probably because of you. The female quartermaster felt that it was inconceivable. She was also filled with jealousy. Where did this brat get so much face? Li Qingshan, on the other hand, felt uncomfortable, a bad omen of impending trouble. Let's go together. Ruan Yaozhu said, I believe that senior brother Li will uphold justice. Senior brother Li. Li Qingshan suddenly remembered that the name below Lin Xian was indeed surnamed Li. At the time he didn't think much of it, people with the same surname were everywhere, and Li wasn't a rare surname, but now he felt a toothache. Arriving at the teleportation hall, he immediately saw the eldest senior brother Li Liehua. Or rather, wherever he was, people couldn't help but look at him, and he was being looked up to by a group of cultivators. His face was simple and dignified, like a statue of a god carved by the ancestors. His long hair was like fire, rising and curling. Under the crimson armor, his muscles bulged, but he didn't seem fat, instead he seemed to be full of explosive power. He carried a large blade on his back, his arms crossed in front of his chest, and he stood high up on the formation. Behind him was the blazing and distorted teleportation door, reflecting his figure, making him seem even taller. The moment Li Qingshan stepped into the hall, a pair of fiery red eyes focused on him, and the burning feeling became stronger. He felt that if he didn't have the Phoenix bloodline, he would have been roasted to a crisp. He didn't show any weakness, and with just one look he came to a conclusion. I hate this guy. You are Li Qingshan? Li Liehua smiled and asked. With this smile, that simple face instantly became lively, and the dignified expression became passionate, making people instinctively have a good impression of him. I am. Li Qingshan nodded, but he felt even more annoyed. I've heard about you, and I believe you have the ability to gain merits on the battlefield. But this should be your own idea and not forced by others. Li Liehua glanced at Guxing. Guxing smiled embarrassedly and shrunk his neck. Ruan Yaozhu's face lit up. Senior brother is indeed reasonable. Li Liehua teased, Little Yaozhu, how do you compare to your senior sister Chao? Ruan Yaozhu smiled, Of course I'm not as good. Li Liehua laughed loudly, his voice shaking the hall. But this junior brother Li beside you is going to fight with your senior sister Chao. Senior brother is benevolent and righteous, junior brother is deeply grateful. Li Qingshan cupped his hands and said, Did this person specially come back to be a savior? But they clearly didn't have any relationship. Could it be that because he had a little conflict with Chao Tianjiao, he especially admired him? I'm not benevolent and righteous, and I'm not here to help you. Li Liehua suddenly changed the topic. Kid, hand over the Xianming Cave Mansion's formation disc, and you can return to the 100 Herb Garden to cultivate in peace. Li Qingshan's heart trembled. I knew it. Why? Senior brother doesn't have a cave mansion. Because you're not worthy. Even if you're opportunistic, you have to stop. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.